Uh-huh. Uh-huh. guys will never make a dime. But in the process, they've been the true renegades. And the true rebels always walk alone anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you to humbly finally announce our Analog 3D pre-order has been secured. All right. Also, yeah, this is I got a new camera, by the way. I don't know if this is like weird or not. I gotta like fix the field of view shit, but you know, give me a second here to just gonna make this bigger for now here. I gotta play around with the settings a little bit too. The lighting's all kind of like fucked up and shit. Yeah. We got some new toys. Again, the settings are fucked up, and I had a couple of issues. Again, this is why I was off yesterday. It was just a million things I had to take care of. This is like, I ordered that new teleprompter thing, so now I can look at chat and just kind of like, I don't know if this is like weird when I'm looking at chat now, but I can actually look at chat and read chat. So we're good now. I'll have to make that maybe I'm making it awkward. I don't know. I've never like actually looked at the camera. I'm actually really bad about eye contact, so I can now, you know, I don't know. We'll see in time. I can tell it's like a little bit. I can tell maybe it looks a little bit weird. I don't know. I don't know how it looks. I don't know if it looks weird here. You know, you can just because when y'all post try stare, I'm like, am I staring too intently? I don't know, but I'm able just to like, you know, look at chat a little bit easier now. But don't worry, I have both because the Elgato teleprompt, it has the chat, but I can't scroll chat on it, obviously. So did you guys bother getting a controller? It didn't come with a controller, did it? Oh, I'm an idiot. Did I want that controller? Let me think about that. I don't know. Do I want that controller? I'll have to look into that. Let me hang on, hang on, let me look at that again. I don't know if I Okay, well, the controller in question, it's the 8-bit 64 controller. So this is actually already, yeah, this is already available on Amazon. This is like not an urgent thing. The console is the sauce here, which. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard because it's like I don't know. Can I want to shut it real quick here. Hang on a second. Let me make sure this is like. I gotta fix my shit. Yeah, sorry, everything's all fucked up right now. I guess give me a second to. Give me a second, bro. Yeah, it's the and also yeah, I gotta fix my camera too. So I gotta go over here. I gotta fix everything. All right, let me here, do this. Here, grab this. And forgive me here, this is like so chap. Very, very chap. Yeah, there's like a million things to fix here, so. Oh, Spriter's resource. What's up? What's up? Alright, so I grab that. Okay, I'm slowly but surely fixing this. And let me go over here and I gotta do the green screen again here, but again we'll have this fixed in no time, no big deal. But okay, so you can see here that the yeah, I'm sure it's a fine controller. It's just it's hard to replicate the feel of the OG 64 one. So I don't know. That's a hard one to say there. You know, it's just 64 controllers are probably the shittiest thing to deal with because that the feel and the stick is really terrible. I covered this before here, but if you didn't know right now, Mario 64 speedrunners are in kind of like the worst pickle ever. I didn't think it can get worse than the Melee community with their GameCube controller fiasco with the UCF. Well, I guess UCF helped here, but you know, pre-UCF, it was pretty fucking terrible. It was controller lottery and routinely dropping like the floor being 300 north of 500 for a custom notched controller for Fox angles and all the special lubricants for your sticks and your shoulders to be good. That's definitely something. Did y'all hear that? My thing acting up here. Actually, I can actually hear the feedback a little bit there. Well, anyways, what what carts are you planning to play on Analog 3D? I don't know. There's not a particular game I'm looking forward to playing on it. It's more that I know these things sell out quickly because Analog makes quality hardware. If you look right now, the Super NT is out of production and therefore immediately scalped. The Super NT, the Analog Super Nintendo, it is I mean, according to, let me check here real quick on that. Hang on. Yes, pre-orders are in. That's why I'm here right now. I was a bit worried that I wouldn't be able to get it in, but yeah, pre-orders are live now, and it's not sold out yet? Question mark. But you can go over here and look for yourself if you want one. I would encourage, if you're on the fence, I'd say go ahead and do it. It's a pre-order. It's not. So you can always cancel the pre-order later on here. It's a really good value if I can here. Let's take one thing at a time. So first thing first, it's $250. It's not even $300. I'm gonna glaze here for a second, but the Analog 3D is actually a banger for its price point. This is an HDMI native Nintendo 64 full console, capable and tested to play every cartridge ever and do like a native experience with no lag over HDMI, which is great. So it's practical and modern capability. And with that, if you wanted an HDMI modded N64, generally the mod itself would cost you $200 in labor to do, minus needing a functioning good condition 64, which is probably another 100 plus. So this being natively HDMI from a reputable company, and it's cheaper than the previous method of needing the 64 and modding it, I mean, it's like a no-brainer. You get this, you're good to go. Again, if you were on the fence and you're not sure, I don't know, do I want to play GoldenEye and blah, 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 blah natively? I mean, sure, you can emulate, but there's, if this is like obviously cater to like, the retro gaming market, and that is a hobby that is not cheap. Retro gaming is not cheap. So this is a refreshingly accessible, affordable thing here. Most things in this realm, I mean, have y'all seen what a 3DS costs these days? Like maybe that dropped now that the eShop is officially closed, but I remember there was a point where just 3DSs, actually kind of everything. There was a point where PS4s were hitting, went up over $400 back in 2022 at the peak of the hysteria of the console shortage. There was a point where 3DSs were genuinely hitting 200 plus. They might have calmed down now, but then again, maybe I don't know, maybe a homebrew 3DS now still fetches north of 250. It's just retro gaming is yeah, it's pretty fucking brutal right now. Not gonna lie to you. All right, well, let's see here. So if I go over to, if we go down here, yeah, right now they're not even okay. Correct, yeah. So what is the Analog Duo? Okay, so NEC system, TurboGrafx, blah, 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 blah. Okay, all right, yeah. So this is like, yeah, so right now they have the Analog Pocket and the Analog 3D, and like that's it. Okay, so yeah, there is, so back to what I was gonna say here. The Super NT, the Super Nintendo one, that is out of production, and if you go on eBay right now, that is like already like through the roof. That is what I was looking, that shit was already hitting north of 500 for when it cost 200 at retail when they weren't in manufacturing. So yeah, it is yeah, so therefore this being 250, it being cheaper than a 64 and the HDMI mod you'd have to get to make it, modern, convenient, it's just a kind of a no-brainer. Like, this to me, literally $50 cheaper than what I think they could get away with. Like $299, I'd say is like fair. $250 is a steal for what it is, and it only gets higher from here, honestly. Anyway, so with that, hey, look, assess at your own value and whatnot, but can go from there. Does it have save states? No, it is meant to be a replicable console. So it plays everything without any lag, HDMI native. There are separate hardware components you can get to get save states. You know, if you want to, I mean, it's just treated like a regular console here. You can presumably use a Game Shark. You could, I don't know, I guess maybe in theory here you can get some kind of custom firmware that, I figure save states are like hardware side, right? So you probably could get a CFW and maybe have save states supported. I don't know. Correct, yeah. It's a it is, I use yeah, I use a Super NT. I was skeptical. I had never tried a Super NT until I ran into someone who had one at GDQ in 2018. I played on and I was like, oh, damn, this is actually good. Holy shit. If I can do Yoshi on a Super NT, that's what sold me on that. So that now I'm like, okay, no, analog is based. And here we are. Here we are. Okay, let me, all right, well, with that then, chat, let's move on over then, shall we? I'm gonna turn on the green screen real quick here, and we can go from there. And Ash said hi. How you doing, Queen? Is it a SNES or a 64? This is a 64. This is a let me see here if I can I'll go over to the company page here. Yeah, so you see here it's a 4K resolution, or okay, 4K HDMI native, blah 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 blah, black and white, no emulation, FPGA. I mean, yeah, it's just like beautiful, beautiful. You go over to the page here, you can see a bit more. You know, use your existing cartridges. Blah 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 blah. What more could you ask for? You know, someone in chat earlier said that is it true? PS2s are going up in price now. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. I wonder how much the you know what's funny about that actually? We should open get to the videos. I'm already derailing right now here. Those first gen PS2 fully backward compatible 60 gig PS3s, are those like not good? Because I feel like because if I recall correctly, the first gen PS3s have the entire PS2 internal in it, plus whatever it's like native like upscaling was or whatever. I know there was a firmware update that allowed the good upscaling on PS2 games via the PS3, but I'm curious of why that's like not more sought after. Because if PS2s are north of like, if a good condition PS2 is north of 120 and it's like super region locked, but then you can just get like a PS3 with CFW and have like region lock completely abolished and have like HDMI native upscaling, why not get that instead? I don't know. I remember we had this talk one time. There was someone in chat who was looking to buy. They wanted to buy a PS2 and a PS4. Is that what it was? There was a retro game collector in my chat who was talking about getting a PS2 and a bunch of shit. And I was like, well, why don't I just get a PS3 backwards compatible for like $80 more? And they were like, you know, actually, you're right. Because I told them, like, yeah, you can get a 60 gig for like $250 right now. This was like 2 years ago. And they're like, you know what? You're actually right. I'm gonna get the PS3 first gen 60 gig backwards compatible. And then from there, I was like, all right, cool. Hey, look, W's. Shit, I don't even work at GameStop anymore. I'm still sitting here selling for the right cause. If your PS3 hard drive fails, you're screwed. PS3 hard drives use the 2.5-inch notebook hard drive. You can quite easily replace those. Those are actually shockingly accessible. You undo one screw on the screwdriver thing on the bay, put another one in there. Yeah, and there's also like not really a limit. You can easily crank up the 60 gig to like a way bigger drive, easily. The PSX is the one you're probably thinking of. That one is really fucking dumb because the location of it's stupid. But yeah, the PSX. Oh man, I love what it represents, but yeah, unfortunately, it's just that it's at that really awkward time. Because I forget. It's like either the location or like the hard drive ribbon cable is really fragile. There's something dumb about it. It's really badly engineered in that I want to say that, like you're saying, either dust or something can cause it to really fuck up, and most currently available on eBay are not working. And to fix them is a tremendous pain in the ass because you pretty much got to gut it to the root to fix the problem. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of a shit show. But then again, if you want a PSX, you already kind of know what you're getting into at that point anyway. Okay, that's a whole lot of yapping here. Chat, what are we doing today? What are we doing? What are we doing today? Well, today's super simple. We have pre-ordered the Analogue 3D. If you want to hop on that, you may as well here. And then after that, starting now, the Sakurai Game Developer Mega Binge. We are currently on video 102 out of 257, 55, whatever the number is here. And Sakurai has made it official. Let me grab that for you real quick. Has made it very official here. The video is set to premiere. The finale, the end special, the final video, it's about 40 minutes long, and that will be coming out tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Central, 7 a.m. East Coast, 4 a.m. West Coast. So yeah, painfully Japan time will be the finale thing. Presumably, in the finale would be some kind of like call to action, announcement, or reveal. Could be the next thing, a game to be revealed. Could be nothing. Could be, congratulations, thank you for the journey. Let's reflect and celebrate here. I'm not saying at all here that I'm entitled to it being a a reveal. The hype cycles never end, right? But I'd be happy if Sakurai took a break. I'd be happy if there was a new game. I'm here genuinely for the celebration. Anything else is just bonus and extra. So yeah. So 6 a.m. Central tomorrow is when this comes out. It'll be a premiere. It'll be really hype. I will do my best to be here. I can't guarantee that. That is pretty much would want to be here 4:45 a.m. to get everyone in here hyped for it, to catch it live. Oh my God, but we'll see. We'll see. Very doable here. We only have 8 hours of videos left to do, but including yapping and pausing and just me being a good streamer, that will add some bloat. But that's okay though. Here we are. So that's about it here. Any questions on that? That's what we're gonna do today. So we're gonna hop on that here. So kit back, bucket of popcorn. We have about 150 Sakurai videos to get through. And by the end, we will be a game developer. Also, I love how there's no dislikes. 0. Immaculate. All right. So we're starting over at behavior at ledges. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the green screen real quick here, and then we're going to get to it. let's see about this green screen here real quick. That's good, I can get it then. Okay, cool. This. Oh, it's because of, oh, so we were talking about Clock Tower the other day in regards to like Sakurai mentioned it, and I was like, yeah, I just kind of want to play this game now. And so here we are. All right, food's almost ready. I was microwaving something real quick here. Oh yeah, the food plus YouTube combo goes crazy. Well, you know, it's so I can, you know, we're about to be here high octane reacting for a little bit here, so I got to make sure I'm good to go. You know, again, other streamers, I don't know what they do. They just like don't eat or something. Sounds kind of unhealthy. I mean, but then again, I don't know. I just feel like whenever the comparison comes from other streamers, it's like, well, they probably just do the Uber Eats DoorDash combo. They do the streamer diet, which is like just unhealthy and gross. So, you know, maybe I'm cringe for always eating on camera or something, but I'm like, what do you want me to do? Just not eat? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, chat will sit here and watch the stream and not even, and just be passively consuming a whole bag of Doritos and whatever else. And then simultaneously, man, this guy takes a lot of food breaks, bro. And you're like, just, bro, take a look in the mirror, bro. Like, what are we doing here, yo? So then you got, you know, based hex with the meal prep. You know, what do I have here? We have sliced apples. I have half an apple sliced, Honeycrisp apple, chopped here. And we have the ground turkey with egg whites. Microwaved it real quick here. Put a little bit of that Chipotle sauce on top. And that way it's good to go. And yeah, I'm going to, you know, your favorite streamer is going to live to be 150 because I actually give a shit and I eat clean. And therefore you'll be able to consume the streams and you'll be able to reach, you know, 50-year sub, you know, whatever 50 times 12 is. You'll be at that level of free sub here, you know. So here we are. All right. Anyways, shitpost aside here. Video number 102 out of 257 here. Let's continue. And remember, the rules are, whenever there's a grab bag, we celebrate, we pop off, we spam try nani, and Sakurai we trust. I'm a huge Sakurai fan. I love gaining his insight and philosophy on game development and whatnot. I myself am an amateur, over opinionated gamer myself, so I will be happy to also pause and interject when I can here. But I'm gonna try to tame that here because we have a lot of videos to get through today here. I got to get through 150, not just 30 today. So I'll do my best. Let us begin.
多くの操作を伴うゲームでは崖から落ちることができるわけですが、その仕様もいろいろあります。もちろん良し悪しだってあります。まずは単純に崖から無条件で落ちる仕様。 昔のゲームの多くはこれでしたが、よろしくないことが少なくないので、これで良いのかどうかを見極めた方が良いです。次に、移動中は落ちて、アクションは落ちない仕様。アクションによるちょっとした前進時に崖からいちいち落ちてると、動作キャンセルされたかのようでよろしくないことが多いです。例えば、攻撃時の踏み込みでは崖から落ちないようにする。次に、アクションの中でも落ちるものと落ちないものが決まっている仕様。これはだいぶ真っ当です。例えば、前方回避などでは落ちなくて、突進攻撃などでは落ちるとか、速度の引き継ぎなどにも注意しないといきなり高速で踏み切るようなこともありますね。スマブラの場合、例えばフォックスイリュージョンなどは崖でとどまります。ファルコンキックの場合、崖から飛び出します。ただし最後の方では落ちないようになっています。
崖際で使うにはリスキーなドリルダッシュ、最後の方は崖で止まれます。
ゴロゴロ卵などでは踏切時の速度などもパラメータ設定して制御します。崖際
Notice here that the rules are basically trying to coincide with player intent. What did the player intend to do? And then having a dynamic parameter based off of that. That's how you achieve good game feel, for sure. I also want to go back here. I'm sorry, I was waiting to pause, but I kind of feel I'm going to forget if I don't do it now. This part here, so important. The fact that doing certain moves won't knock you off the ledge. I covered this previously here, but upon revisiting playing Sonic Heroes 2003, this is the one thing that would have fixed the entire game. This is the main reason people hate fighting multi-hit HP armored enemies in Sonic Heroes is not because HP enemies are bad in Sonic. It's because to kill them, you got to be Knuckles. You got to be the power of the group, right? The power character. And when you do Knuckles is like Knuckle Barrage, it like flings forward and it just knocks you off the ledge. Like the camera goes crazy, the lock-on sucks ass, and which are separate problems for 2003 games for sure. And you just fly off the edge and die. If Knuckle Barrage didn't like fling, if it had like a hard code to not let you fall off the ledge, immediately the game's like 10 times better. Like I'm not even joking. It's like literally the thing that makes super hard mode fucking exhausting. Is like enemy, camera, I'm gonna fall off if I don't like really do this like 1, 2, 3, I'm fucking dead. And that's literally it. That would fix everything in that game.
設定して制御します。
Well, not everything. It would fix, it's like the main thing, I would say.
崖際の振る舞いの話に戻りますが、
3D ゲームでは崖をグッと押すと落ちるとか、進行方向に対する崖際が浅い時に落ちないように保管するなどの仕様も有効です。落ちるのが当たり前だと思いがちな崖際、これだけでもこんなに多くのことが考えられるわけですね。崖際をオートジャンプするような作品もあります。
作り手はテストプレイ中の違和感を見逃さず、適切な仕様を目指してみてください。
Next video.
画面を振動させること、これは大きなショックを表現するのにうってつけなので、どんどん織り込んでいくべきかと思います。私も夢の泉の物語から多用しており、重要視しています。画面が見えにくくなる可能性もあるので、やりすぎには気をつけなければなりませんが、まず方法として大きく2通りあると思います。カメラを動かす方法と描画後の絵を動かす方法。前者は 3D 空間でカメラが動くもの。これは遠方の絵があまり動かなくなる可能性があります。後者は画面全体がしっかりと揺れます。 UI も含めて揺れることになりますが、揺れた分黒ブランクが画面の隅に出る可能性というのは考えなければなりません。 よく使われるのは前者でしょうけれど、奥行きのある画面でほとんど揺れないなんてことも起こり得るので、中視点をいかに動かすのか考える必要があると思います。なお、中視点とはカメラが見ているポイントのこと。カメラとシンクロして振動させたり、むしろカメラより大きく動かすことも考えられるかもしれません。遠くにいる中視点がちょっとだけ動いてもあんまり動いているように見えないですからね。スマブラの画面振動はいくつかのパターンと工夫があります。昔からですが、大、中、小、微振動で継続するなどパターンを設定できます。大中小は単にスケーリングしているだけではなくて、振動のパターン自体を変えています。とりあえず見てみると、これが弱、縦揺れしかしていません。これが中、横揺れも加わっています。これが強、中と差が分かりにくいかもしれないけど、さらに振動しています。継続性振動、地形の振動などを伝える縦振動。こういった地震はあんまり縦横に触れない方がいいですね。実装の工夫としては、カメラの寄り引きによって振動の大きさを変えています。違和感がないようにするという。画角にも影響するので、どこでも程よい振動になるように調整されています。例えばフラットゾーンなど一部のステージの場合、画角がかなり絞られているため、そのままだと画面振動がかなり大きく出てしまうので調整しています。振動は最初に強く、だんだん収束しているように作られています。単に渦巻きのような形ではなく、心地よい程度にランダム性を持たせています。など、昔はマウスをぐちゃぐちゃぐちゃっとそれらしく動かし、その動きをベースにして作ったこともありました。
画面振動がないゲームってかなり味気ないです。攻撃時の微振動でさえこんなに印象の差が出てしまう。
画面振動は頻繁に見るのだし、効果も高いです。ポリゴン表現では適切な振動を得られるのはなかなか難しいところもありますが、手応えをぐっと増すので、ここに凝ることは大事かと思いますね。
Oh, I'm sorry, I have takes here. Okay, I know I'm already pausing a lot, but screen shake. You know what's funny? It's immersive until it's not. My go-to example here is going to have to be Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire by default has screen shake on, and I was so overwhelmed by like the game being so damn fun and me being so bad at it that I didn't even notice the screen shake or non-fast mode. But then my junkie addicted ass was like so wired in that by the time I was getting better at the game and I disabled screen shake and turned on fast mode, and then I, played like a fresh file on the mobile port when I bought that, I was like, ew, I hated it, but it's like I never noticed it whenever my skill relative to the game was lower. So it's not that it was bad, it's that I'm like, no, actually this was never bad, it was just immersive at the time, you know what I mean?
What up, TriStare?
What up, Reno's here? So yeah, so again, because I'm like I only noticed this whenever I'm like I've been playing for like hundreds of hours and I move on to like and I'm reinstalling the game for the first time and shit like that, which is interesting. So in this case, I have to conclude here that the screen shake was immersive and cool at the time, and I guess it can always be disabled by default, so it's not even a big deal anyway. However, what screen shake aims to do with the whole immersifying and whatnot, right, through like a different I guess medium or whatever, I have to wonder how I feel about HD rumble, because in the end, for example, yeah, screen shake in Smash Ultimate is done really well because I actually never do notice it in a distracting way. It does make me fear heavies way more. Like I can tell when it's like Bowser or Donkey Kong because the screen be shaking all the fucking time because they're so goddamn heavy. But I never like look at them like, oh, this is annoying, right? Comparatively, I do disable rumble in Smash because I'm trying to like focus on DIing or whatever. So I prefer to play with rumble disabled. HD rumble in games, I do notice it a lot. Maybe because it's like the PS5 shit, but like it's like it's like all the fucking time, and I wonder if it's like, is it taking me out, or is it immersifying me further? That I can't really determine right now, but I do notice it like a lot. I don't know. That's I'm a bit more. I wouldn't call it essential, but it's also like really in your face. Like there, I'm trying to remember which game it was. Maybe it was Stellar Blade. Maybe it was a different game. But like, there's some game on PS5 that just like the rumble shit was like just nonstop. And maybe I'm biased there because the PS5 controller is like dookie dog shit and it dies in 4 hours. So like the game I was playing was just like rumbling every attack was just like a rumble. And I'm like, bro, if my controller dies in like 3 hours, I'm gonna be so fucking annoyed at that kind of shit. So I don't know if I you know what I mean, I can't tell if HD rumble is like my thing or if it's because the controller dying is so annoying on PS5. Comparatively, you know, Switch Pro, I don't mind the HD rumble because I don't worry about, I'm not constantly taken out of the immersion to worry about battery life. Like, genuinely, I'm playing Ragnarok, for example, I'm binging out here and control's gonna die. And like, if I do like one like capital G gamer session, 10-hour session, the control's gonna die at some point. And it's like, ugh, annoying. So, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not as universal on, I guess what I'm saying here is that like screen shake, I can't think of an example of a game I've played where I did find it annoying at its intention. However, I have seen HD rumble, which I think is trying to do the same thing as screen shake, do be annoying, but it might be for a biased reason. Okay, so with that, next video. Don't be unresponsive.
ゲーム機ってかなり多くのボタンがあります。シンプルに押すだけのボタンでも基本10種類ぐらい。メニューなどの UI においては決定キーをいくつかのボタンに割り振っておくと良いと思います。1つから2つしかボタン機能がないようなシンプルなアクションゲームでもどこかのボタンを重複させておくというのはありだと思います。それぞれのボタンを押したとき、機能がないからといって反応が全くないよりはあった方が良いですね。といっても、機能を全部に割り当てるという意味ではもちろんありませんけど。ゲームは手からの情報をコンピューターに送り、その反応を目や耳から入れる遊びです。双方向の情報交換において手から出ていく情報というのは重要ですよね。それぞれの人の好みもあります。そこで信号を送っても、つまり操作をしても何にもないという状態を作るよりは、一応何らかの反応を返してあげた方が良いのではないでしょうか。せっかくプレイヤーがアクションをしたのにゲームの方がノーリアクションではちょっと寂しいです。L ボタンが決定ボタン、あるいはアクションボタンになっていれば片手プレイもできるかも。率直に何のボタンが何であるのかを探してしまうようなデメリットっていうのはもちろんありえますが、ただただ無反応であるよりはマシだと考えています。また特にムービー中などボタンを押しても何もないというよりは何らかのリアクションがあった方が良いと思います。例えばスキップなどの選択肢を出すと。
Oh, I was gonna cover this when I was gonna pause too. Okay, I'm gonna let it play. Oh, I have thoughts here. I have so many thoughts here.
プレイヤーはボタンを押すときに何かを求めているはずです。ボタンを押したか押していないかよくわからないようなリアクションも避けた方が良いです。ノーリアクションであることが NG であるわけではないのですが、ゲームはアクションに対するリアクションを返すものという意識を深めてもらえば良いと思います。ちなみにここ気になりました。ここ 1-2 って書いてあるんですけどね、うちのスイッチの1機目の2つ目のコントローラーっていうことです。もうスイッチ 5,6 台はありますからね。
Okay. So Sakurai dropped some real here on let's go back here to the button stuff. Okay. Thankfully, you know, it took way longer than it should have. This really should have been a thing like, I'd say, let me think here for a second. Yeah, This should have been a thing 20 years ago. 7th gen consoles with 360, PS3, and Wii should have definitely by that point had like console side native button remapping. It should be a thing globally in the console's operating system and not left to a per game software dependent basis. That shit's cringe. I don't care what the developer intent is. It creates way more problems than solutions, like in terms of a preventative argument. So I'm happy that we're at that point now here, but I'm also really happy for every game that bothered to add button remapping into their shit prior to consoles getting on that train 2022 onward or whatever year it happened. So that's pretty good. I also love that, you know, if you're not using every button, I get it. Not every game's the same here, but things like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, where you are genuinely using 16 actions across every button on the controller available. It's a pretty dense game. It's very ambitious. I understand that's a different bag of shit to tackle there for sure. But if your game's not explicitly using every button, having redundant, repetitive actions across multiple mapping capabilities is really, really nice. This goes back especially to, like, I'll give glaze here to Melee. Melee having 2 jump buttons for X and Y, really good. Really, really good. That definitely changes a lot of things. I know it's overly biased towards competitive play with my anecdotal experience here, but that is really, really good, and I applaud more games that would just embrace letting that be a thing before. Again, now that we're at button, hardware side button remapping, I'm like, okay, like now you can just kind of make your own destiny, right? But like before that, there probably were a painful amount of non-zero games that just had like shitty fucking button configs, and it might not have been to your liking, and you had to kind of deal with it. This is for console people. Obviously, PC gamers are master race, and they've had like console button remapping for fuck knows for forever now. So nothing new there. Common PC gaming W. So just gonna acknowledge y'all and go ahead and move on now. So okay, so we have all that. When it comes to menuing, the next thing here that Sakurai was touching on here. When it comes to menuing, my thoughts there are twofold, actually threefold. Okay, this is I already know I'm pausing a lot here, but we gotta bring up these points. I gotta call out and shame some things here. First thing first, once again, Melee is really good here because Melee has buffered inputs on menu. If you've ever played Smash Bros. Melee, you can just mash start and then click A twice to go right into press start. And then it's like A down, A again to go to versus. Like you can just like mash that shit and it's going at the speed that you want to do it rather than like waiting for a menu load transition and whatnot. I hope Sakurai touches on this later on here, but buffered inputs and menu is like, it's reminiscent of when game and console UI and UX were amazing. When you think about one of the reasons why Xbox 360 Blades was so good, and also why I guess particularly Melee's menu and other menus like it are so good, is that they had buffered inputs. You can just like mash the sequence if you had it memorized, and then it'll get there, right? Like the animations will play in sequence, but the inputs are respected and being executed, I guess. So wanted to glaze there real quick, and then beyond that, yes, having buttons do various things is really, really good. Having how do I put this here? Given that like smartphone input is what's native, I do feel like having L shoulder and R shoulder being like a screen slide thing is kind of what's intuitive now. So I'm not gonna fault games prior to the smartphone saturation not adopting this here. But it does feel like if you have like menus that are like column-esque, traversing through the columns would be, to me, just L and R. Because L and R feel like a lower commitment than like, pressing, I guess, like the confirm button to go into a submenu. But again, this is like very particular in me, like going through like in my head what menus I felt good and when I've been lost. There have been some games I played where I felt the menuing was really unintuitive and I was fucking lost. But unfortunately, I don't play enough games routinely to really shame them because I don't remember what games they were. But I'm sure you all can help me out here now with like what games gave you like a really just bad menuing experience. And I guess when I'm saying this too here, we can exclude the obvious bad actors. Like it's very clear that games like Call of Duty have deliberately bad menus in order to like force an arbitrary like boost of importance towards what they want you to do. They want you to go to the MTX section, microtransactions. They want you to go to the shops. They want you to go to the things that like spend more money. Like so like the menus are built to be bad and dumb anyway. They're not built for function or pleasure. They're built just to drive you to the monetization options, which is cringe and pathetic and stupid, but, you know, whatever. Welcome to modern gaming. Same thing for modern console UI. You know, PS5's UI menu is garbage and terrible. I hate it. It's a giant billboard for PSN now. Xbox's shit's also garbage and cringe, and it's fucking stupid. And soon to be, I'm sure, you know, as more and more of these games become live services, like Call of Duty's perpetual Warzone stuff and everything else here, those screens will also become, you know, again, just giant billboards for more garbage. You'll be able to order Taco Bell through your Warzone menu eventually, and you'll have to navigate around the ads to get to your next game, you know, for better or for worse. Call of Duty Warzone 2025 patch powered by Uber Eats and Taco Bell. You know, this is like not even a shit poster. That's definitely a matter of when, not if, at the rate we're going here. So, you know, make of that whatever you want. It's pretty fucking cringe. And okay, so there's that. Then next, okay, I'm still not done shitting on menus yet here. Still got, again, I'm very over opinionated here. This is very therapeutic for me right now. Next thing is an increasing amount of games that will have a controller input, but yet simulate a cursor. I am really mixed here on this. The games, Destiny 2, on console, that will have you use the control stick as a cursor and you have to press hold the option to progress. And this is multiple times. You have to press hold for like what could feel like 0.7 seconds, 1.5 seconds. I don't know, whatever the time is here. Way longer than I want it to be. Press hold to go to a menu and you're just stuck waiting longer because it's not one menu, it's multiple menus. You know, move cursor, press hold, next thing. Move cursor, press hold, next thing. Cursor speed static, it's really slow because it's for normies and control stick, you know, idiots. And then also the press hold is way too long and slow and boring. Also, it literally sub menus endlessly to finally confirm and I guess like go to the next thing here. So it's like what used to be, I don't know, like not this and now it is this, and it takes like 10 seconds longer to like do your loadout and then go into the game. It's just, bro. It sucks. I'm gonna be real here. It totally. I don't know what is it. Just like laziness? Is it just like the PC port with the mouse cursor just copy pasted to console UI? I don't know. I don't know. But it fucking sucks. So calling it out. Shots fired. It's cringe. Please stop it. It's pathetic. Okay. And then finally here. Yes, the classic here. The cutscene skip. This is actually such a bad thing now that I don't even trust game developers anymore. If I'm playing a game on new release, and let's say let me think here. Let's say I'm playing a game on new release, right? And Venom calls me, and it's mid cutscene. I admit, honestly, yes, I would like to pause the cutscene because maybe I'm a father, I have a child, I want to change a diaper, or I got a phone call, or just shit happens, right? I would like to pause the cutscene. I don't want to skip it, I want to pause it. And tell me how it's 2024 and this is still, honestly, it's dice rolling. It's a dice roll. And it is so fucking bad. It's so bad.
Loving the new YouTube content. Thanks for the hard work.
Thank you, Buffalo Chicken. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I got main channel stuff coming soon. We're working hard on it right now here, but the Sakurai thing is really, really exciting here. So when you pause a cutscene, right, you can't give me a global answer here. If you press start during a cutscene, will it pause the cutscene and then give a separate menu to skip? Will it actually skip the cutscene and now you have no way to go back and watch it? Or will it display prompts to like do more options but continue the cutscene actively? The answer is I don't know. It's not consistent. It's all software developer dependent and it's really fucking cringe. Worse yet, you press the home button, and I don't know. Does home button does not pause the game, correct? Home button does not globally pause games across all modern consoles. I know on Switch it does pause. That's a good thing. I think home button should pause the game, because then I feel reassured here that because on Switch, yes, I will press the home button and let the console OS dictate a consistent and safe option here, because I don't want to press start, because I don't know if it's going to skip the cutscene. That's the whole thing. I don't want to skip the cutscene, but holy flippity fuck, I am terrified though of whether or not these consoles, and I forgive me, I'll memorize here. If they all like this PS5 on home button, does it pause the game in question here? I don't know. Really fucking annoying. And because I want to say the answer is no, because I remember I feel like when I played Demon Souls Remake, there still was no true pause, because the home button doesn't pause on PS5. It just like takes you to the OS while the game is still running. So the point here being is that this has been so badly done for so long now that I've lost trust in, like, I lost trust in the games. I just let the hardware side, I go for that option. I will always go to home button first. Hopefully, I know Switch does pause the game. I hope they keep it that way. I think it's a good call there. Maybe even like, you just like pause the game and shrink it to a quarter of the screen. Then you that way you're reaffirmed here that the game is actually not going to move forward. So I don't know. Either way here, that's definitely a big problem. And there was something else about this too here. Sorry. What else about pausing cutscenes that I didn't like here? When you pause. Oh, and of course, sorry. The last thing here, the elephant in the room here, the games where you can't actually pause the cutscene, that is not an option. Where like literally, just the ego that it's a unskippable cutscene altogether here. Like I get, I don't know, chat. What do I even mean? Okay, it's hard for me because I'm making a very overly speedrunner bias argument here, but like having unskippable cutscenes in a game is just like such a, I get it, right? The idea is that you want every player to go through the same experience here, but what you're hurting your replayability so bad because you're assuming that every revisit to the game is going to be in the ideal scenario of existing save data on the same like hardware. God help me here. If I buy Skyrim, I don't know if it's even a great example here. If I buy Skyrim and I'm buying it for the double dip, right? And I'm playing it now on a second platform. I bought it initially on X and now I'm playing it on the Y. And the Y has no existing save data, so I'm watching the same fucking cutscene again here. Bro, like, I mean, just come on, dude. Come on. Clearly, there's a better way to solve that problem. If you're so insecure about every player experiencing the cutscene, blah, 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 here, okay, whatever, then just include, like, mid-cutscene menu prompts that give the players options! Jesus fucking Christ. It is not that hard. Like, can one UI UX guy get hired at these games and just fucking be like the one non-idiot to, like, tell everyone what to do? Like, please, on God, help me here, fuck. That should have been solved. Again, no cap. Cutscenes should have been solved literally 20 years ago. Menuing should have been solved in fucking 15 years ago. Like, where we are now is just so far behind, and we're just now getting there. Like, for the most part, my complaints are mostly alleviated now, thanks to consoles finally catching up here. But, like, this should have really been solved 20 years ago, honestly. Oh, my God, bro. Okay, all right. So there we go. That is those are all of my thoughts. Sorry again if you're product design teams usually ignore our suggestions. How color me shocked. I'm not even shocked at this point. Okay, so with that now we can I'm sorry, this has been a lot of yapping, but I thought it was important to show some good examples here. And keeping that short. Everyone remembers like the cross media bar and whatnot. All right, and then the other example I cited here, of course, the OG, the GOAT. Xbox 360 blades.
Evening. So I picked up my 360 on Friday at game, and I'm just going to do a sort of a little run through of the dashboard, which is obviously the thing that appears when you start the console. So the dashboard, you've got a number of sections. They're called blades.
Dad, don't be racist.
So you've got Xbox Live blade, you've got the games blade, you've got media, and then system. So there's 4 blades. So if we first start with the Xbox Live, so at the top you can see your gamer card, and if I just hit that, it'll take me to it, and you can see that you have a reputation. You know, I've got my game score.
We don't know how
I've got my
good we have
zone. You know, it says where you're from, and you can have a little motto. So I've put just the website address. So I can view my profile, so I can see what games I've got, and it's got the whole achievements thing here as well. So if I wanted to see what I had to do to get more achievements in Call of Duty, I could just click on that. So I've done one for unlocking training, for doing the training. Thomas said the text and voice messages from different people. Obviously, then you got your friends, so it says who's online, what they're doing. So I can see that Thomas said is doing 360 Live, so you can download demos and trailers straight to your console from here. So if I just go here, I can see, I can download the games. So you got the same achievements there. That'll take you to the same place. Play games, takes you to something quite similar. So it says, how many times you download, saves, achievements, things like that. Head down, you then got the Xbox Live Arcade. As I mentioned in the previous, it came with the console, some of the music, which is pretty cool. So you got is a good one. So if you just play this. Right, so you've got the cool sort of visualization stuff down the bottom, and you can change it by hit. And then you got the system blade, so you can set up the display, audio, language, clock, all that sort of settings there. And also,
the coolest thing about blades is that you ask any savvy user who was around for that before it got eviscerated into whatever the second OS version was. You didn't even need to see anything. You can just navigate blindly. Like there was a point where, again, so tabbing over to system from the starting position, you can just hold like right bumper and you can hear it. You can hear the page movements and know you're at that, and then you can preemptively just tap down 4 times to get to whatever you're looking for. You can just because again, buffered inputs, sound cues, and you can hold to swipe over. Or you can press individually. You had the option. Or again, you were able to navigate blindly and just be waiting less. So it's just but again, these are all things that I feel like we didn't know to appreciate until after we saw what the next step was. Clearly, in the end, your starting destination on your platform of choice is a giant billboard that is too lucrative to be passed up for advertising purposes. So I do foresee here eventually that every live service game is going to just start selling fucking Taco Bell from the menu at some point, and I think Call of Duty and EA are going to be the first ones to fucking hop on that. So it's saddening and maddening here, but it's definitely the institutification of massive game development. Okay, a lot of thoughts there. I'm sorry about that. Love you all. Let's get back to it.
ロールプレイングゲームなどキャラクターが成長する作品において想定されるマイキャラの強さと進むにつれて強くなる敵や障害、それぞれの強さをグラフで示すと双方がまっすぐ右肩上がりになっていると思いがちですが、これはやっちゃいけません。本当は二次曲線尻上がりになるようなことが多いですが、それも
Blades took too long to load, though I prefer the 2011 one a bit more. Love the free ads for the avatar stuff. Trihex.
Blades took too long to load, you say? That might have been just like software optimization. Interesting though. You're like the first person I've actually heard to not blatantly prefer blades over whatever the new shit became. It's hard to compare though, because I feel like more features were added later on. It's just more that like what blades aimed to do for its time was really well done, though probably on accident. Let me see here. Thank you again though, Fire King. Thanks for the resub. Appreciate you. Misaro. Worked in healthcare, trainees, managers, and coworkers, and everyone was so surprised how I can navigate the EHR by just knowing keystrokes. And when I said it's because of video games, they always thought I was joking. Normies, skill issue, you know. In the end, it's funny too, because you feel like man, I could derail here really hard if I wanted to, but like you feel like knowing, like it's like learning Microsoft Excel is like such a unspoken pivotal skill set in the modern office environment. Maybe less so because of like Excel, but more so because learning Excel at a high level does inevitably train you to be less mouse dependent. Like you're really getting on the notion of like traversing a program or a UI keyboard only. Like you are really learning how to use, you know, tab and alt and shift tab and shift alt, or however you go backwards in the menu here. Like just, and you know, whatever else here, right? Like it's just like learning all of those really, really good, because it's like a global skill set. And you're not wrong. Video games and MMOs definitely train you to like yearn for the macro keying. And when you can do that, I mean, it's same thing with like, I mean, goddamn, if you're in creative content and you're using like any Adobe software, or I should say here, any image manipulation or any video editing stuff, it's like, if you don't bother to learn any shortcuts, you get fucked all day. Like there's no way in hell. You gotta, if you're gonna, I'm gonna bring up here anecdotally Adobe here, but if you're on Adobe shit and you're not on like any kind of keyboard shortcuts, sweet summer child, bless your heart, you're gonna be there all fucking day. You're just admitting you don't value time. So, completely agree with you there. Spit your stuff, Queen. And then, anything else? I was forgetting here. Okay, no, I think we're good now. All right, cool. Let's keep it going. Sorry, I want to go back a little bit here on this one.
敵や障害、それぞれの強さをグラフで示すと、双方がまっすぐ右肩上がりになっていると思いがちですが、これはやっちゃいけません。本当は二次曲線、尻上がりになるようなことが多いですが、それも置いておきます。単純にマイキャラの強さと敵の強さが正比例しているような状態というのは良くないです。例えば山登りで同じ角度の平坦な坂をただ上がるって辛いですよね。情景も同じようなものがずっと続くとか、休憩地点も定期的に出てくるだけであるとか、これでは何の喜びも生まれないと思います。いわば作業。まあ本当の山登りにはありえませんが、実際のバランスは例えばこんな感じにデコボコするのが良いかと思います。乗り越えなければならない困難もあるし、少し楽にある平地もあるような。壁はいわゆるボスなどで構成されるのが一般的でしょうか。周りよりもボスが強いというセオリーによって配置するのではなくて、ボスのような困難を置き、その攻略をしっかり考えさせ、うまくクリアできた人々にそれなりの報酬を出すという流れに持ち込むのが良いです。そして平坦なところも用意した方が良いですね。敵が常時で続けるのではなく、何もいない空間をあえて作るとか、儲かる場所を適切に配置するのも有効だと思います。こういった施策はゲームの探索をより楽しくしていきます。実際のゲームはもっと複雑で、例えばある程度の自由度を持ってあちこちに進めるようなことも多いと思います。こういった場合、ちゃんとしたシーソーバランスでゲームを作るのは難しいことと思います。マイキャラに合わせて敵を強くするようなシステムを入れてしまうと、稼ぐ意味がなくなってしまう。こういった場合の解決方法もいろいろ考えられるとは思いますが、攻略をうまく残す方向でまとめられると良いですね。
Oh god, these are all things that are just like to me they're common sense, but when he says it, it's like I feel like it's important to like share why I think it's common sense. So I'll spit again here. I'm sorry, I just be yapping, try yap. So the reason why flat areas are important compared to having like a linear proportional progression between player and enemy difficulty is because like one, you're effectively, like he's saying, he already kind of said it here, but like if you leave no breathing room to implement strategy, and strategy would maybe come from experimentation. So you kind of need flat areas to, again, maybe you committed to a certain build and you need to like go to a different build, or your build needs a different synergy, or you need to like course correct here, but you're given no space to like farm or accumulate resource to be able to purchase or buy or reconfigure your character to tackle the strategy that you want to do. You figured out a strategy thanks to maybe like a flat area giving you some time to like get more like more intimate with the mechanics. Again, you're given a new mechanic, and then like you're given like endless mobs of like really hard shit, so you kind of have to like get optimized really quickly. But you know, being able to experiment and figure out here whether or not like, I don't know, whether or not a dash into a heavy attack is better damage but more in lag versus, you know, maybe like, I don't know, jumping and then doing an air dash from your jump into a light attack is the lowest lag option, but it does like a quarter of the damage. You know what I mean? Like there's just options if like your character I'm presumably thinking here of like a third person action game, but like, you know, you can ground dash, you could jump, you can dash in the air after a jump, you could ground dash and then jump, and then after all those options of dashing and jumping, you could either do a heavy or a light attack. And it's you know, you're just trying to figure out. Then you add in the other variable here of like what weapon you're using when you're doing all this shit, right? So all of this can come into play for figuring out like, you know, what you like to do, what does the best damage, what has the best proportional damage to in lag ratio. All of that is like things that like the average player is not thinking of, but again, it goes back here to the game feel. They're getting an intent for what they want to do, and when it matches, they feel good. And so yeah, having again the flat areas are really good for just like practicing and getting an idea of like how you want to play the game, much less later on figuring out here what strategy and what build you want to incorporate if you're given options for either thing here. So yeah, all that's really important. I have no thing to shame here really. I think this is like really obvious because the game just won't be fun if it's like just clearly just Mobzilla and whatnot. And I would even argue that people might think here that Elden Ring or Dark Souls is like Mobzilla, but I'd say actually no, they're not. I mean, there's a fuckload of flat area in both of those games where you can just mob through shit. The game's just teaching you like how to approach strategy and turn your brain on, I would argue. The only probably the worst example of like just mob spam would probably be like some areas of Dark Souls 2 in terms of like the Elden Ring or in terms of the FromSoft games, I would say. But like aside from that, which is its own bag of shit here, I don't want to make it a whole Dark Souls 2 conversation here, but like that is like the game in the entry series of FromSoft stuff that I would say is probably the most guilty of mob spam. But again, I kind of want to just move on from that one here. I just want to bring up what my thoughts are without elaborating if I can get away with that privilege. But yeah, no, this does feel really like common sense. And if you don't do this, you know, anchored by boss fights, anchored by reinforcing strategy, giving you viable builds and whatnot, that it would just be kind of like not a fun experience. So completely agree. Common sense to me. Co-sign the whole thing through here. Awesome video. Let's keep going.
例えば可動フィギュアなどを持ってブオーンっていう風に遊ぶことを日本ではブンドドーなんていうらしいんですけどね。これモーションデザイナーには割と悪くない遊びかもしれません。リアルな動きを追求しようという向きには合わないかもしれませんが、ポージングが決まっていることは何につけ大事です。特に日本にはいいアクションフィギュアとかが山ほどあるんですよね。どうやったらポージングが決まるのか、いいアングルとは何か、 立体物を実際に手に取ることはいろんなことを教えてくれるので、ぜひやってみると良いと思います。例えばこういったフィギュア、よくできてますね。フィグマのピットですけれども、普通に立たせるだけだとこういう感じになりますが、いかにも今一つですよね。同じ立つでもこういう感じにするのはいかがでしょう。シュッとしますよね。フィギュアのタイプによって違いますが、例えばシンメトリー、つまり左右対称を避ける、真正面からも避ける、顎を引く、首の角度をまっすぐ垂直にしない、同じく上半身、腰、足などが直列に並ばないようにする、場合によっては S 字にするとか言いますが、マフラーの流れが見える角度に、スカート部は硬くていじれなかったけど揺れ物には動きを持たせる、肩は多少怒らせる、できる範囲でちょっと上げる、左右の腕は別角度から見せるようにする、軽く曲げシルエットも踏まえる、脇はあまり開きすぎないように、手首は軽く手前に曲げる、前腕の延長線上にまっすぐ置かない、重心は左右ぴったりに釣り合わせず少し崩す、足の角度は軽くハの字に、カメラ方向から見て平行に並べず手前と奥に、翼に立体感をもたらすなどなど、動きがない立ち状態でさえいろんなことが考えられます。ただ最終的には理屈やノウハウではないですね。
A lot of this is taught in like art classes, but like what you're trying to do is like convey what I would call like dimension, and I guess if we can use the term depth here, you're trying to separate the fact that like, am I looking at a stock of pit and it's just pasted onto the canvas, or is the canvas rather a camera portal into that world? You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, this is also where like a light source and shadows help give dimension. This is where having it not be so stationary, again, equal distance of all assets from the canvas ending, in this case, the sheet of paper you drew it on or whatever here. The less repetitive that is, the more that you feel it's immersive, and again, not stock just like pasted onto the paper. It goes from being a 2D sheet of paper containing stock to like, again, a canvas that is depicting a viewpoint of that world. So yeah, everything you can do to convey more information by having it be as, again, the words I would use here are like dynamicy all around, where you're having both legs present and showing the same information is not as promising as having, again, like, okay, there are two appendages, the legs, but each one is doing the different task of showing different components or different aspects of Pit's legs, one could say here. You know what I mean? So that's why the symmetry is like not really as encouraged, because you're just wasting your opportunity to make the canvas more dynamic. You can of course break this rule if you're deliberately making a commentary on maybe subverting expectations, or again just robbing the consumer of the canvas, the viewer of the spectator of the canvas, more information. But that's like more of like a self-aware, like I know the rules therefore I break them kind of thing. But yeah, all of this is like things that you're just taught in art school. And in the end here, having a silhouette, you should be able to distinctively identify what it is from the silhouette alone. So this is also where like making all of the distinguishing aspects of the portrait or character or target in question, you want to like use those things and not minimize them. So in this case here, you know, this is where having the wings be a vibrant part and not be mostly obscured by the body in question. If whatever Pit has that's distinguishing here, like the scarf or the hair or the particular asymmetrical shoulder button thingy right here, wristbands, all of these are important to convey, you know, who Pit is by silhouette alone. And you can apply this to pretty much anyone and everyone else as well here.
良いと思えるのは何かです。当然動きのあるポージングならもっといろんな考え方があると思います。キャラクター名を検索すると高い位置にヒットすることが多いスマブラのアートワーク、仕上げも含めてよくできていますよね。こういったものももちろんポージングです。ポージングの基礎ができていないと大変厳しい。
He's not wrong. Think back to when Smash Ultimate first got announced and the roster of all the characters. Like, think about like why looking at those renders was so like fun to do. Genuinely, like Smash Ultimate itself. Hate or love the game here. The marketing should be continued to be a masterclass on observation, because the website, the whole roster is here. Everyone is back. The marketing on it is fucking genius. The one thing you cannot rip on is Ultimate's marketing was not super top notch. And the dynamicy of all the posing here is really phenomenal, especially when you see it across all of the different art styles. It's not just an art direction. It has to also coexist with so many contrasting things here. The style of humans depicted, the style of like fictional creatures depicted, the style of realistic proportional humans like Captain Falcon depicted, etc., etc. It's fucking nuts how impressive when it's done well. When it's done well, it's not even immersive. Or I'm sorry, when it's done well, it's not impressive. It's just immersive. You don't question how Nez looks next to Pit, next to Cloud, next to Captain Falcon, next to fuck whoever, Banjo Kazooie. It all just looks good and makes sense, and you're just immersed, no longer impressed. That's when you've won. That's when you've done it.
その感覚を養うのはやはり立体物をいじる以上のものはないと思っていますので、皆さん遊んでみてはいかがでしょうか。
We should watch the Everyone Is Here again. Man, y'all want derails right now? Man, if you know what gets me really good here? If you if anyone here wouldn't mind gigantifying their favorite emote, I love that shit. I'm such a sucker for that. Let's see here. This is the for me, this is the one here that just like to not derail too hard. I'll play this one here just because like otherwise I would be here all fucking day.
More fighters, more battles, more fun. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, only on Nintendo Switch.
There are so many more we can look at here, the Smash Dojo website and everything else here. But what's so good about this one is that it's honestly the less is more situation. You already have such a unimaginably large cast of massive collaboration that's making that the star of the show is front and center here all the way. And the lack of a background track lets the, God help me here, the fucking sound design just go crazy and just fucking bring a tear to your eye. Because again, it's that other thing here when the sound design is done so well that it's not impressive. It's just immersive. When you're hearing everything, when you hear Link swing the sword, Kirby take the star, the Dream Star and fucking whatever it's called and fly down with it. You're thinking about all the things that have been ingrained in your mind with, the previous 20 years of Smash and hearing just listening to it all come into play right there. The sound of 3 different types of characters, Samus in an armor suit, Marth in the boots, and Pikachu on the little Pikachu mouse feet, all running and whatnot. All of that in play, everything here is just audibly, it's literally an eargasm, and it's just sound design going crazy. And I think that in itself here is a very bold decision, and it pays off tenfold all the way through here. I mean, it gives me chills even to this day with how fucking good it is. And then some. It is just masterclass in game marketing to me. And then also, again, the peak of curiosity, seeing then recently announced newcomer Inkling, and just Inkling being just sleek and agile. Like, who can hate? Who can fucking hate, bro? It's good. It's good shit. All around. And not only that, I think this is maybe an unintended thing here, but the fact that it has no background track made it completely ripe for fan edits. And I maybe they had planned that to be like a planned community collaboration thing here, but there is like a billion edits of this particular one just going crazy. Like it was like a brief second of just like the AMV scene resurging again on Smash Ultimate hype. Yeah, there's, again, you can look at them if you want to, chat. There's a million of them. They're like literally everywhere. But for the sake of moving on, we got to move on. But yeah, I just wanted to take a minute to glaze here on when marketing done well. When marketing done well, it doesn't even feel like you were marketed to. It's just like, it's just immersive. It's not even a commercial you're consuming. You're not even aware of that. I'm choosing to watch that to flex on the artistry of it, that I forget it's technically a commercial. Next video.
1ファイターを制作するのには担当者をまたぐとはいえかなりの時間がかかります。少なくとも1年以上作り続けたり調整を含めると発売まで作っていることがあるぐらいで、担当するスタッフが関わる時間は相当なものです。だけどスマブラの場合、音声収録は1ファイターあたりたったの1時間ぐらいで終わっちゃうんですね。参戦ムービーやシナリオなどでセリフがあったとしても、まあ2時間もかからないでしょう。関わる時間はすごく短いのだけど、声はそのまま入ることもあって人の存在を強く感じられますよね。そんな音声収録について話をしておきたいと思います。
Okay.
最初にキャスティングを行います。誰がやるか。とはいえ、最近のゲームは最初から該当する声優さんが決まっているキャラクターが多いので、あんまり考える必要がないこともあります。なるべく原作寄りを重視しますが、シリーズ新作などでキャストの刷新があった場合、それに合わせることもあります。次に台本を書きます。いつもこういう書類は横書きで書くのですが、一般的な台本の体裁に合わせ縦書きで書きます。はとかふとかいう言葉も含めてセリフを起こしていきます。攻撃やジャンプやダメージなどある程度の決まりがあるところは当てはめ、必殺技、最後の切り札、参戦ムービー系などの特徴のあるところを収録します。もしも原作で同じセリフがある場合、参考の音源も用意します。原作の音源ってことですね。なお、スマブラにおけるセリフは全体的に短め、頻度控えめにしています。戦闘中の長台詞や頻繁な喋りなど、あんまり主張が激しいのは没入感を減らすのです。また、声のバッティングがまた良くないと思っているので。
I'm sorry. Sakurai, one more time for those in the back, please. Longer lines or excessive chatter in battle can draw too much attention. I'm sorry, 1 second, chat. I got a phone call here. Oh, yeah, Sonic Heroes 2003. Yeah. Oh, no reason. No, this video's not relevant to you at all here. Just, you know, every time we switch a team member and I'll do my best. Here we go. All right. Yeah, just, oh, man. Yeah. Anyways, okay, shots fired there, but, everyone agrees on that one. It's just, I mean, for some, actually, it's so ingrained now that it's like, it's actually probably the thing that is the most prevalent in your core memory of playing Sonic Heroes 2003 is team switching with the voice acting being so excessive. Okay, all right. Anyways, continuing on.
頻繁な喋りなどあんまり主張が激しいのは没入感を減らすのです。また声のバッティングがまた良くないと思っているので、例えばクッパやドンキーコングの声は獣っぽさを保っているなど被りについても考慮しています。事務所とのやり取りでスケジュールが取れたらスタジオを抑えます。スマブラ4やスマブラスペシャルの場合、バンダイナムコスタジオ所有のスタジオがあるので楽なのですが、場合によっては別のスタジオに赴くことが多いです。そして収録を行います。収録には、スマブラの場合、版元さんが立ち会うことも少なくありません。声優さんに事前に簡単な説明や原作における声の再確認などを行ったらブースに入っていただき収録開始です。ほとんどのものは私がそのまんま直接的に監督を行いますが、Qスイッチをしたりして、コンテンツによってはそのシリーズの音響監督さんが指示を行います。また海外のボイスは日本で収録された声をもとに NOA、任天堂アメリカや NOE、任天堂オブヨーロッパ主導で進めていただきます。ポケモンなどは各国で喋る言葉が違うのでかなり大変ですね。そして意外にも収録後が大変で、ゲームに合うように編集などが繰り返されます。こうしてゲームに入る声が完成していくわけです。なお、新パルテラでは掛け合いにこだわったため、なるべくキャスと一緒に撮るようにしましたが、スケジュールが合わないとかでバラで撮るようなこともよくあります。もちろんさまざまな声優さんが関わることですから、いろいろなことがありました。
ほとんどの場合は雰囲気よく収録を進めています。しかし収録以上に制作中はずっと繰り返し聞くことになる声です。もうすっかり耳についているわけですが、もしかしたら開発者よりも多く聞いているプレイヤーも多いのかも。セリフを書いたりディレクションする責任を感じてしまいますね。
I had some thoughts here on this one. Just in general, as a spectator, I don't know anything about this whole thing here, but like, man, the mouth, I guess like the voice acting, animation, syncing of the mouth movements. I wonder how easier that has gotten in the last like 20 years. Like I'm thinking about like, you know, how lip syncing was done, say in Final Fantasy X versus doing lip syncing today, 20 years later. I'm wondering how much easier that has gotten and whether or not it's just so exhausting to do that like maybe FromSoft kind of saw the writing on the wall and was like, yeah, fuck this shit. We're not even gonna bother. I wonder if it's like a budgetary concern or just like a return on investment assessment or what there. I'm not particularly savvy on it, so I can't really say. But I'd be interested to hear like what how that is approached there. I can tell though that, you know, obviously the path that like Sony takes for things like Concord and God of War, you know, with the whole mocap facility, you know, it's done really, really well, but it looks really fucking expensive. And I feel like in that case there, it's done to such a degree that, you know, until the Insomniac breach happened and we learned here that, you know, that there are just, I would have never thought there were games that were costing $350 million. You know, you put a gun to my head and ask me here, hey, like real talk here, is there any example of modern AAA games that are costing what Avengers Endgame cost to produce? And I'd be like, no fucking way. Like, what, $350 million plus marketing? That'd be insane. But yet here we are. And now I'm like, okay, given that there are a non-zero amount of games that cost that much money, it's like, yeah, you kind of have to sell like north of 8 million to probably break even after marketing, you know, just holy fucking shit. Yeah, that seems pretty fucked and way too much risk in the production allocation to where now you have to kind of make your game more broadly appealing because you have so much over investment going on that you kind of would then lose the artistic license to be risky, or, you know, just whatever the word I'm looking for here is. Holy shit. Yu-Gi-Oh! Tag Force on PSP, there's a lot of lip flapping during cutscene, and it's, only nowadays I realize that they just took out JP voices they had and didn't replace them. Oh my god. So, so that comes to mind, and there was one more thing here. For completely respectable, non-horny reasons, the more and more I see Kid Icarus Uprising, the more I'm like, okay, I have seen a lot of Palutena fan art, a lot. And the more I see this game, the more I'm like, I really need to learn more. How do I not sound horny when I say this? I don't know, chat. Green hair got me feeling some kind of way right now, I guess. I don't know. There's something going on here. The character designs are really, really appealing. All right, so something going on there for sure. And yeah, that's about it. I think that's all I got for this episode. Ooh.
2005年の E3 Wii の発表の次の日、岩田社長直々に Wii 版スマブラの制作オファーを受けました。この辺りやチームの組閣は長くなりそうなので別途まとめようと思いますが、一つだけ触れると、フリーになった私がこの仕事を受けなかったら、スマブラデラックスの26体のファイターには全く手をつけず、そのまま Wii で出されていたかもしれません。かつて岩田さんがそのように語っています。
Almost happened.
スマブラ X の制作コンセプトの中で特に大きいものは、まず第一にオンライン対応です。次、
Yeah, it's right to talk about here, but what's crazy about it is that, like, the announcement of a sequel to Melee, a sequel to Melee was announced by Iwata, or teased as such, I believe, at either Tokyo Game Show 2005 or E3 06. I forget which one it was here. So I don't remember if Iwata was at TGS 05. I know Miyamoto was. Probably both were, honestly, because it wasn't already in Japan. Well, anyways, though, the announcement of a sequel to Melee was announced, or whatever, revealed, and then later on, then Sakurai was sought after, and getting him involved in what was assumed to be the Melee port, then became Brawl instead, because of course Sakurai wanted to, like, you know, do better and blah 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 blah, which is kind of crazy thing about here. Like, again, the important takeaway from this whole thing is that, like, the continuation of the series following Melee was not in its inception necessarily involving Sakurai. Now, this is when Brawl is whenever Sakurai is now kind of being cemented as, like, the essential pillar of Smash going forward, I suppose, because he's so attached to his series.
にそれなりに時間をかけて遊べる一人用モードの構築です。まずオンライン対応から。 Wii は標準でオンライン対戦ができる仕組みを持っていますから、対応するのは必須です。が、私個人としてはオンラインとスマブラの相性は決して良くないと考えています。いろんなところで小山田大将ができるのがスマブラの良いところですから。オンラインの競争にさらされることによって自信をなくしてしまうのは良くないです。それに完全同期型通信をしなければなりません。これは非同期型で進められるマリオカートなどに比べるとめちゃめちゃ不利です。通信範囲はなるべく近い人に限られるので、世界どころか同じ区域から相手を探すことになります。またどうしても通信遅延によってゲーム自体がピタピタ止まってしまいます。しかしこういった技術の問題は私が考えても仕方がないように思います。やるという課題だからやる。
And with that, it's important to remember here that, yes, Nintendo Wii did have online functionality, and Brawl did have an online mode, but it was, for obvious reasons, it was so abysmal that most people forget that online even existed in Brawl. I mean, this is like, it released in 06. This is when routers were just picking up in the mainstream adoption for conventional household use. And very often people didn't know that you should stick to like 802.11b, was it, right? The first real popular takeoff of Wi-Fi connectivity had, what was it, like a 30-foot radius or whatever? Just, I don't know. And American houses, bro, it's not Japan, bro. 30 feet ain't shit. 30 feet's the living room, and that's about it here. You're already looking at signal degradation when you're outside that radius. And yeah, if you got little Tommy, little Timmy in his room on the Wi-Fi, I mean, it's just, the memes write themselves, y'all. Holy shit. You better just go ahead and lock in Ganon and just mash buttons, because you ain't gonna get much done, honestly, otherwise.
それによって生まれる楽しみもあるでしょうし、実際にオンラインプレイが動いた時には本当にできるんだなぁと思ったものです。次に一人用である程度長く楽しめるモードの追加。これは悪夢の使者というサブタイトルで大きなモードとして実装されています。ムービーでシナリオ展開が楽しめ、マップがあり、シールによるパワーアップがあり、エンディングがあると。単なる対戦ゲームだったスマブラの一人用ゲームを充実させることは大きな課題でした。それと純粋にキャラクターを立てたかったという狙いもあります。ゲーム中では小さいファイターが飛んだり跳ねたりするというゲームなのですが、せっかくの大集結ゲームなのにそれはもったいない。しっかりキャラクターごとの見せ場を作りたいと思いました。がご想像の通りものすごく手間がかかります。ステージも敵もムービーも必要ですし、一本のゲーム作るのに準ずるぐらい。企画当初はメインチームから切り離して制作を進めたいと思っていたのですが、残念ながら良い発注先が見つかりませんでした。よってムービー以外はスマブラ X チームの内作で作っています。なお開発チームの規模はついに100人を超えることになります。実は悪夢の使者ではジャンプや移動のパラメーターが別途設定されていたりします。単に対戦仕様のファイターを乗せるだけでは成立しにくいので、いろんなところを調整しています。
ファイターを頑張って増やしたらその倍の数を調整することになります。
これは純粋に私の仕事が増えて大変でした。その他のスマブラ X の新要素としては、まず最後の切り札を実装しました。単に強い攻撃が出るというのであれば強いアイテムの一つでも用意すれば良いのですが、キャラクター性を引き立てるという意図があったので固有の技を用意しています。作るのは大変ですが見せ場が増えるのは良いですね。アシストフィギュアを導入しました。モンスターボールというさまざまなポケモンが出てくるアイテムはあったんですが、これにより任天堂キャラクターが登場できることにもなりました。その場で呼び出すことが駆け引きの一つにもなっています。俺曲セレクトも特徴の一つです。同じマリオでも世代によって主体とするシリーズ作は違いますし、思い入れのある音楽も異なります。一つのゲームの世界に一つの曲だともったいないと考え、多くの曲を実装できる仕組みを取り入れています。同時に音楽家さんの夢の共演も実現しました。他社からのゲスト参戦も特徴の一つ。スネークとソニックが参戦しました。実は私にとっては他社といえどもやる。
Now pause here, right? This is where we can go back a little bit here. So the Sonic one is obvious. Sega Nintendo rivalry in the 90s led to blah 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 blah, and then then you had Sega bend the knee, kiss the ring, kiss the crown, etc. here, and Sega was a pretty early adopter of enthusiasm for supporting Nintendo hardware after their bowing out with the Dreamcast in 2002. So you promptly get, Sonic Advance series and many others on the Game Boy Advance. You get, the lucrative ports of all the Dreamcast bangers with Adventure DX and SA2 Battle and many others I'm failing to remember right now, etc., etc. But the thing about Snake in Brawl is that, if I recall correctly, Hideo Kojima actually wanted, I believe he wanted Snake in Melee, but there just wasn't enough time to do it. And then there was a follow-up discussion, I think it was at the excessive enthusiasm and insistence of Kojima that Snake came to be in Brawl. Like, I want to say it was like not Sakurai seeking Konami and Kojima, but rather it was Kojima very passionately excited to collaborate and get Snake into Brawl. I don't know much more beyond that, but that's what I recall vaguely over things I've read over the last like 20 years and whatnot. So, yeah. So with that, there we are. There's probably more insight since then now, if I bother to read further into it here, but that's what I recall it being. Like, Snake had been on Kojima's mind for a while now to throw into Smash as a fan.
他社からのゲスト参戦も特徴の一つ。スネークとソニックが参戦しました。実は私にとっては他社といえどもやることはあんまり変わりませんが、私にとっては任天堂だって他社なんです。それぞれの作り手の方々のところに赴き、意図を理解していただき、原作感とゲームシステムの狭間でより良いところを狙って作るというのは一緒です。それと前作スマブラデラックスはスピードが速く、極めようとすると操作難度が極めて高いため、初心者には難しすぎました。これはより高度な操作を求める上位層やその観客には良かったんですが、カジュアル層には厳しすぎます。まあそれによって検証になった選手とかもいましたしね、美点でもあるし反省点でもあると思います。少なくとも Wii はカジュアル層に向けたゲーム機である側面もあるので、スマブラデラックスほどマニアックにすべきではないと考えました。
Wii リモコン横持ちへの対応などもありますしね。
He's not wrong. Here's like the unfortunate hot take here. I mean, he's not wrong. Melee is a very hard game, and it's the skill gap is insane. If you're able to, space recoveries to like have them cling to the ledge, in Melee, which has no like auto ledging, and you can L cancel. I mean, you're gonna dumpster everyone. Like, there's like not even like you doing those two things versus not is just such a massive skill gap that if your goal is to be, a mass appeal broad game, you're just gonna go to little Tommy's birthday party and just, I should even say that. You're gonna go to like your, what's the word here? I don't know. Your local anime club in high school and just shit on everyone. It's not even about kids versus teenagers. It's literally like you're just gonna shit on everyone. Same age, same competency. If you just incorporate those two things, which is like kind of the one could say the detriment or the paywall to fun maybe here in a way. I don't know, this is kind of like a broader topic of like complexity in games versus accessibility and mechanics, but I understand the painfall here with like why Melee 2 is Brawl and not Melee 2 effectively. But with that though, I digress. It's a really complicated topic to get into.
同じく高度な操作は当時のオンライン対戦では受けきれません。操作密度が高ければそれだけ駒飛びも目立つでしょう。
当時の時期ですしね。
よってゲームのスピードは抑えめ、比較的カジュアル寄りの調整になっています。なおここで初めてテストプレイヤー、つまりバランス調整をするために対戦する人材を導入しました。とはいえたったの4人、プロ級の腕前かというと決してそんなことはないですし、ファイターパラメーターはまだ私一人で打っていました。
Wii や DS の時代はタッチジェネレーションズなども盛んでした。それらに比べるとカジュアルな対戦ゲームとしてはまだまだ難しすぎる側面もありますが、多くの人が無理なく親しめるために必要なことをしたつもりです。スマブラ X はスマブラ4の2作を合算しなければ2番目に売れたスマブラということになります。何より X を作れなかったら今に至るスマブラシリーズが終わっていた可能性もあったのですが、こういった話はいずれまた。
次の企画コンセプトのカテゴリーは新光神話パルテナの鏡のお話になります。
It's coming, y'all. It's coming.
企画書や仕様を書くときにはどうしたらもっと効率的な仕様になるのだろうと迷うこともあるでしょう。2案ある中でプログラム的に都合が良いのはどちらか。 より面白いと多くの人が感じるのはどちらか。
その選択を両方提示して人に委ねたいこともあると思います。そこでよく出てくる企画書や使用書の例が何々という手もあるとして両方の案を書くこと。
だけど特に企画書の場合、プラン B を書くことはやめた方が良いです。何々という手もあるという案の二度出しをしない。総合的に見て、自分が最も良いと思う方法を選んだら良いです。提案は後から受ければいい。A という手もある、B という手もある。気持ちはわかるけど企画書はそれではいけません。理想的な仕様が必ずあり、そこに対して費用対効果を狙うために軌道修正をする、そういった程度で十分です。それをするためにはチーム内からの提案もより多く出て、それに耳を貸すことも必要になってくるかと思います。
企画者は理想的だと思える仕様を書く。問題があったらチームで解決案を検討する。結果的に B 案に戻ることもあり得るけれど、企画者が最初から責任を持って考え抜いた一手を出し続けることが大事です。これは経験を積むのにも有効です。
それ以上にディレクターにもプログラム的な考え方や効率化を求められるようにも思えます。ただ企画は骨組み、屋台骨です。あっちこっちにと曲げずにビシッと筋の通ったものにしましょう。
It's coming, chat. It's coming. Canceled games.
雑談です。
Grab bag! All right, try not in chat. Spam it. I need it. Woo! We're here. Oh, I've been dehydrated, waiting for grab bags finally.
開発を進めていたけれど世に出なかった作品は山ほどあります。私もこれまでいろんなタイトルが中止になるのを開発者として見聞きしてきました。これらは一般への発表を迎える前に中止になった作品が多いです。中にはあっと驚くようなシリーズものもあるのですが、プレイヤーが知らないところで静かに息を引き取っています。これは誰に対しても良くないからなるべく避けたいところなのですけどね。何しろそれまで制作していた開発者がかわいそうです。何ヶ月、もしかして何年もかけて作ってきたものが日の目を見ないというのはかなり心にくることでしょう。だけど一方で会社員として制作していたなら成果が上がらなくともちゃんとお給料はもらえるはず。会社がもしなくなっていなければですけれども、開発中止や延期の影響をもろに受けるのはやっぱり会社です。収益を完全に失い維持費がかかった分は損をしているので、1本逃すだけでも文字通り会社が傾いてしまう。開発中止の理由に会社が維持できなくなったから。
I'm sorry, I gotta me after some questionable Taco Bell. I mean, I'm kidding. I never have Taco Bell because Taco Bell sucks ass. But I mean, I don't know, chat. You after some questionable Waffle House? Actually, I can't say either because I've never. I actually have generally good experiences at Waffle House too, so I can't even use that example. I don't know, chat. Just skill issue. You know what you ate that causes it to happen here, and this is you going. This is your Vietnam. This is you hitting the World War III draft on the toilet at 2 a.m. That's what I see right now.
開発中止の理由に会社が維持できなくなったからというのは多分にあるはずです。単純に会社がなくなるだけではなく、
Have I never had Taco Bell? I've had Taco Bell. It's just that Taco Bell is remarkably terrible, and I never crave it. You know, on my fast food tier list, Taco Bell's in the F tier. I think it's you're not eating meat. It is literally synthetic filler. That is at times they have to call it taco meat because they can't legally call it beef because it has so much synthetic filler that has more in common with like sand than it does actual meat. So if you're having Taco Bell, you're just I don't know, you're just eating chat roulette garbage that may or may not cause organ failure after eating it for decades on end. So I'd rather not personally. Plus also it's not exactly the strongest value proposition to me either. So I'm not a fan. I'm a Taco Bell hater full time here. If you find that cringe, that's okay. It won't stop you from eating it clearly here. So by all means, you have at it here. But on my tier list, it is F. It is something I never crave. I had Taco Bell last. I don't know. I think I had like a chalupa and like a what's the one with like it's like the burrito that's like wrapped in another burrito with the cheese around it, like the cheesy gordita crunch, I think is what it's called. I had that like in 2012 and thought, it's okay. It's all right. So yeah, I'm good.
資金繰りが厳しくなったために見込みが薄いプロジェクトを止め確実なプロジェクトに力を注ぐというのはいかにもよくあることですし、開発中止は主にこれからかかる費用と得られる利益見込みのバランスによって判断されることが多いです。もちろん想定よりもぐっと売れることもありえますが、途中でそれらしい芽が出ていないのに楽観的な予想図を描くのも難しいですよね。開発は最後の方に一番お金がかかります。デバッグや広報なども必要ですし、一番人がかかると。損切りのような判断ですが、そこに耐えきれないとなったら適切に引くのも正しい営業判断ではあるでしょう。開発中止になるリスクや想定というのを開発者も意識をしていなければならないと思います。単純にそれぞれに与えられた仕事をこなしていればものは完成するのだと考えない方がいいですね。完成に向け何をするのが適切であるのかはそれぞれが俯瞰できればできるほど有利になります。建設的に物事を進めるためにできることは協力していきましょう。
世間では山ほどのゲームがリリースされていますが、その陰で誰にも知られずに消えていったタイトルもあります。そんなことがわかるから無事にゲームが発売されるのがありがたいです。と、そんな雑談でした。
UI. Okay.
同じゲーム性で同じ内容であったとしても UI やフォントの使い方一つでターゲット層を変えることができます。例えば同じ機能を表すものでもクールにすれば大人もプレイできそう、可愛い系を演出してみるとか、恐怖ものっぽく明るく派手な感じ、電脳世界のような和風、西洋風、中華風、アジアンとか、キャラクターや背景をデザインするのに比べ単にフォントを変えそれが世界観の構成につながるのであればそれは楽ですね。まあフォントごと一から作っていることもあるのであんま楽だとは言い難いこともありますけど、
実際には背景の壁紙要素やアイコンなどもセットで考えるものですが、それでも世界の雰囲気を形作る効果は絶大。見やすさを維持しつつ積極的にデザインすべきかと思います。
フォントも UI もその世界を作るものです。いや、世界をパッケージングするというものに近いかなと。フォントだけではなくその色合いや装飾も大事かも。今は全体的に
I thought I was going to say it here, but like the other aspect to like what I'm seeing an increasing use of, which is a good thing here in menus, is like another way you can convey like a sense of whether should the menu be calming, should the menu be like an urgent vibe and whatnot, is like the use of like, I'm gonna call it motion graphics here, but like you'll notice that like the newer games tend to have like the elements bounce. Maybe they'll bloom into the screen, they'll bounce into the screen, or
フォントごと一から作っていることもあるのであんま楽だとは言い難いこともありますけど、
実 際には背景の壁紙要素やアイコンなどもセットで考えるものですが、
So like how here like it, what did it do there? It did like a fade to
実
black,
際に
right?
は背景の壁紙要素や
Oh, this one's cool too. I like this idea here that like, you know, the static composition then or the static canvas now depicts, you know, the next step logically and after you're hitting start and taking off.
アイコンなどもセットで考
Yeah, in this case here, like it fades to black with the accompanying sound of like the drum thing or whatever.
えるものですが、それでも世界の雰囲
And like you see the pulse effect as you're traversing between your columns and whatnot, which again, notice here that the columns are traversed by the shoulder buttons too. Again, very intuitive, I would say.
気を形作る効果は絶大。
And yeah, and Forspoken here has it excessively with the whole like things.
見やすさを維持しつつ、積極
How the fisheye distortion and it gravitates towards center and then has to here. It's a lot going on right there for some maybe a little bit too much. But it's unapologetically Forspoken, so you know I'm not a hater on it.
的にデザイン
As long as it's like intuitive to navigate, I'm cool with whatever style you want to fuck with.
するべきかと思います。
Just kind of wanted to bring those out there a little bit. Okay.
フォントも UI もその世界を作るものです。いや、世界をパッケージングするというものに近いかなと。フォントだけではなく、その色合いや装飾も大事かも。今は全体的にスッキリ傾向が好まれる時代の印象がありますが、フォントにも注目していきましょう。
Also, I'm sorry. I think I was so caught in the flow here. I forgot to thank our boy Dark Watt. Thanks for the resub.
Sakurai blank.
Thank you so much. 66 months. Goddamn.
考え方はいろいろあるということは大前提にしてほしいのですが、人は多様性があるけれど若い頃にはその差は少ないかもというお話です。ゲームをする人と一般的にまとめたとしても、やってることは多岐に及びます。少なくとも同じゲームを同じようにプレイしているという人は全体の中には少ないはず。家庭用ゲームのパッケージを買い続ける人、特定のソーシャルゲームのみする人、1Kのゲームで歩く人、対戦型 FPS などで夜な夜な競い合う人、VR で世界に没入する人、健康維持のためにゲームをする人、MMORPG で今日も仲間と会う人、PC 主体でインディー系をプレイしまくる人、それぞれでやっていることはゲームといってもだいぶ趣が異なります。同じゲームファンであったとしてもその本質が違います。昔ファミコンの時代などは程度はあれど、現代に比べればみんな同じようなものをプレイしていました。それが価値観が多様化することで枝分かれのように広がり、それぞれ好きなところに落ち着きます。が今回は昔話というわけではありません。任天堂の作品、特に売上上位のものってものすごく売れますよね。世界で率直に言って強い。少なくとも日本では売上トップをいつも席巻しています。なぜでしょう。
Now, important to contextualize here is that he's not wrong. Like Nintendo, I actually didn't know this until recently. Again, I think this was because of the Insomniac breach that happened here, because we had a lot of data from that. I think prior to that, Sony would only release sales numbers whenever it was like clearly like a pro shareholder marketing PR momentum thing, like, you know, Ragnarok crossing 10 million units globally, or I don't know, like shit like that, right? When we're crossing 5 million, we're crossing 10 million, we're crossing 20 million. It's like, it's a generally I'd hear they would share shit, honestly, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, what came to be, again, I think it was from that data breach, was that most Sony stuff is not really selling like gangbangers. Like it's really the only it's only the super obvious stuff that is like going to like cross 10 million. Very few Sony titles have actually crossed 10 million units sold globally. Again, things like Marvel Spider-Man 2018, God of War 2018, Ragnarok, and whatever other major, I think Horizon Zero Dawn, etc. Here, like they're like AAA shit crosses those milestones generally, which is funny because when then you see on the Nintendo side, Nintendo shit just routinely will move like the annual Pokemons are pushing 14 to 20 million units globally. The annual ones, like Sword and Shield and all the other crap. Like Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, Sword and Shield, and what was the other one here? And I think Arceus all individually clapped 10 million units globally. Though Pokemon is huge, it gets a huge example this year. But again, Mario Party Superstars, Mario Kart 8, Smash, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. A lot of Switch software has sold north of 10 million units. Many of them also have crossed 20 million. Some have crossed 30 million. And in some cases here, the catastrophic blockbuster behemoths that are, again, Smash Ultimate, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I want to say Mario Odyssey's almost there. But yeah, they're either at 30 million plus or nearly at 30 million. And in the case of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, it's just this fucker here's just at a number that's kind of only really comparable to like GTA 5. Like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe right now, or Mario Kart 8 encompassing the entire last 10 years, both the Wii U sales and the 8 Deluxe Switch release, have in total sold, if you include all the holiday bundles as well, north of, I forget if it's north of 45 million, and I forget if it's now crossed 50 million, but it's just numbers that very few games even hit here. Like, it's just like, we're now talking about like, fucking SMB 1 on the NES from 83, or from 85, and, we're like way 71 million. What the that is insane. That is crazy. Yeah, I don't even know what to even compare that to. Like, other than just like, we have to just kind of compare that to like revenue of like your top grossing products in the video game sector entirely, which we're talking effectively about now, like GTA 5 numbers of money. Just like, you have to find things to compare that to develop a scale. All that to say here anyways, that yeah, the games do sell really fucking well, and the competition's like kind of nowhere even close. Hardware being typically a loss leader for the competition. Nintendo's hardware sold at profit at launch, and then their software also sells really fucking well too. Equates to Nintendo's in a very healthy position financially, which is funny because comparatively, I would say that the competition is definitely not. But again, less on that, more on we'll get to more about all that shit at another time here. Just kind of want to reaffirm here the scale for where, like, when he says Nintendo games sell well, it's because they actually do sell well. You're not gonna, nowhere else are you hearing like spin-offs. I guess here, like, spin-offs or alternatives, like the Mario Party franchise, or even like any of the Mario sports titles, etc. Like, even like these like other things, like the annual Kirby game will move like any given Switch iteration of Kirby has sold, I believe, north of 3 million units, which would be a massive success for Sony, but it's just like, another drop in the bucket for Nintendo comparatively. And they keep moving on. Then you add in when they have a new franchise like Splatoon, which has been doing great, and it's like, yeah, Nintendo doesn't, when the haters come in and say Nintendo doesn't really do whatever here, well, it works really, really well, and everyone's eager to celebrate whenever the generation increment is introduced here. And Splatoon being the newest IP, or I guess actually ARMS being the newest IP here, but like Splatoon and ARMS, I don't know how ARMS has been selling, but I know Splatoon makes a lot of fucking money too and sells really fucking well as well. And like, especially in Japan, like less so about globally, but in Japan, Splatoon is like fucking huge. It's huge. I don't remember the example to bring it back to like a cool story about the whole thing, but I do recall here that like Splatoon is massive in Japan. So it works, and they do good what they do.
もちろんクオリティの高さもあるのですが、決してハード上技術の最先端ではないですから。 今のゲーム機や表現、処理はだいぶ優れていますから、そこまでのアドバンテージはないと思われます。その任天堂の作品が売れる理由に若年層にヒットしているという要素があると考えています。人は成長していくうち、価値観が多様化していく。それぞれの経験、文化背景、出会いやきっかけなどによってどんどん枝分かれをしていくのですが、枝分かれした先というのは当然先細りしていきます。しかし枝分かれをする前、幹の部分というのは太い。若年層は幹の部分にいると考えれば良いと思います。多くの人が多様性を持っていく中、その枝分かれが生じていない段階でのマーケットは太い。そしてその頃に経験したものは時代に合った新しい製品があれば次の世代にも引き継がれるかもしれません。今回の話は任天堂の作品がなぜ売れるかという話では決してありません。もっと多くの理由があります。ただ広がる価値観の中、ゲーム制作においてどこを狙うのかについては単純に自分の好き嫌いではなく、より俯瞰して意識すべきというお話に近いです。普遍的なものや王道がヒットしやすいのも、もしかしたらシリーズ作がヒットしやすいのも、その人が形成された価値観に沿いやすいからというのはあるのかもしれません。枝の先にある市場はニッチであると言えましょう。しかしもしその先、枝の先の人たちだけが熱狂的に楽しめるという可能性ももちろんあるので、みんなで幹を狙っていこうというお話ではありません。意識を
So going back here a little bit on that, right? So the tree of enthusiasm, right? What's cool about this here is that Miyamoto had done interviews in the past. I'll pick a target for you here, particularly with the development of Pikmin. Pikmin came to be because Miyamoto picked up the hobby of gardening, and then with that came, gardening as a hobby plus tech demo of Mario 128, where you can have 128 things on screen at one time here, thanks to the advancement of hardware, led to then combine the two together, and you got one of the best RTSs in just ever, period. I mean, I'd say consoles comfortably, but sure, also like all around, just like Pikmin's a game that just like I can't glaze hard enough, honestly. So that comes to mind here, and I believe from that then came someone at Nintendo admitted here that they actually hire, and they aim to hire people. I don't know if this is in terms of like creative direction, design, or whatever here, but they look to hire non-gamers. They want to expand the market appeal, or expand the ideologies that are governing how Nintendo approaches creativity. And I'm sorry, I'm glazing really hard here only because I know a lot about Nintendo in this case. I'm sure other companies do this too as well. But they go out of their way to hire people who are not gamers. They want to, hikers, rock climbers, musicians, whatever hobbies and passions you have that are like not so insular and like being deliberately a sweaty gamer. Will allow them to have a different approach entirely, or just that really vital feedback for how to make games more appealing all around to a potentially larger audience. Expand and grow the net that you're casting rather than just catering to all that there. Which is funny because actually this goes into a corresponding point I was going to have here about later today here, where I'm derailing now officially, where there was this tweet here about The Sims 1, the original Sims, to where this person here, great tweet by the way here. Video games are terrible nowadays because developers don't include an entire page of recommended reading at the back of the manual to further elucidate their whimsical satire of post-war American suburban consumerism. So it is true. In the original The Sims 1 reading manual was actually recommended reading. I don't know if this was personally vetted by what's his face? What's his name? Is his name like Robert White or something, or Steve White? I forget. The guy who made The Sims, who went on to make Spore and everything else here. I forget his name, but Will Wright. Thank you. I don't know if this is Will Wright's like specific thing here, or if like just like someone on staff is just based in like in there, but like the fact that there's like, you know, an actual like recommended reading to further get an idea of like what the aim of potentially the satirization of American commodity and consumerism in The Sims was or is. I mean, just clearly here, the what I'm seeing exemplified here is that like if you just grow up playing games, then your worldview becomes so insular in like game mechanics that you're unable to like have a worldview that is broadened outside of what you're only consuming of the games, I guess. And so by bringing the outside in, you can then challenge the I guess like the parameters and the norms of games altogether here. In the end, like if you've only played games and have done nothing else, is kind of what I was trying to get at here. If you've only played games and nothing else, you're all the less qualified to actually challenge and expand the scope of video games altogether. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I was trying to get at here, but also some sarcasm here as well. But I thought that was really cool to further to bring us like a tangent to reinforce into the whole thing here with games and whatnot. So sorry, a lot of word salad there, but yeah, that's definitely kind of cool to see. And also my other commentary here would be too that we've also seen this rule kind of now a little bit more violated in the indie game space now. Now you're just seeing this increasing prevalent habit of genre mashups where fuck it, I'm just gonna combine two genres and just make, you know, there is like a meta commentary on kind of like breaking the rules Sakurai is mentioning here, which is conventionally sure, you know, you don't want to, you know, you don't want to, the further you go on the branch, the more niche you are. But, you know, I guess in this case here, if you're an indie, if you don't overly cater to your own taste, which again, there's rules, you know, there's rules conventionally, and then you also can break those rules when you know the rules kind of thing here as well. But, you know, we have seen some games here. Example would be Sakurai, Sakuna of Rice and Ruin, which is like a 2D platformer combat game that has a gardening sim in it. And it's just like a genre mashup. There's another indie game coming out here soon where you play as a witch and you do like broom racing, but there's also like it's a vehicle racer third person that includes, I think it's gardening you're doing, like because like you're a witch and you do like broom racing, but you also have to like manage a garden at some point or whatever. So there's like a gardening thing going on there. And there's increasingly more and more of these like just genre mashups that are popping up in the indie space. There was like two other examples I could think of if I had a second to think about them. But like, yeah, I think those are also pretty cool to see too. Seeing the inverse of like, no, I'm going to make the game that is like, I'm making the game that I want to see because it doesn't currently exist. And the result ends up being a genre mashup, which I think is also cool to see too here. My game doesn't exist, so fuck it. I'm gonna make it happen, which is pretty cool as well. So, right on. And with that, we're back over to the thing here.
意識をすればターゲッティングもできるのではないかなというそんなお話でした。
Thank you. Great point here from Oddslater. The creator of Katamari is a good example too, because he designed playground parks for kids and stuff, and then applied that to making games. Phenomenal point. Exactly there, yeah. We would never be able to Katamari if it was just like, you know, the same people looking at the same thing, who do the same thing, and all that here. The outside perspective is a value thing to challenge the conventions and the norms to ideally expand the scope of what gaming and interactive media could be. Right on.
ゲームのシナリオは普通のメディアのシナリオ作りとは大きく異なるところがあります。大きく違うからこそそれを逆手にとって斬新な見せ方もできそうな気がしますが、まずは違うところを4つほど解説したいと思います。まず1番目、ゲームをプレイしたい人にとってはシナリオが邪魔になる可能性があること。お話を見たい人にとっては良いのですが、カットシーンが長々と続くことでなかなかゲームをプレイさせてくれない。特にこれはアクションゲームの場合イライラします。 スキップするのもお話の筋が見えなくなる不安がありますしね。飛ばせるようにした方が良いような。2番目、基本的に主人公視点であること。仲間や敵ボスがそこに至る背景が長々と差し込まれるというのはコミックなどではもはや王道と言っていい展開ですが、ゲームにはあまり合いません。3つ目、敵や敵軍勢と戦うシナリオの場合、基本的に主人公は上昇する、常に勝つ必要がある。戦闘に勝ったのに強制的に負けにされたということに対する理不尽さを感じたことはありませんか？シナリオの都合で成果を無駄にされるのはストレスになります。4番目、仲間がシナリオ上で死んだり離脱させられない。これも、他のメディアなどでは有効な見せ方ですが、ゲームにおいてはパーティー構成が変わったりアイテムの引き継ぎが行われなかったりと難しいことがある構成です。今説明したように、
Oh god, I'm so glad he called all this out here. So, oh my god, all of this is like so fucking valid. If again, it's like if your game takes more than 10 minutes for me to get to like the playable character point, then yeah, it's a bit frustrating. It needs to have a. It's not universally bad, right? There could be really compelling reasons to have a game start and have like longer than 10 minutes of like cutscene and exposition dump to happen for me to like, I guess, feel appropriately immersed. But that's an example by example basis. I can't think of a game here, but generally I'm pretty annoyed whenever like games are just like putting me in a classroom rather than letting me fucking, it's an interactive game. Me fucking play it, bro. Like figure it out, make it interactive. Like making it passive is like, it's again, classroom inducing to me. The scripted battle is really annoying when you have to lose. It's such an annoying like game trope. I can understand, I guess, like when you want to subvert expectations or whatever, but when it just generally serves the narrative that you have to lose now because you have to lose now, again, not automatically bad, but to me there needs to be a really fucking good reason. Because initially, yeah, it's pretty fucking annoying. It's stressful and it's annoying, and you do feel robbed of the achievement. So I'm not the biggest fan of scripted battles where you have to lose anyway, or it just feels like it's a waste of time. Like it's like I've seen boss battles where like I don't know, you're just like flailing around, and it's like either until you die, so until you hit 0 HP, then the cutscene triggers, or it's like a time thing where like you have to like you get finessed for like 2 minutes, and then at the 2 minute mark, which is like generally you on your way to losing, like let's say it's a turn-based combat thing, and like it's like 4 turns of like you, then the boss, then you again, then it's the boss. 2 minutes of that happening, and then you finally like lose or whatever. Like both of those to me are really fucking annoying, so I'm not a fan of either of those unless you have a really fucking good reason for why you're doing it. When a party member has to leave and you have your build based around that, there can be a situation where you want to do the you want to deconstruct the game mechanics. So I think I would compare this in the parallel to like Mario Sunshine, when you are removing FLUDD to let Mario to give you like, I guess, more appreciation for FLUDD by doing a abridged section minus FLUDD. It's kind of, in other reasons too here, but let's kind of go with that one for now. So I get why FLUDDless sections are cool, because they make you humbled and appreciate FLUDD is kind of what I take away from them in Mario Sunshine. But I feel like this is not what's generally achieved whenever party members are just like taken away when you are built around that build. Either it's to like reassess strategy to force you to use more of the game's strategy and mechanics, which can sometimes, it depends on how it's done, but like sometimes it just feels like you're just kind of like robbed of whatever you were enjoying doing just for the sake of like giving you something different. I guess an example of this to me here would be when you're playing FF7 Remake, and then when you're like climbing, like you're climbing Shinra in like chapter 17 or whatever, there is a point where the members are split and you have to now use like a certain 2 of the 3 and whatnot. And I think in that case there, it's done very tasteful because it's like you are swapping between the party splitting up, and you're forced to confront having, you have your all around Cloud along with your ranged combatant and your brute, I suppose, versus having your mage and your healer. And so I understand why the split's happening there, so you can like get familiar with both. Also, again, notice here you're also gonna lower the peaks. That way you can get acquainted with both in a more like prolonged, intimate manner. So that way you're all the more prepared for whatever you would actually want to use now that you've had to use all of them for the final boss fight. So I would say in this case here, Party Member Leaving is actually done pretty well in FF7 Remake specifically. I've not played OG, so I can't comment on that one. But I have seen games where just like, like, oh, you like your build? Well, sucks. Here you go. Taking it away. And that's definitely annoying for sure. So, and there's probably more, but I kind of want just to throw at you like the ones I can think of that are kind of annoying. And where are we at now? Sorry, we're continuing here.
4つはゲームにおけるシナリオの問題点もありますが、そのセオリーを無視してあえて実装してしまうという手もあります。プレイヤーにとって嫌な思いをすることになりますが、それを含めて印象深いシナリオになる可能性はありますから。そんなにしっかりシナリオについていけるわけでもない今時の作品として強調したいということを一つ挙げるならば、最初はストーリーではなくゲームを始めることをお勧めしたいです。
Yes. Yes.
プロローグを最初に長々と説明するのではなくて、さっとゲーム内に飛び込ませてしまう細かいシナリオはそれから。
Show, don't tell. What makes a good YouTube video? Show, don't tell. What makes an engaging player in the game right away? Show, don't tell. Or, show, don't tell by extension. Let me experience. Don't just tell me about it, I suppose. Yeah, so super simple. I admit this has gotten better over time in general. I think this is like, I find myself less annoyed now at the beginning of games, which is a good thing. I'm happy this is getting better. I don't know if this is like, I can't comment on this as like in generally the AAA space this is getting better, but more of the games that I've played, I can't recall as many scathing examples of just like blatantly like weightage on like, just whatever fucking 10-minute world building diary I have to like endure before I can finally play the fucking game.
新光神話パルテナの鏡ではステージを始めるとすぐに扉をくぐりゲームがスタートします。本当はこういったタイプの場合ミッションブリーフィングがあり、そのミッションの目的説明などがあったりしますが、新パルテナではとにかくステージに放り込まされゲームしながらミッション説明を受けることになります。ゲームはプレイ時間が長いほど良いというのは昔の話なので、このぐらい早飯食いでバーッといっても良いのではないかなと思います。新パルテナのシナリオは、
he's such a king. Sakurai's such a king here. Can I get a try Nani in chat, please? Like, bro, when how do I put this here? It's like access to information is better now than it's ever been. Asterisk, asterisk. And therefore, like, people are really aware. I mean, I don't know, maybe, right? Like, the people who are willing to be informed are informed of what games are good, generally irrelevant of, like, conventional budgetary marketing of, like, having to use, like, press and TV media marketing to get things out there. We're on the internet now, and therefore marketing in the digital age is a very different beast. And given that there are avenues like general word of mouth on social media, as well as like algorithmic recommendations on Steam, I do think it's easier now than ever to find a good game to play. The only people I'm even hearing that there's no good games to play are the people who are overly insular in their live service bubble of whatever. They only play the 2Ks and the Maddens, or they only play their live service shooters like Valorant or Apex. And that's it. They're overly in their one thing because they have so much time sink on it that they've effectively blind themselves to the appeal of going outside of what they're already familiar with, which is fine. But they're just spreading falsehoods here. There's no good games to play. No, you're just playing the one game that you used to enjoy, and now you're too stuck in cost fallacy to finally venture out further again. It is what it is. That's fine. But just to be honest with yourself, I would say. So with that though, yeah, there's so many good games to play now that the point there being that there's so many good games now that like I admit, I do find it kind of appealing when you can beat a game in the weekend. Like, I think Celeste is a great game length. Fantastic. I think Tunic is a great game length. Fantastic. And these games being 20 or 30 or whatever we're now coining the AAA indie space, I think is like hitting a phenomenal bliss point. I don't really want every game to be Red Dead Redemption 2 length or like Elden Ring length. Those are, in a way, it's almost like, it kind of like there's so much going on in those games that it's kind of like, fuck, this is like a full-time job. This is like gonna, I mean, sure, there's value in that, you know, but it's also like a double-edged sword of like, am I ready to like commit to this? And also in the context that it's so long that if you stop playing for any reason, again, IRL, interruptions, shit happens, whatever, right? You take 2 weeks away and you were like mid-mission on an autosave and you kind of have to like remember what you were doing. You kind of have to like get on rust on the mechanics here. If I step away too long from Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, I have to like kind of like remember the controls for like 2 hours, not even joking here, to kind of finally be saucy on the combat again. Again, those games are really high ambition, and I welcome them certainly when the quality is reassured here. But at the same time, I don't want every game to be like that for sure. That's a bit intimidating here. So I welcome that games don't have to be longer, and that longer games are not better games. Experiences matter certainly, and I will happily elaborate on what the experience of Celeste was comparable to the experience of Tears of the Kingdom. So, I mean, maybe a hot take Andy there, but like, yeah, for sure. Which I know this sounds like a really common sense thing I'm saying right now, but working at GameStop for 4 years, let me tell you, way too many consumers value just how long the game is. They're 100% pre-subscribed to the notion that like my then $60 needs to give me like 400 hours of entertainment or the game's bad. Like they're just 100% on that whole thing here. It's painfully stupid. I wish I could remember more examples of stories of this, but like the average consumer, the normie, oh my God, bro, it is painful. And when you wonder why the marketing on a game is like dumb or bad, just know that the average person is dumb and bad. Be totally real here. Again, and it's also funny because if you give it more thought, you can just see here like this is very much like it's a very particularly a gaming problem because no other medium or media deals with this here. You don't hear about books being good based off of page count. You don't hear about movies being good based off of like run time. It's just very much only a game problem. So it's just gamers being the stupidest people possible. Sorry to say here. Sorry if I'm maybe even gamer should be a slur. And I keep shitting on them so often, but like holy shit.
私が書きました。本開発が始まる前にシナリオを揃え、またゲームの利点を生かしたシナリオと演出ができたことは良かったのではないかなと思います。
I maintain a website with a bunch of games that look sweet at a glance. Sure, you can post it if you want.
これは比較コンセプトのカテゴリー新光神話パルテナの鏡の話で
特に新光神話パルテナの鏡の開発現場においての反省点があります。例えばディレクターである私が何らかの要素をなすべく企画に伝える。そして企画がプログラマーに伝える。すると解釈や制作物が180度違った方向で返ってくるということがありました。新パルテナの開発体制は混合組のようなもので開発スタッフそれぞれの文化が違いすぎました。私からの指示なども今までの手法で全く効果が上がらない場合があり困ったことがありました。そこで次作スマブラ4の開発からとある体制を敷きました。それは私が話す監修内容はその要素に関係するスタッフ全員で聞くということ。例えばファイターインクリングの必殺技使用書の監修をするとき、これは従来ならプランナーだけに伝えれば済むことです。しかしインクリングに関連するスタッフには基本全員に参加してもらいました。企画、プログラム、モデル、モーション、エフェクト、あとサウンドなどの関係者や そのリーダーが、企画に対する監修を聞くわけです。私の席の周りには広場があり、開発実機画面や PC 画面を映せる大画面モニターが用意されています。スタッフは監修があるとそこに椅子を並べて聞く。おおむね30人ぐらいでしょうか。多いと50人とか。セクションに関係ない人も自由に見学して良いというルールでした。私はモニターを使いつつマイクで少し覚醒しながら話を進めます。もちろん話が終わった後は質問も受け付けます。それとは別にファイターモデル、アートワーク、ステージモデル、モーションとかなどはその関係者全員でのチェック会を開き監修していました。自分が担当したところ以外の場所がどのようにチェックを受けているかを見聞きすることで、参考にしてもらおうということです。この方法自体はスマブラ4以前でもそうしていました。この方式はそれぞれのスタッフの拘束時間を増やしてしまうので、一見すると無駄が多いように感じられるかもしれません。しかし効果は抜群でした。それぞれのスタッフが意図を含めたより深い理解を得ることができます。仕様や表現について迷ったとき、目指すべき方向が職種を問わず分かります。また、スタッフ自身がやってることが
Yeah, actually, I'll take a second to defend Sakurai here. Could this have been a meeting? Well, there's two factors. One, given he's in Japan, which is much more like pedestrian friendly, just even the miracle of having majority of your staff in one building under game development seems much more tangible. With just competent transit and trains and whatnot, compared to just in North America, USA, where it's just terrible all around, right? So that will come into play here. So just the friction of assembling everyone is not as tremendous as it is comparatively in the Western world. I can reassure you that, having been in Japan myself. And two, the thing about meetings and Zoom meetings or just meetings in general that could have just been an email is that this is usually prevalent, say, in, I would say, task briefings and assignments for presumably white collar work, computer work, office work. Here we're talking about a creative endeavor and having to aspire to match the vision of the director, I suppose. And in this case here, you really do want more of a collaborative environment, and there is a value to the physical assembly of different backgrounds to also help whenever we get to the question portion to make sure everyone's aligned on the vision depicted here, and having questions asked by different people, because it may inspire, because they're trying to remove the assumptions, right? And in the end here, if a music guy asks a question about Inkling's splatter, that might have invoked you to now confront what was previously an assumption on your end about what you were going to do, and then you ask a question because the sound guy gave a perspective you hadn't previously considered on how you were going to execute whatever your job was going to be. It's not about distributing assignments in this case here. It's more about understanding, I guess, the vision and being on that same ideology, which I think does help tremendously by being in a physical room together to boost morale and the collaborative spirit. And again, asking questions IRL does ice break. Whereas I feel again in a Zoom meeting, well, I guess you said email, not Zoom meeting here, so I'm kind of giving you a bit of a straw man. But the email would be more, I don't know. There's just not as much eagerness to ice break in this case here, because if no one asks a question or a follow up in the email, then just there it might be because there was just no ice broken, I suppose. And I think in the room there's just way less friction to ask that question, especially when the first question's actually asked already, and then you kind of get people popping up from there, maybe because of either the social stigma or because the person in question, different department, gave a different perspective that was removing assumptions that you had previously governing your outlook and whatnot. So yeah, this to me is a little bit different. If this was just purely I guess distributing assignments as spec, that I think could be one-on-one or emailed, I suppose. But this is more about a creative thing, which is I think a whole different bag of shit than that. Even though you said email and not Zoom meeting.
が分からなくなりがちな大型タイトルの制作の中、舵通しを良くすることにも貢献できたと思います。速やかに進めることも条件の一つになりますが、これはおすすめです。スタッフの評判も良かったと思います。
And again, obviously this is all super conditional, and in the end here, like if the boss or the director, in this case, whoever's in the Sakurai adjacent position, is just like shitty, not accessible, equally as assumptive, and just like, oh, well, can't you just do this? And even though you like, you know, you're not right, if you're not adequately prepared or trained or qualified because of the incompetence or inaccessibility of the director or your higher up, then yeah, they're not doing their job. It sucks. It's really stressful. And you feel like you're going to get thrown under the bus the minute that the vision's not met, even though you were not properly aligned to what the vision needed to be, right? So it's just like, it goes all around here. There's got to be competency from everyone the whole way through, and a good boss is going to nurture the talent and the labor to help make it happen. But yeah, in the end though, yeah, like a lot of it's just really a skill issue, because yeah, Zoom meetings definitely suck all around. Emails definitely suck all around. It's all about, you know, you gotta figure out how to bring the humanity into both those situations when you have to use them.
なお余談ですが、スタッフが集まる広間にはお菓子を絶やさず置いていました。私自身が買い補充して、スタッフが自由に食べられるようにしていました。しかしコロナ禍でテレワークになってからはすっかりご無沙汰になってしまいましたね。ちなみにこのカゴの中、ブルボンが多めでした。ブルボン最強ですね。初代ゲームボーイのカービィ本体は私がドット絵を売っています。敵キャラや背景などでも描いたものはまあまあ多く、ファミコン版カービィなどにも流用されています。今のゲームでは色数なんて非常に多く出るのであんまり参考にならないかもしれませんが、ゲームボーイやファミコンなど色数が少ないドット絵のテクニックを軽く解説しておきたいと思います。ファミコンやゲームボーイでは 16×16 ドット単位のスプライトがよく使われます。スプライトというのは絵を描く一つの単位。
Oh, I gotta read this one here. So Bong Bon. A lot of mandated office shit is about power tripping control freaks needing to micromanage others and put their tentacles everywhere like fucking vampires. You know what's even more depressing than that is if you actually sit back and quarantine really exemplified this hardcore here. But before quarantine, I'm sorry, small tangent. Before quarantine, yes, office etiquette and office mannerism was this really weird culture thing that was, I admit, also probably mostly governed by just like micromanaging power freaks and whatnot. Pretty cringe. However, quarantine happens, work from home revolution is building up momentum. Finally, we have real world data that work from home is literally more productive in most cases, and leads to lower expenses on the workers, which probably leads to better quality output from them. Irrelevant of whatever you want to use, either work from home, you know, not everyone needs to be at the office at the commercial real estate hub daily, or B, that we don't need this 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. We can move on. We can probably explore here 4-day work weeks, which are already proven to be successful with certain experiments, particularly with the Japanese division of Microsoft, as an example, that, you know, that working 10 hours a day, 4 days a week led to better output than 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. And in the end here, despite the evidence of higher productivity and overwhelmingly pro-economic arguments for work from home, or just a hybrid model, or just in general that the daily commute to work is not the best path forward for everyone. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. Despite the evidence of such, work from home crumbled, or at least in America it has been for the last 3 years or so. And we're going back to that regardless of the evidence that it was proving prosperous from an economic argument and standpoint. To which then I had learned, as I looked into this further here, that this is the whole point of the whole thing, that there are bosses that do the power tripping because they are probably annoying or whatever, right? They're annoying or they're just like narcissistic or just whatever it may be, right? But there's also bosses who just like, who want to maintain a work gathering culture thing because they hate their lives. They literally, they don't want to be around their family or their wives. They be nagging, and they're looking for effectively replacement family, but engulfed in like validation and yes men, and they can get that by exercising their leverage at the workplace, which is just like, you may have gotten declined what would be the logical path towards work from home because you have a boss that needs to go to therapy and marriage counseling, but chose instead to just cope with being at work around their people all the time. And that's just like, that's pretty depressing thing about here, that there's a non-zero amount of people who have to deal with that. Just like, ugh, the bad jokes, the don't challenge the subordinate, and just all the things that would just make you just die inside day by day. But maybe your heart is still beating because you're so, like, because your heart is so calcified and just black goop from how often you deal with this shit on a day by day basis for the past 10 plus years. And it's just like, I'm already dead inside type shit. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here about that one. But once I learned that, there's a non-zero amount of bosses who just like, trying to simulate the family unit, but they want the family, but don't want the humanity. They just want the yes men and the validation and the glorification, I guess, so to speak here. Oh my God, bro. It's just so, ugh. It's a lot. It's a lot.
画面上を滑らかに動かすことができます。カービィも言わずと知れた16ドット幅。しかしこの中に円を描くときには16ドットよりも15ドットの方が綺麗になります。小さく表示されることになるのに、見てみましょう。これが16ドットの円、これが15ドットの円。比べてみると15ドットの方が正円に近いですね。それは正中線が取れるから。クラフトものなどで建築するときにも単位が粗いゲームであれば正中線が取れる奇数幅にしておくことをお勧めします。何かと便利なので。白と黒の2階調しか色がない場合、質感を変えるには例えば縁取りだけ持たせてハイライトを抜くようにすれば淡に。
Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually a really good point here that Zenflux is bringing up here. Technically more efficient because they aren't sitting around doing nothing for 5 to 8 hours. That's probably the I'm sorry, it's more of a tangent on the work from home thing, but like that's probably the other factor too, is that whenever you did work from home, when you come back at the insistence of the company, the boss, or whatever the fuck the excuse is here, in the end, you've already proven that you can do your dailies. And generally half the time, right? You're being paid by the hour or paid by the whatever, like your salary, and you're just like, you have to like be there until close or 5 or whatever the fuck the reason is here. And in the end, like, yeah, habitually you're just padding your tasking because you're not exactly rewarded in conventional American workforce corporate culture. Keywords here, conventional American corporate culture. All that's really important to say here. You're typically not rewarded for working more efficient, rather just doing the grunt work that you are assigned routinely. And so if you work more efficient and you get it done sooner, you're not compensated for that and able to leave for the day. You're still stuck there, but now you just like, you're not rewarded for working faster. So therefore you just habitually, you catch on that, okay, my time is effectively worthless and I'm being compensated at a flat rate regardless of whether I work better, harder, more efficient or not here. So therefore, I'm stagnant and I'm just going to like pad my work because I'm not getting paid more to work faster. So fuck them and fuck this place entirely. And so therefore, yeah, and then work from home kind of gave you that freedom where you could just, you could lock in and get your tasking done and have more of your day to enjoy. And it doesn't even affect the bottom line of the company in question. That's unfortunate. It feels pretty dehumanizing that your time is effectively worthless. And this is something that is slowly ingrained over a prevalent amount of companies in Western work culture. You wish it wasn't this way, but then you just follow the money and realize here that perhaps the company in question is not really aiming to be as efficient, but rather that like the commercial real estate property that you have to commute to daily has a speculative value that's based off of it being used for work residence, and therefore like having your body occupying it for 8 hours of a day is the unspoken value of the unspoken reinforcement of prospective value on commercial real estate, and that you are being hosed out in a way you weren't even aware of previously. And that feels very dehumanizing when you think about how often you're stuck commuting to and from that place, given that it's not even like you're being hosed for your time just to make the prospective value on a building worth more. It's such a fuck thing to think about here. How many non-refundable hours of your life were committed to commuting, and it was all literally a facade, was not even rooted in anything involving your actual contribution to the workplace. So yeah, that super sucks. I'm effing chat, that happened to you. I'm so sorry about that. That's terrible.
っぽくしてたまらしさをなくしたり、メッシュを逆にするだけでまあまあ雰囲気変わりますね。黒く塗りつぶしてハイライトだけ描けば鉄球に。最低限のものでもある程度の表現幅はあります。もう一色使えれば角落としが使えます。これは丁寧な表現をするには不可欠。反射素材なら下に反射する床を表現するような照り返しをつけるのも有効ですね。外縁から角落としすればだいぶ綺麗になります。まあ背景色に依存しますけど。今回の話はドット絵のほんの入り口の話ですが、アニメーションも含む制作をしているとこれがまた味があって面白いです。余談ですが、星のカービィ夢の泉の物語のカービィってコピー能力を持つとちょっと太ることを知ってましたか？見ての通り色合いも少し異なります。
Press start. Grab bag!
雑談。2006年からの10年間、年1回のゲーム音楽コンサートを主催していたことがあります。それがプレススタートです。さまざまなゲームのオムニバスで構成されていました。東京公演が主体ですが、横浜、大阪、名古屋、そして海外では上海、パリなどでも行われたことがあります。他の主催者は、指揮者の竹本泰造さん、ファイナルファンタジーでおなじみの作曲家植松信夫さん、カービィシリーズなどの作曲家酒井翔吾さん、ファイナルファンタジー7などのシナリオライター野島一茂さん。発足のきっかけは2002年に FF とスマブラデラックスのオーケストラコンサートが別々に開催されたことです。両方指揮を取られていたのが竹本泰造さんでした。このご縁で5人が席を囲んでいたのですが、ゲーム音楽を広く知らしめるオーケストラコンサートを開こうという話の流れになりました。普通は酒の席の話で終わるところですが、音楽制作のカンパニーアザさんやスポンサーのエンターブレインさんの力を借り、本当に実現してしまいました。
Oh my god, what?
プレススタートの前身というわけではないのですが、かつて杉山浩一先生がゲーム音楽コンサートという催しを開催されていました。これもオムニバス形式でメーカーにスポンサードされていたりしました。実際に聞きに行ったことがあります。会場でスーパードンキーコングを聞いた時、本当に巨大なコングが歩いてくるのではないかなと思った。人がその場で織りなす生演奏は何とも言えない力を持っていると思い知りました。またその時1番打者で星のカービィスーパーデラックスをやっていただいたことには感謝しています。ゲーム音楽でのオーケストラコンサートなど理解されにくかった時代の話です。杉山先生のドラゴンクエストは交響曲にもなっていましたが、それ以外の数多くの作品は必ずしもオーケストレーションに向いた曲とは限りません。そ そんな中ゲーム音楽の地位向上のような活動をされていたことには尊敬の念しかありません。話を戻します。プレススタートの制作はまずは曲決めから行います。ゲームに詳しいのはメンバーの中でも正直私だけですから、私がいろんなタイトルの音源を集め会議の中で聴いてもらい絞っています。ゲームと曲が決定されるとオーケストラ用に各種編曲家さんが編曲を行い譜面にし、リハーサルを経て本番に向かいます。ゲームの映像が用意されることもありましたが、あんまりガチャガチャと絵が出ると肝心の演奏自体に専念できないという理由からあんまり過剰に原作映像を出しませんでした。プレススタートは開催のたびにおおむね満席でそれなりの成果を得られることができたと思います。しかしその継続はなかなか厳しいものがありました。プレススタートで使われる楽曲は演目数で言えばおおむね14から16ぐらいでしたが、メドレーで使われる曲数となると合計おおむね60前後になります。本職のプロジェクトが佳境に入っていることもある中、ボツになる分も含めてそれ以上のタイトルをリサーチしてまな板の上に載せるというのはいかにも無理がありました。 CD も権利上出ないので同時に楽しめる人数としても限界がありますしね。しかし最初の企画からこのコンサートは10年続けるという目標を持って進めていましたし、それを完遂できたことは素晴らしいと思います。その後少なくとも日本ではゲーム音楽のコンサートも増え、役割は終えられたと思いました。ところがコロナウイルスが蔓延したことでこういったライブ公演は苦しい側面に追い込まれました。個人差がすごく大きい話であることをお断りしておきますが、生で演奏などを楽しむ機会は何にも代え難い感情の可能性があります。ウイルスの影響が緩み、またコンサートなどが行われる機会が増えたら足を運んでみることをお勧めしたいです。
I totally co-sign that. Actually, the irony here is that quarantine made me reflect on it was kind of the first time I really was acknowledging my bucket list, and I'm like, what if COVID-2 happens? What if microbiological infection warfare continues and we have a second wave of COVID, a new virus comes that's hyper, it's whatever, right? Just bad scenario envisioning here. And I was like, okay, now that things are stabilizing, again, asterisks are hardcore right now, but I was like, okay, I don't know when I'll be able to do concerts ever again. Concerts, travel, bucket list shit. So that's whenever I was talking with Venom, and I'm like, we've been putting off going to Japan. We've been putting off doing just experiences, right? I sit here and I do Twitch all day. I work, but am I living type shit? And that's when we were like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's start doing shit here. And that's when we went to, so I started, I haven't really done concerts, not until me and Venom got together. Sure, we went to go do Childish Gambino in 2018, but minus that one. We did the Zelda Symphony. It just happened to be in New Orleans whenever we were doing distance at the time here. So we did do that in 2016, but that was a great experience. I didn't know what the fuck I was listening to though. I had not played any Zelda at that time, so I kind of wish I can go to another one now, because now I'm built different. Now I actually will be able to really appreciate that whole thing. But I've done more concerts now, having been to recently Maxwell and The Weeknd and Kendrick Lamar, and there's so many more I want to do. I dropped the ball. I did want to go to. There was a Tame Impala tour I wanted to attend, but I forgot to follow up whenever the initial schedule was delayed because of COVID. I don't know. There's a million things, a million concerts I'd love to go to. But the point of me saying all this is to say that yeah, concerts definitely hit different. Live instrumentation, live performances hit different. All the reasons that AI art is cringe and stupid is the same reasons why the human element of the live performance will always hit different and bring a tear to your cheek. It evokes emotion, in a way that like just hearing it conventionally will not. Performing it live is just like you're connected. And I would highly encourage here, you know, I know LOL, Lamau money and Lamau, you know, do you live in a state where there's actually doing like concert stops and tours and whatnot? But in the end, it's you definitely would appreciate it. Definitely would hit different if you can. So. Question: what concert did I go to on Saturday? Well, actually, no, I didn't make it. I didn't make a ping about that. I was busy getting everything ready for the stream here now. I went to go see Maxwell. I don't know if y'all know Maxwell, the Dominican, Haitian, New York native singer known for R&B and a subgenre known as neo soul. He's a phenomenal singer, and if you don't know Maxwell, I mean that's okay. I mean, I would say he might not be like your he not be your household name if you didn't like grow up on R&B, nor if you're just maybe just not black. I don't know here. I don't know. It might be a black only thing. I mean, I meant when we went. Well, first off, Venom is definitely very down with the Brown because between Kendrick and Maxwell, those two concerts, Venom went with me, and like, I mean, there were a fair amount of white people who were at the Kendrick Lamar concert when we went to the Big Steppers tour in 2022. But yeah, it was like probably like a 10% white people, 90% black people thing there. But at Maxwell, I mean, it was like Venom and like two other women, or all I saw were white people. Like it was black folks everywhere, which is cool as fuck. It was very, very awesome. So look at my mother started on Maxwell or D'Angelo. Yeah. So like Maxwell, I mean, is just like, I mean, look, if I can, chat, if I can give you a small, like, because of course this is a question I should probably save for another time here, but you're right, I didn't cover it yet here, so it's kind of like on my mind right now, and that would be if I can, if I had to throw you like one song, man. All right, again, I'm about to get this muted for the DMCA shit here, but like later on anyway. But like, that's the wrong one. Sorry, no. Try to find the official upload here, but I can't fucking one second, I'm looking here. I'm skimming. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah. So if I can throw you one example real quick, I apologize for those who were here for Sakurai. I do apologize here, but real quick, this if you're like, what concert did I go to, and why was I so excited and everything else here? I learned here that I actually wasn't even gonna bother telling y'all because I figured like you have to be black or like, you know, you have to have a prerequisite to like R&B or neo soul to like care about what I went to go do. But then Venom told her Discord what we were doing, and some of them apparently have actually like, oh, I like what I'm hearing actually. So now I feel more confident to share that because I just figured no one would like be pre-entitled to like want to care about whatever I did on my concert going on my off time. But okay, yeah, if you care to hear, care to know, let me spit here real quick. Let me give you I'll give you this, if I can give you one song to turn you on to Maxwell, you tell me what you think. Where you're now, here's the crazy thing about this, right? This song right here. So Ascension is from his first commercial album, Maxwell's Urban Hang Suite, and it came out in 1997. And let me tell you, I went to the concert and you couldn't even hear him. The crowd was so loud, hitting every fucking line, that it was crazy. So, but here's the cool thing about Maxwell. If you enjoyed what you heard generally here, then here's the good news. He is a self-described perfectionist. He plays every instrument that is featured on all of his albums. He doesn't play them like, he can play all the instruments that are used in his albums. So he knows exactly what he wants when he does it. And the perfectionism is a detriment to the albums releasing. So despite him having been around and a commercially successful artist since the late 90s, he only has 4 albums in total. Urban Suite, Embria, Now, and then Black and Summer. So yeah, 97, 98, 2001, 2008, and then 2016. So he doesn't have many albums. So there's kind of a welcome point pretty easily with, like, if you like what you've heard here, you can hop on the first 3 albums. I mean, all the albums fuck. I mean, they're so fucking good. But particularly probably his most popular work to date would be his 2001 Now album. But I'd argue that, like, even the earlier shit hits. It's just like, this is what picked up on the radar back then. But yeah, what's cool too is when I was at the concert, it was, I mean, goddamn, y'all. I saw 70-year-olds with, like, walkers jamming. I saw my age, I saw teenagers. It's a broad demographic, and everyone was there. And god damn, can he sing, bro? I'm like, if there were any hate, like, it's just auto-tune, is like, no, he hits everything and then some, and it was immaculate. It was magical. I actually would argue it was my favorite concert to date. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Kendrick with his voice control and being able to rap without backing support is very impressive. I don't know. Maybe I'm just emotional because I've been listening to Maxwell since I was a teenager, and I finally saw him like 20 years later, and it was such a rare thing where, like, you finally get to experience thing you've wanted to for 20 years, and it matched or exceeded your expectations. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Maxwell. So the thing too, you'll see here is that Maxwell himself is very often what I've gotten compared to. You probably have seen, you might have seen this all over the place, right? The cover to the 2001 album Maxwell Now, and can I get a bigger one, please? Yeah, you may have seen this before, the cover to the 2001 album, and yeah, this actually was inspiration for the afro, believe it or not. I had never grown an afro out, so this is also I'm now derailing into like a lore dump now, but the iconic Trihex afro came as rebellion. My Grammy was very, very particular. Like, you're getting a haircut every 2 weeks, keeping that thing lined up, blah, blah, blah. And it was always, either, tapered fade, low fade, bald fade, whatever here, but I was getting a haircut. And so when I graduated high school, the first thing I did was, like, rebel, because I was so fucking, I had seen so many, like, cool black hairstyles. I had seen, like, Ja Rule when he wasn't lame. He was always lame, but whatever, right? Ja Rule with the braids, Ludacris with the braids, cornrows, afro, etc. Locks. I'd seen all these hairstyles that I never had a chance to try. And so I knew the step to even exploring any of that was to grow the fro out in the first place. So the first thing I did, plus I saw portraits of my grandparents and my dad who all had afros in the fucking 80s and 70s. I'm like, okay, all right. Like, all of them, Jerry Carroll froze everywhere in the port. And I'm like, okay, bro, like, when's it my chance? When can I, bro? So the first thing I did when I graduated high school was as soon as, like, senior prom was done, I grew out the afro. And in confidence here, Maxwell with I hate to say it sounds like a broken record right now, but the black representation really helped, and I felt confident. I was like, oh, I actually like the look. Let's fucking do that. So yeah, then I just kind of kept it, and I never moved forward with, like, exploring the other stuff. But I liked what was going on here. So right on. And yeah, so that's I went to see Maxwell in concert, which was amazing. It was awesome. Venom has some video. I didn't record anything. I'm sorry, I was too busy like jamming to everything there. But yeah, when she gets back from work, I'll ask her to send it to me so I can like show y'all. But yeah, we did that. So thank you for listening. Sorry for going off there. Yeah, where we at here? We're gonna close this out and go over here. All right, yeah, we were like, we were way off now. All right. Can't do that too often. We have a lot to get to today. All right, the rest is just concert stuff here, so we could skip this. Is what I would say if I was soulless. No, I'm gonna real quick go and put food in the microwave while we're doing this here. So enjoy. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. Gotcha. if I can interject here real quick here, Mechanical Rhythm was a song I had not heard right away. I didn't play Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and I still, well, I have played like the first like 8 hours of it now finally, but like, it was a song that I had heard not in the game natively, right? And it just it stopped me, it halted me immediately. I was like, whoa, this is amazing. This is clearly at a level that's elevating everything right now. What game is this? Like, I had to stop and ask like what that game was, and I'm like, damn, I've never had like a song be what compelled me to like, I want to experience whatever this song is natively in its context and environment. And yeah, no, just as you know, the whole OST for Xenoblade is like goated as fuck. And I was curious, so I naturally went to the wiki to learn more about the composer and everything else here. And forgive me, I don't have their name to my memory right now here, but I do recall they were a pretty big hard ass, and it was a lot of refinement to get to the end result of what he was looking for all the pieces, including the starting theme and mechanical rhythm and just generally everything. But in the end, you have a soundtrack that is just like so ridiculously like fucking good. It's kind of nuts. Crazy. So good shit. Though obviously someone who's a bigger Xenoblade nut than me, who's not really one, could tell you a lot more about all that. But just, outside looking in here, it's amazing. Awesome.
ゲーム中ミスをしてリトライさせるとき、そのゲーム性や狙いによっても変わりますが、再開は極力迅速に行えるようにしましょう。それによりゲームを投げ出さず再チャレンジしてくれる可能性が増えます。プレイヤーに何の感情も与えない時間をなるべく抑え、演出は短めに絞り、ローディングなども極力短くすると。リトライ時、どれだけのペナルティとやり直しが生じるのかも投げ出すか否かの要因の一つですが、実はそれよりも大きい要素。再開は迅速に。これは
Literally, I was gonna wait here, but like 100%. Super Meat Boy is like the game that I feel like was really prevalent in breaking out, reaffirming this single thing here, the single like principle. Make the retries quick, and then the normies will embrace a higher difficulty. AKA just generally reducing the friction to like let the player get to player intent as frequently and as often as possible. Which is just generally like good all around. The game feel will be all the better because the player intent will be the dominating factor and not the consequence of the player intent. Which is great to see for sure. Is Mario Maker guilty of this? Yeah, Mario Maker, you can just tell that, I don't know. As someone who's I'm streaming the game, so I'm a streamer. I'm not the average consumer. I don't even know. I feel like the average person playing Mario Maker just throws the game in the trash can after like 2 hours. Because like, it's so much fucking garbage that it's like, what if YouTube, but the algorithm sucked and you just were fed garbage all fucking day? I don't know. Like, I don't. The average person probably has a really frustrating time with that game and won't stick with it. But then again, Nintendo didn't really build it with that in mind. They didn't build it to like traverse through all the sludge and the filth. And simultaneously, if you're playing the hard shit, it's not built for grinding really hard levels either. It's just kind of like not built for really any of the reasons it's being played. Holy fucking shit, dude. It's just, yeah, it's in that regard, yeah, it's a hot mess for sure.
難しさや困難への許容量というのを増します。やられた、ダメだったと思った瞬間の後、落ち着いてから次にゲームで操作できるまで。この時間はプレイヤーが急速に冷める時間です。長く置けば置くほどどんどん冷めていってしまいます。冷める前に操作のバトンをプレイヤーに手渡すことができれば、とりあえず操作を始めてくれます。そして少し進めれば次のやる気も出てくることでしょう。ゲームがただ単純に動き出すというだけではやや厳しいです。プレイヤーが操作できるようになるというのがポイント。単純にメッセージ送りできるというだけでも良いですが、ゲームからのリアクションが生じる時間を早くするに越したことはありません。とはいえ、ミスした時、その場復活などが無限にできることで何にも考えなくてもクリアできるっていう風に思わせてもいけません。ここはさじ加減です。やられた時にはちゃんとやられたと思わせる。そのための演出は短い時間で派手にストーンと入れる。ゲームのジャンルによりますが、1秒とか数秒で良いと思います。あんまり長くしない程度に。その後、なるべく早く迅速に操作できるようにすることがおすすめです。ただし、
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I can't let someone slide here.
た時にはちゃんとやられたと思わせる。そのための演出は短い時間で派手にストーンと入れる。
Capcom, where the fuck is Beautiful Joe 3? Like, I know Red Hot Rumble exists and whatever. I mean, it's like, I really do feel like Beautiful Joe could do a lot with a new entry. I don't know if I'm just like being overly biased towards what I remember fondly, but like, and this is for a separate reason than like Okami too. I'm not just saying, oh, Clover's studio closure, blah 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 here. Which I guess I don't know. It's just like Beautiful Joe 3 would fuck. Period, as a game. I mean, will it sell well? I don't know. You let Beautiful Joe remain dormant for however fucking long here. But then again, I don't know, Capcom, they did do the fighting game collection too with Power Stone. So I think now, I kind of just gave up on Power Stone ever being like given a chance to even like sell ever again. So maybe never say never. I don't know. I do Frame 1 though. I do think a new Power Stone would fuck for sure. Power Stone 3 would be great. Beautiful Joe 3 would be great. And not because I'm just like I want sequels, but because I think both games lend themselves to a unique identity that I think would click with today's audience too. Still, that'd be great. Yes, Power Stone is gonna be. It's not out yet, I believe, but Fighting Game Collection 2 or whatever it's called, it comes out eventually. It was announced, and you can Google it here, and it contains a lot of games, including notably Power Stone 1 and 2, which is the first time those have been put in a compilation since the 2010 PSP port, and it's literally only ever been on Dreamcast, PSP 10 years later, and finally now coming to conventional consoles with the Fighting Collection 2. It's been painfully inaccessible, which is like probably why it's like lost relevance and Capcom has been dumb about it, but thankfully they're finally gonna do it now.
ゲームのジャンルによりますが、1秒とか数秒で良いと思います。あんまり長くしない程度に。その後、なるべく早く迅速に操作できるようにすることがおすすめです。ただし、復活した直後に敵が襲ってくるようなことは避けた方がいいです。もしも難易度が高くコントローラーに触れてもいないのに勝手にやられ続けるようになった場合、操作するのも嫌になっちゃうので。重ね重ねゲームの狙いにもよるし、ペナルティの大きさにもよるのですが、理屈を理解した上で適切な仕様を狙えると良いですね。
If I can hear the whole like respawning and not fucking you over here, I did want to bring up where this is done correctly. There are some modern rhythm games now, generally when you pause the game, if you pause mid-song, mid-chart, it'll actually rewind back and play the chart, like play the song, and then give you some brevity to let you, some breathing room to let the chart be reintroduced to your whatever it's called, the template thing. Which is great. I mean, it's a small thing, but if you compare like what pausing mid-song was like in Guitar Hero 2 compared to what pausing in rhythm games now is like, it's such a massive QOL because it does make pausing less likely to result in just pressing restart. If I recall, even some rhythm games, if you pause mid-song, you're auto prompted to restart because there's just like, what else are you gonna do? So really, really good stuff all around here in the evolution of the QOL in that genre.
ね。私がゲーム業界入りする最大のきっかけはファミリーベーシックに触れたことです。これが実機あるんです。これファミリーベーシック。今見るとキーボードがとっても小さいんですね。これ1984年6月ファミコン登場から1年ぐらい後、なんとファミコンをドッキングすることでファミコンをゲームパソコンとして使えるという仕組みのものです。この実機は、この白い部分を自分で塗装しています。なんて綺麗なんだ。この白い部分ってファミコンと同じで経年劣化で黄色くなってしまうんですよね。これでもう安心。そして、このファミリーベーシック、こっちにラムが入ってるんですけれど、このプログラム容量がたったの 2KB です。つまり 0.002 メガバイトぐらい。およそ2000文字を打てば文字がいっぱいになってしまうぐらいです。当時としてもあまりにも小さい。だけれど、ファミコンの特性を生かした非常に良い機能を持っていました。これ久しぶりに立ち上げてみます。ちょっと見たいですよね。動くかな？
はい、つけます。よし、動いた。動いてます。じゃあ早速、キーボードのボタンですね。私はファミリーコンピューターです。ファミリーベーシックではありません。まあ、実際最初に必ずこういう風に名前とか聞いてくれたりするんですよね。でもキーボードが あ、今見ると小さい。わあ。どこ打っていいのかよくわかんないぐらい小さいです。あなたは正弘桜井さんですね。ええ、そうです。開始してください。ゲームベーシックにしますか。ここでこんにちはって出てますね。それやるとどうなんだっけ？試しにやってみよう。はい。はい。こんにちは。はい、お元気です。そちらこそ30数年ぶりで本当にお元気していたようで、いや眠っていたようで何よりです。指示通り動作をしています。まあ、こんにちはって言っただけですけどね。占いをしますか？したいけど長そうだからいいや。とりあえずベーシックを早く紹介しないといけないですからね。占いはやめましょう。
Hey Mr. Streamer, I just wanted you to know that you have quite the massive personality in chat. If you want a massive personality yourself, please type your favorite try hard 7 combination and the best one gets 6 more inches of personality smile.
Are you farming Rouge Booba? Because, I mean, look, you don't have to, like, the chatters get awakened pretty easily. You don't really have to do that. It comes quite easily Saturday. I appreciate you though. Wait a second here. I didn't even have it on here. Yeah, because you're bringing this up now, and I'm like, we gotta remember to be part of the good fight here, because when I see dumb shit like this, Grums, the dumbest person on Twitter, they censored Shadow Generations. Rouge covered up even more than last time. No more hand and face to a female, can't have that. Fat shaming removed. Health and fitness have been fixed by lowering standards. Listen, this guy's a clown, and I ignore him all the fucking time because these kinds of jackasses are just prevalent in the skewed algorithm of idiocracy on Twitter now. But like, one, he's hitting Sonic now. He's hitting my territory. Okay, so now I'm tight. But also, like, what he is saying is, what does it even mean? Fat shaming removed. How do you possibly extrapolate that from Shadow Generations? Dude, this guy smells like fucking crusty toenails and fucking failure, dude. Holy shit. Anyways, I don't even know. Just had to throw up there real quick here on. Weren't you gonna pre-order the Analog 3D? I already did, fam. You that pre-orders opened up like 4 hours ago. Already done did that, sir. That was earlier today. Anyways, thank you so much for the nice 7 months there, Saturday. Love ya. Let's keep going.
イニシエの6502だからいろいろポーンコロコロって落ちていってもしょうがないですけれども、思い出した。コンピューターらしくない振る舞いですね。プログラムもそうやって消しちゃわないようにしてほしいですけれども、ゲームベーシックにしましょう。はい。了解。ゲームベーシックを開始します。どうやるんだっけ？まあ、1。そうでしたね。HU ベーシックっていうのはハドソンが絡んでいるベーシックだと思うんですけれども、これなかなかすごい機能がありましてね。HU ベーシックのファミコンカスタムみたいな内容でして、いろんなスプライト制御機能がついているのが特徴です。ちょっとやってみましょうね。うわぁ、押しにくい。これで出来上がり。たったの、6行のプログラムですけど、これを実行するとこうなります。これファミリーベーシックのごくごく基本的な、プログラムだと言えるんですが、このムーブ命令というのが結構すごくってキャラクターをこんなに簡単に動かせてしまうという。一応解説しておきましょうか。まず 10番20番はスプライトをつけたりとか、CG をつけたりとかいう、まあ普通にエンゲル係数みたいな、必ずかかるところです。4、これで、0から7まで、N に足しながら NEXT までループをします。この define move っていう命令が、move 命令のキャラクターを定義するところですね。もう一回走ってください。この N、つまりこれは0から7まで移動する。スプライトというところ、0というのはこれマリオになっています。例えばこれを1にすると、レディーになったりする。ちょっと色が変ですが、N プラス1っていうのはこれ方向です。つまり0から7で、ベクトルを1、2、3、4、5、6、7と、8と、方向を振り分けています。これスピード。これは移動距離。これなんだっけな、優先順位かな。BG が前とか奥とか。あとこれがパレットだと思います。これを2番とかにすると、正しいレディーの色になりましたね。いろいろなキャラクターのプリセットというのがあって、それをごくごく簡単に使えるというのがやっぱりミソですね。なんて言うんでしょうね。本当にパソコンでプログラムを最初から設定したとしたら、こんなドット絵を描いただけでもうすでにこんなプログラム量というのは超えちゃいますからね。しかも、マリオに戻してよく見ると0か。パレットを0にして、1番ってルイージカラーだっけ？そうだ。マリオブラザーズの頃のルイージカラーですね。顔が黄色い。こういう、上に登ってるものははしごを掴んでいるパターンになってるし、斜めはジャンプで、横は横に歩いてる3パターンを送っていますよね。こういう自由度の高いというのは違うな。むしろ自由度は低いんですけれども、なんか簡単にこういうものが制御できるというところにファミリーベーシックの凄さを感じられるわけです。ただし、このムーブ命令というのは手軽な反面とっても使いにくかったです。8方向だけしか設定できなかったりとか、あるいは、それぞれのキーの移動みたいなものもなかなかすぐに拾ってくれなかったりとかですね。はい。というわけで、ムーブ命令よりは実践的に使える、スプライト命令を使ってちょっとプログラムを組んでみました。まあ、コマンドを忘れてる上で、当時のコマンドを思い出しながら一生懸命作ったので、非常に雑なところがあるところはご容赦ください。これ実行するとこんな感じになります。これ、ファミコンのコントローラーで操作できるんですけどね、しかも完成力がちょっとついてたりして。こういう滑らかに動くファミコンのオブジェクトを非常に簡単にファミコンのコントローラーで操作をできるということのなんと素晴らしいことか。これ実際に普通のパソコンを、プログラムして遊ぶ際は当時はカクカクした動きしかできなかったわけですよね。だけれどもこれだけ速いスプライトが自由に動かせるというのはとても良かったと思います。私自身もこれによって例えば今やってる完成力とか、そういうようなものがどのように手触りに影響を及ぼすのかということをいろいろこれで学ぶことができました。それによって、最初の星のカービィの開発に役立てたりとかそういうこともできましたし、非常にいろいろなものを学べたと思います。背景は別のツールを使って描くことができます。といってもやっぱりファミコンですからね、やや地味な取り回しになるんですが、マリオブラザーズの床ですかね。こういったものが、パレットを変えて選んでおくという感じ。この辺はマリオブラザーズのアセットみたいですね。こんな感じで。キャラクターをいろいろ山とかありますけど、この白いのこのままだと意味がわかんないと思うんですけど、パレットを変えたら、これはドンキーコングジュニアっぽい足場になりますけど、こんな感じかなというところで、ファミコンにはちょっとアトリビュートという問題がありまして、そうですね、例えばこれいくつもかな。 何のインクツボだろう。こうしてこうしてこうすると、下のところがなんか凍結みたいな色合いになっちゃいましたよね。パレットっていうのが 16×16 の、一通りで色が変わるというようなことになっているため、このインクの部分が下の方が色が変わってしまうと。もしも、色を変えずにパレットをちゃんと正しく配置をしたいのであれば、これ1個上にずらす必要があったりします。
やっぱり面白いな。ついでに、ファミリーベーシックがすごいところ、これですね、カセットのこの裏のところに単3電池が2つ入れられます。つまりバッテリーバックアップ。すいません、これ一人でこれ撮ってるので、ズームができません。別の写真でお見せすると、これによりプログラムをそっくり記憶できます。ただし電池をものすごく食うし、挙動が不安定な印象もありました。まあ仕方がないですけど、ここに、スライドスイッチがあって、これで
So if the batteries died, would the save data? Yeah, like a conventional save cartridge, right? It would just, if the batteries died, so did the memory. Oh my god, right? That's terrifying.
電池による給電を可能にするか否かという切り替えができるようになっています。記録にはデータレコーダー、つまりカセットテープを使うことが主流でしたけどね。調べたところ、初めてバッテリーバックアップを採用したゲームソフトというのは1986年の2月、スーパーカセットビジョン版のドラゴンスレイヤーとされていたようですが、少なくともそれより前ですね。1980年代、パソコンを手に入れることによってゲーム業界入りを目指した人は多かったと思います。しかし、中学生の私には高値の花でした。セットで40万円ぐらいしましたしね。が、ゲームパソコンをファミコンでできてしまうファミリーベーシックが登場すると、半年分の小遣いを貯めて買いましたけどね。もし私がファミリーベーシックに触れていなければ、当然私がゲームを作れると感じることもなく、この業界にも入っておらず、するとカービィもスマブラも生まれていなかったということになる。世の中何がきっかけになるか分かりませんが、まずはゲームを作ってみることが大事だと思いますよね。この番組も未来のゲームクリエイターが増えるきっかけになればいいなと思っています。
Oh, that's so touching. You know, there is something to be said about this because I don't know if I can make this like a global example, but the equivalent for me would be well, okay, I have to kind of go a little bit of a story mode here. So for the uninitiated on the Trihex lore, the name Trihex was something I came up with in 2003 whenever I was after having played Yu-Gi-Oh! Online for about a year. I entered a tournament online and I won my first opening round. I was part of this is so crazy. All right, so Yu-Gi-Oh! Comes to the States, I think around like 2001, or at least it picked up in popularity in 2001. 2002 is when I had access to like decent internet finally. Bless the fuck up. Shout out to my grandma not living in the middle of nowhere, actually living kind of near town, and actually had internet. So I would go to her place on the weekends and I'd play Yu-Gi-Oh! There, right? I'd play Yu-Gi-Oh! Online. There was an online simulation called Yu-Gi-Oh! Virtual Desktop, and that's where I would make you could download the card packs and you'd be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Against other players. And you would arrange this on a forum that doesn't even exist anymore. It's a different story the other day here. Point is that I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Online and I lost a lot in the very beginning because I was bad. And eventually, about a year later, I was in a dueling clan, which those were a thing. So it'd be like you and your online friends would like have clans, and then y'all would go clan v clan. And at the time, I had an unconventional deck. I had a Fire Princess Reverse Burn LP Drain deck, which was particularly brutally anti-meta because it was effectively a stall deck with a looping win condition. And that deck, if I ran into any beat stick deck, I was gonna kick their ass because they weren't ready. Most people were lazy and didn't have side decking at the time. So I won my opening round, which was my first time actually winning anything of like a notable tournament victory in Yu-Gi-Oh! And with that, then came the name Trihex. I came up with that name mostly because I wanted something visual, like an insignia or some kind of like something to display in my avatar. You know, back when forums existed and you had like your avatar. It exists now on social media, but this was like, you know, way more, I think, prevalent back then. I'd argue the avatar is not as relevant now as it was then. You know, now it's more about your content and whether or not you're a verified badge of who's someone of importance. Your identity is more important, and I'd say now more so than your avatar particularly. But avatars are pretty peak on the expression along with the forum signature. More on those another time, another day here. Point being is that Trihex was the name I came up with because I was trying out different types of insignias and I guess logos, and I liked how the hexagon looked. It was edgy, it was very angular, and it was I was kind of a noob and I didn't really know how to do much else in Photoshop, so that's what I did. All this to say here, the point being is that had I not been yearning for self-expression and validation and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Online at a time when I was getting like reamed socially IRL for not being black enough in middle school. Again, more on that another time here as well. If you already know about that probably now. I engulfed myself in online interaction and I was yearning for validation there. So even though I drew, I'd always been drawing, right? Reading Sonic comics, drawing Sonic, drawing other things here. So I already had like an artistic inclination beforehand, but I clearly needed to take it to the next level in online, and I needed to like get what people were using to do image manipulation, which at the time handedly was Adobe Photoshop. So had it not been for me pirating Photoshop like everyone else did, because the shit was hella unaffordable for anyone here. There was no fucking hope in getting this shit for fucking $800 license here. Okay, bro. Well, couldn't be me. And so, you know, me unironically age 12, 13, doing Photoshop, like, I mean, and I did it I was a sweat. I was doing tutorials, grinding, just to try to be able to like make cool stuff. I wanted to be able to make my avatar cool. I wanted to be able to like do my form signature to look fucking badass here. And I'm saying these terms right now, and I'm sure this is all going over the heads of everyone, because I'm like, you got to be like in your 30s to even know what the fuck we're even talking about right now. Because like, if I say forum signature, you don't even, if I lost you, then bro, you're not an old head, okay? I'm sorry. If I say forum sig and you don't know what I'm saying, bro, you need to read a book, little youngin', because you ain't about this combo right now, all right? So with that, yeah, I'd say Photoshop really in its inception was my background, because it did kind of dictate all of my perceptions of the aesthetic. Don't let my current, I know right now my overlays and my layouts are garbage. Right, this all looks terrible. I agree. This is all really, really bad, and it's so not me at all. At the same time here, it's because I've been like, admittedly, I've been in an emotional deficit for quite a while. Don't worry, I'm getting to this. Oh, you know what I can? Okay, the overlays don't give off that I'm really heavy on aesthetic. I think what does give it away are the emotes. The emotes are actually, for the most part, matching what I aim to intend. My emotes are what they are. I can tell you how calculated all the decisions were here. The reason why I have the emotes I do, how they look. All of them I've always asked for the PSD, so I can always go into Photoshop myself and tinker them. That way I can make sure they look, that even though they look good at full size, you know, you got to see them at emote size to make sure that they're still legible, clear, concise, not overly detailed, and able to be perceived correctly. So all of that came from, you know, just my background in Photoshop and art in general. So if you like the emotes, it's because the emotes are heavily under my own scrutiny of my standard. And in time, my overlays will also match that as well. So yeah. Have I seen the new Adobe demo? Actually, no. I did tell chat about Adobe Max's keynote. I actually do care about what they got going on. I do think Adobe as a company is pretty cringe now with the whole creative cloud garbage and the subscription model and it just being and which I could even let that slide if they weren't doing the subscription trap cancellation bullshit that they've been doing now for like a decade. But also covered the FTC now calling out that garbage too. That's going to be fixed in the next like a half a year, thankfully, bless up. But regardless, though, aside from Adobe as a company being morally bankrupt, I am interested in. I do want to keep up with what Adobe's doing in the world of creative endeavors. So I do have a video queued up here on re-summarizing the Adobe Max keynote that happened last week, or is happening now. Or it's weird because the keynotes happen and it goes on with like a forever with sessions and all that here. So TLDR, I have not seen it, but I have a video queued up to look at all the Adobe Max stuff here. So we will look at that at a later time. I can't do it today though, so we got a million things to do with Sakurai right now. I gotta like get through this shit. You know, we gotta keep pushing. Okay, so that was a story dump here. Sorry about that, but that was like, you know, I thought it was really, really wholesome what he was alluding to, because my parallel would be that, like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling Online led to me getting into Photoshop, and Photoshop was my prerequisite to getting into the aesthetic, and the aesthetic is kind of where we are now with this like beacon of self-expression that I have with like my Twitch channel, which includes not just my overlays but also my emotes. So.
いろんなゲームをしていると実質上マップ画面
However, I'm reading the description. That is fucking nuts. Where you're
But okay.
rotate your shit in 3D, bro. What? Okay. I don't have this one explicitly, but I will. Again, I was gonna go through and mark all the ones I cared about from the Adobe official portals, but I have a couple already here, but I did not have this one, so adding it in there.
画面でゲームしてるよなと感じることがしばしばあります。3D 空間を歩いているのだけど画面の隅にマップが表示されていてそこばっかりを見てしまうような、画面がこれだけ広大で景色も素晴らしく描かれているのに実際には画面の隅でゲームをしているというとなんかもったいない気もします、また平地見下ろしで済むならまだしも立体的な空間を表現するのが難しいです。サブノーティカのように立体的な起伏も表現しなければならない立体マップ表示は把握が大変かといって頻繁に全画面のマップ画面に切り替えるのも煩わしい、これが最も一般的な手ではあるんですけどここで考えることを放棄してはいけません。マップの画面処理を考えた時一つ思い出に残っているのは不思議のダンジョンシリーズです。これは画面全体に半透明でマップを表示しそれを見ながらプレイできるもの。ボタンを押せばゲーム画面が消えマップ画面だけで見ることができます。あらゆるジャンルで使えるわけではないですがこれは画期的でした。直接マップを充実させることを考えるだけではなくメインの画面の情報量を増やすのは有効だと思います。例えばフォルツァなどレースゲームのガイド表示は最悪マップ表示に目がいかなくてもどのぐらいの深度のコーナーなのかはなんとなく理解できるようになってますね。そうでなくてもゲーム画面にさまざまなインフォを載せて補うのはありです。地形の配置や描写で曲がる場所や怪しいところを分かりやすくすることだって無縁ではありません。画面のどこを見ながらプレイするのかを考えることは
I'm sorry, chat. I'm over opinionated. All right, so let's spit for a second here, okay? So here's my problem with mini maps in general. So if your game, it's like, I don't know how to put this here. It's like when the mini map is too useful, effectively I go from looking at all of this to just looking at the mini map. Because in the end here, the mini map just gives me a more direct, efficient way to traverse whatever your overworld is. So when the mini map, and I'm calling that too useful, that might be the wrong term here, but like when the mini map is too useful, it obsoletes what I'm looking at because I'm heading to the objective and I'm not there right now. So I'm around what is, by the mini map's point of view, effectively worthless terrain. Like I'm in town, but I'm not at the shop. Therefore, I look at the mini map. Where is the shop? Look at the traverse towards the shop. I'm ignoring everything else. Everything else is deemed non-interactable based off of the logic that the mini map is giving me here. So if I'm surrounded by non-interactable terrain, I don't care about it, because why would I care about it? It doesn't provide me any interactability or value. So I just walk past it anyway, and we move on from there. This is a major thing that I would say Breath of the Wild fixed. Maybe other games too. I don't know exactly. I didn't play everything, but like, because now terrain is climbable universally, right? You can climb mountains and generally everything in the game. Now traversing past flat points now have interest, because you can interact with them to get to where you want to go to. But in most games though, yeah, mini map is overpowered, and I'm looking at this the whole time while I'm ignoring all of this, honestly, which is kind of depressing to think about in a way. Way markers are a way to fix that, or I don't know. It can both amend the mini map and fix it, but also just provide more distractions from actually engaging with your current physically occupying space. And I would say here, this is where shots fired Horizon Zero Dawn comes into play, because like you have a mini map telling you where to go. You have a way marker telling you what direction to head in. A way marker different than a compass. Telling you, when you're going to get there, and you're just staring at the distance meter, whatever, like decreasing until you hit 0, then you're there. 150 meters away, and you're just walking until you get there and whatnot. So you're just staring at this or staring at this and not looking and engaging with any of this. So that's a massive problem to me. And how you solve that is just there's like not one way. There's a bunch of reasons why these are a problem, and solving them is a very like non-linear situation to look at. Depends on what you want the player to do. It just goes back here to, like, I would say broadly, not wasting the player's time. Like, a bigger map is not better, and open world should not be shoved into every game idea ever as an afterthought. Oh, well, this game would be better if it's open world. Well, would it? I don't know. It should have a lot of broad terrain. Well, should it? Yeah. It's like, why? So in the end here, if I'm just like, effectively, I don't even know. If I'm sitting here and I'm bored shitless doing slow travel, and the minute fast travel comes, I'm like relieved. That could be a problem, I would say. If your fast travel, it's like, I don't know how to put this here. Someone smart me can probably elaborate here, but like, it's like fast travel generally should be a thing when slow travel has no purpose. If it's just retreading an already exhausted area where there are no interactable components of the area to be traversed through left, then yeah, like if you're uber leveled and everything down there is, for some reason you can't make it like relevant to the current section of the game because you're too uber leveled, or there's some narrative reason or whatnot, okay, then yeah, fast traveling to skip that boring part, because it would be a retread of just like, you level 70 pimp smacking level 2 whatever's, right? Yeah, fast travel. But generally, fast travel should be to, minimize wasting my time on dumb shit. But if fast travel is like what I'm like hyped for because I'm bored fucking shitless slow traveling, skill issue, I'd say, on the game dev there. Maybe need to figure out how to make my time more worthwhile. So there's more from here, but I feel like I just wanted to cover what topics he was getting at here, because also I'd be here ranting all day about things. So let's go back to where we were.
画面のどこを見ながらプレイするのかを考えることは割と大事。プレイヤーの意識を踏まえることはもっと大事。これは、例が多いことなので、作るゲームとともに考えてみてはいかがでしょうか。私はあんまりスポーツ観戦しません。
Me too, Sakurai. Me too. #relatable.
さほどエキサイトする方ではないです。理由は私の中ではっきりしていて、どちらのチームにも肩入れしていないからです。オリンピックのように応援すべき母国があるような場合は少し異なりますが、それでも相手方の国がすごければ素直に尊敬しちゃう。逆に言えば、観戦して楽しむ場合、まずどちらかのチームに肩入れをするということが楽しむ秘訣などだと思います。同じように戦い、どちらかが勝つという場合、最初から 応援すべき方がはっきりしていた方が燃えます。スマブラではオンラインで誰かの試合のリプレイを流す観戦モードがあります。
ここでは勝者と思う人にささやかなポイントをかけることができます。
わずかな手がかりがあるとしても、そんな無茶などちらが勝つかなんてわからないですよね。知らない人だし。
だけど実はポイント自体はあんまり意味がありません。そんなに儲けにもならないです。
何かに肩入れするというささやかな動機として織り込んでいます。知っている人ならなおいいという意味では、e スポーツで有名選手が輩出されるのは良いことですね。
Hey Ninja Naruto, what's up?
Probably been about 10 years since I followed. Happy to still be here with going strong with the Tri-Fam Try Harder.
Ninja Naruto, thank you for the big 78-month prime streak of that. That's like super impressive. Massive W. Thank you for the dedication. Welcome aboard. Yeah, we're binging every Sakurai video right now, leading up to the premiere of the finale episode, which is happening tomorrow. Real quick here, I'll drop a link for y'all. This is the it's gonna be a premiere on YouTube, so here's the link to that. It'll be happening tomorrow morning. If you're in USA, it's 7 a.m. East Coast, 4 a.m. West Coast. And right now we're on 120 out of 250. Wow, this seems so undoable right now, the rate I'm going. Fuck. Oh my god, bro.
同じような人たちが同じように続ける未来も困りますが、応援すべき動機づけは欲しいところです。観戦して楽しむ要素がある作品はどちらかに肩入れできる環境を整えると良いと思います。ちなみに実はスマブラの応援仕様は各国のレギュレーションでギャンブル的表現として引っかからないよう慎重な調整を重ねてやっと作られています。意外と大変なんですよね。ギャンブルに近い話といえば、ソーシャルゲームのガチャのような考え方には何か転用できるところがあるかもしれません。同じガチャのようなものでも、2つか3つの中から選ばせたり、その重み付けが何らかの理由で異なると単純にランダムで排出されるよりも良い印象が得られるはずです。
Squashing and scaling.
モデルを拡大縮小することをスケーリングと言います。モーションにおいてはごくごく基本的なこと。コンピューターグラフィックスなどにおけるポリゴンやその動きは原則的にはスケーリングこと拡縮、ローテーションこと回転、トランスレーションこと移動の3要素で構成されています。移動や回転は日常茶飯事に行われているわけですが、スケーリングはそうでもないですよね。だけど軽く見て良いものではありません。ものによってはぐーっと良くなりますから。球がバウンドするような動きを作ったとします。例えばこんな感じ。自負アニメで適当に作りましたが、これでもダメではないのですが、スケーリングを併用するとこういった表現になります。質感が全然違いますよね。何やら手触りすら感じられてきます。こういう扁平スケーリングをスクワッシュ&ストレッチなどと呼んだりしますが、質感や勢いを良くするため有効に使えます。こういう動きを表現する場合、おおむね質量を保つということを前提にしてください。縦に潰したら横には伸びるというふうにすると良いと思います。カービィのしゃがみや着地はゲームボーイ時代から扁平しています。モデルで表現して以降もそのようにしているのですが、単純に扁平させるとなんか量感に欠けるものになってしまいます。これは当時の日報に貼った絵。単にスケーリングさせるのではなく、どちらかというとドット絵の方のようなオーバルコースのような量感でお願いしたいという旨を書いています。単純な縦潰しだと円が味気ないのですよね。端っこにちょっと量感を持たせるような。ブレンドシェイプ、つまり 2つのモデルの補完で対応できるかもなんて話もありましたが、どうなんだかな。少なくとも単にスケーリングしているだけではなさそうですね。かなり細かいところにもこのようなスケールモーションは含まれています。マリオの拳がパンチの時に大きくなるようなものはどちらかというと誇張表現で、こういうものとは少し異なりますけどね。モーションの味付けに困ったら導入を頑張ってみてください。
Yes, I was looking real quick for y'all here. This is where obviously we can go into the nitty gritty of like all the animation nerds. Would call myself an aspiring animation nerd. I don't know if I'm quite certified. I'm not really in the field, but there is there are, if I recall correctly, there are 9 basic principles for granting in animation that grant the illusion of lifelike movement. And with that, we can now go into what's going to happen here is it's unconventional in that, like, you would think depicting realism or depicting convincing physics is going to be like just replicating realism, but it's actually quite the opposite. It's actually exaggeration is how you convey what people perceive as reality. Anyways, there's a really good book that's the backhand of like Disney animation, The Illusion of Life, that was written by quite a few of the boomers from that time who are like the pioneers in the field and whatnot. It's a great book if you've ever seen it, or you can ask anyone in chat who's an animation nerd, they can probably tell you more about it here. With that, you can get it on, it's shockingly affordable given how much of a cornerstone of animation ideology it is. It's about $40 on Amazon right now, but thankfully I'm based and I quickly found for you all here a PDF. You can go here and you can skim the PDF free-ish. You have to watch ads to unlock it here, but yeah, you can cop a gander if you want to over here. So would love to show you at least page 2, but and yeah, there we go. So you get the idea. Yeah. So obviously, yeah, you can go in here and to learn more about everything as you like do it ad by ad and whatnot. All right, cool. So continuing on.
ゲームのお試しとしては、一般的には体験版の制作というのはかなり有効です。世の中、知らないことがほとんどですから、知られないよりは知られることを頑張るべき。いくら制作側が山ほど伝えたつもりでも、世間の人々にはまだまだ足りないことが多いわけです。体験版の有効度は高い。お客さんからしてみると、だったらどうして体験版をもっと作らないんだろうなんてことを思うかもしれませんね。だけど体験版を作るのはものすごく労力がかかるんです。普通に考えるよりもはるかに。決してゲームの途中までを切り出せば済むというわけではないです。下手をすると小さいソフトを1本分作るのと同程度には大変です。まず発売前から出す体験版なら情報漏洩リスクに備えなければなりません。体験版のログに製品の展開のネタバレに該当するようなものが残っていると解析されて悲惨な目になりかねないですから、丁寧に抜いていく必要があります。ファイル単位で抜けるならまだしも、どのファイルに何を表記しているのかを完全に把握して抜くのは難しいことでしょう。そして体験版を制作した瞬間から開発内では2バージョンの管理が行われることになります。管理が別なら更新も別、調整も別、そしてデバッグも別になって厳しい。仮にも外に出すものですから、製品版に迫るぐらいのデバッグをかけなければなりません。しかも漏洩リスクの話などからゲーム内の一定の要素を抜いているでしょうから、不具合が起こる可能性も高い。そして体験版ではバランス取りがなされていない可能性があります。中途半端なものを上げることで見切られる可能性も当然増えるかも。ないよりある方が明らかに良いとも言えますが、悪評が蔓延することで他の人の購入意欲を削ぐのは困ります。しかし もし製品版の同等のバランス調整を望むなら、本タイトルが発売されてからしばらくして体験版を出すしかないですよね。これはこれで効果としては微妙です。というわけで体験版はただでさえ厳しい。
Plus, there's this other unspoken situation, not as common, but definitely not 0% occurring here, where Lies of P, the Pinocchio Dark Souls clone, right, from the Korean studio, if I recall correctly, the demo was the first 2 worlds, and so the demo was comfortably 15% of the game. Like, it was like the demo genuinely took 4 hours to beat, and I'm like, it's definitely way too much. Like, I don't know, to extrapolate why isn't really important. It's just clearly the demo is like it's fucking 4 hours long. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, it's the first 2 fucking worlds. Holy shit. So definitely too long. For whatever reason, that's like a conflict, I would suppose. And also Frog Gun, which is more anecdotal to me here, but like when I played Frog Gun, it was for the entire first world, the demo, which again was like is comfortably I think either a 5th of the game or a 6th of the game. But yeah, like just these demos hitting 20% of the total game in demo form just feels like it's like way too long, way too much. Revealing too much, I guess here. Yeah, I guess it's kind of because it's like you're kind of like, if you're gonna make your demo that long, it could work if you're allowing. You definitely want to have like your save file be synchronizing with the main game, so you have to like replay that shit. But also you have now played the opening game in a way that was like unintended, and it's not cohesive. Like, you get to the game weeks later or whatever, and you're just like continuing from where you were weeks ago. Yeah, it just feels uncohesive and problematic for a million reasons.
開発リソースを圧迫します。制作はとても厳しい。完成後に要素を削減するかのように作った方が楽なのですが、それでは効果が落ちますしね。コロナ禍以前にはゲーム関連のショーも世界で盛んで、様々な体験版が展示されていました。
You know, I got it now. Chat, it's like when you open up a video on Pornhub and she's already naked, and it's like, whoa. I wanted to, like, if you're just gonna show me the goods already, like, that's not like, I need something to contrast that with. Like, you're already like, I want to see the side boob and the under boob and the absolute territory. You know, I want to see you wearing something cute, and then you get naked, right? Like, it's like, you know, if you're already nude, you're not stimulating my imagination, and like it just makes me feel like all the less of a cheapened experience, I would say. You know, this is why clearly the best videos on the hub are going to be the ones where they start clothed and then they eventually undress, right? Right, like, you know, hashtag relatable, right? Yeah, exactly. So, all right, cool. And I was trying to, I can't think of a better example there, but I think that one really applies and we all agree on that. And no, I will not be taking questions. So let's go ahead and continue then.
も世界で盛んで、様々な体験版が展示されていました。それらも作るのは大変でしたが、ユーザーの手元に残らず管理できるのはまだマシなのかもしれません。体験版をオンラインでダウンロードするようなことも日常になったので、やはり体験版の制作は有効とは言えるでしょう。ゲームが巨大化、複雑化していることもあり、体験版の制作はさらに厳しくなっています。それを作るか作らないかはパブリッシャーやディベロッパーの方針次第だと思います。が、体験版は非常に有効で、知らないよりは知られた方が良いと思うのは本当です。スマブラ X あたりからの習慣ですが、私はチーム内で毎日日報を書いていました。外部に公開されることのないチーム内のみで読まれるもの。休日出勤も含めて働いている日は必ずです。 Twitter などで展開している今日の1枚も元はといえば1日1枚チームに上げたスクリーンショットです。これを最初に貼り、1日につき3つから5つぐらいのトピックをアップします。トピックとしてはプロジェクトとしてのニュース、監修内容、チェック項目も上げるし、不具合報告もします。時には厳しいことも言います。必ずしもチームに対する伝達事項ではなく、プレイしたゲームの感想であるとか、起こったこと、思ったことなど、いわゆるよもやま話もあります。それぞれのトピックに各スタッフがコメントをつけられるので、スタッフ間でやり取りも頻繁に行われました。日報には多大なメリットがありました。まず、これをする目的の一つにスタッフに私自身を知ってもらおうという意図があります。私はチームを持っていない、会社に属していないようなものですから、どこか既存のチームにジョイントします。いわゆるよそ者です。どこのものともわからない人が上から指示をしてくるっていうのはスタッフにとって心象厳しいでしょう。で、日報を読めば少なくとも知らない人ということにはなりません。次に情報共有。チーム内で大事な情報をメールで全体告知したとしても意外と読まれないんですね。が、日報ページは毎日の変化があり、かなり多くの人が自発的に見に来るので、メールよりもしっかり伝わったりします。なお、スマブラチーム内で次の制作ファイターを17時にここで発表すると書いて日報で、公開しようとしたことがありました。これセフィロスの時だったんですけれど、この時なんとアクセス過多でサーバーが落ちましたね。チーム内の。次に私自身のアウトプットのトレーニング。とにかく習慣的に何かを書き出すというのは自分。
Wait, before I forget here, this topic is really bussin'. This is like a separate tangent here, so I'm not going to elaborate further on it, but just want to plant it in there. There's got to be a way to make email less painful. I don't know what to call that. Like, I don't know even what I'm trying to say here, but I feel like if you work white collar, email is just the necessary evil we exist with. And I'm really wondering what it would take, if even possible, to make the burden of communication protocol and email just less painful. I don't know if it's like an association bias or just like because it's like it's always work shit and I never look forward to it. I don't know here, but I feel like I'm not alone in that regard. I don't know how to really summarize it any better than that. Just like what psychological tactics would it take to make email just less? It's like I have to like brace for it, and I'm never like, I don't even know what I'm even trying to say right now, bro. It just, bro, because he's bringing up how the newsletter was embraced, but the emails were ignored, and I don't think it's because emails from the team. I think it's just because emails in general now are just like have not really been, what's the word here? Improved. I've seen some things where like emails become gamified or emails are like seen through like an in-game UI or whatever. I've seen some pretty crazy examples of this. But I just don't know, like, I don't know what it takes. I don't know how to really something here. No, it's not about the email backlog. It's just maybe it's me. I don't know. It's not that Shamfor. It's not that emails are bad. It's emails inherently don't feel. They feel transactional and not conversational. And I can tell Google's aware of this because they do all this autocomplete stuff to really remove a lot of the friction and attempted email communication. But in general, I would just conclude here, I've been dealing with email now for 20 years plus. It kind of sucks. There's a reason why I don't look forward to it, but for some reason texting feels less frictional. And I'm not sure really what it is, but definitely want to kind of plant that in there that, you know, ugh.
を鍛えます。いや、鍛えるとか言ってはいけなくて、日常当たり前のようにする必要がありますね。特にディレクターはアウトプットが太いことが例外なく求められます。それと チームに毎日ささやかな刺激を与えられることというのもメリットですね。少なくとも私の日報は毎日変化しますから、同じような作業をし続けるチームに対して何らかの刺激や気づきを生むもとになると思います。最後のメリット、進捗の確認。チームが大きくなっていくと、それぞれの人はゲームの部品作りに励むことになります。これはゲームの全体像を見失わせる可能性があるので、他で作られているものを確認できるのは大事。例えば今日の1枚は、制作物の進捗などを見えるようにすることでチーム全体に進捗を告知するという役割もあります。役割というか、当初はそういう狙いでした。もちろんトピックとして個別に写真を載せることもありますね。他の人も作業日報としてその日の成果を書き、指針を少し書くこともあります。そういう人はその人のパーソナリティを感じられて結構大事。風通しの良い制作環境を作るのに一役買うので特におすすめです。なお、チーム開始時ご意見板のようなものも設けました。こうしたい、ああしたいというものも投稿できるようにしています。これも有効ですね。
Oh, it's a grab bag.
雑談。今回は私がまだ子供だった時、どのようにゲームに触れていたのかをお話ししたいと思います。完全に雑談です。最初にビデオゲームに触れた記憶は、いわゆるポンのような可変抵抗でパドルを動かすタイプのゲームだったと思います。手でダイヤルをねじるとテレビの中のものがダイレクトに動く。しかもギラギラ発光している。これは子供桜井にとってすっごい感動がありました。スペースインベーダーブームが起こった1978年頃、私は7歳から8歳でした。ブームが終わろうとする頃には非常に多彩なアーケードゲームが乱立することになります。あえてローカルな話をしますが、地元の方に忠実屋というスーパーマーケットがありました。日曜日はおおむねそこに家族で買い出しに出ています。スーパーに着いたら親に200円を渡されます。その200円を握りしめ、私はゲームコーナーに直行しました。親は別れ買い出しへ。私が子供の時代へは、親と離れて行動することは普通でした。今ではとんでもないことですけどね。200円だと
He's not wrong. I would split off my mom and go to the my equivalent is I would go to the newsprint aisle and I would read gaming magazines and the like while she was shopping and yapping her mouth off. We'd go to the mall and she would go to Dillard's and all the other boring stores I didn't care about. I would went to the arcade and GameStop, unironically, and would, she would just say, hey, meet me at X at Y time. And, if you weren't there, it was less about like getting abducted or whatever the stranger danger scares were or whatever. It was more like, motherfucker, if you ain't here when I'm ready, I'll beat that ass. And don't you dare ask for McDonald's or a game or nothing. So you knew by the punishment conclusion here to be at, meet me at the food court at 2 o'clock. If you ain't there, I'm beating that ass. So that's kind of how that went. And it's just hard to relate to now. I don't even know, I don't have any kids, so I don't know what the fuck now. But malls don't exist, smartphones exist, 24/7 accountability and always tangible. I don't know, lack of third spaces, malls don't exist, skating rinks closed down, Amazon bought everything out. There's no reason to really shop anywhere other than get your necessities and your essentials at big box retailer and all the niche shit online. It just feels like a much more disconnected, less social world now, sadly. Anyways, I don't know, just kind of a small tangent there a little bit.
50円ゲームが4回遊べたので、どのゲームにコインを入れるかを吟味しながら遊びます。で、200円を使い切るとそのままホビー店方面へ。 そこにはいろんなゲーム機の私有があるので、それを楽しんでいました。そうして適当に遊んでいると、買い物を終えた親が迎えに来て帰るという昔の話です。なお忠実屋は現在ザ・マーケットプレイス東大和というショッピングモールになっているようです。どうでもいい？それとは別に、家から近くの立川方面にも出向きました。街が大きいので、お店もゲームセンターも大規模なものが多かったです。ゲームセンターで小遣いを使って遊んだりもしていましたが、それとは別に当時はデパートなどでゲーム大会やラジコン大会などを急に開くところも多くありました。特に予約受付なんかはなくて、パッと参加できます。それを見つけて参加し、両手に別々の大会の景品を抱えて帰ることもありました。ゲームはまあまあ得意だったようです。そして当時は手の届かない PC や PC ゲームなどにもいろんなお店で触れました。実際に PC を手に入れられるのは高校生になってからですけどね。余談ですが、日本ファルコムが立川にありました。当時はパソコンソフトショップと開発室が併用されていたんですね。開発現場がパソコンショップ側から明け付けになっているという、今では全くありえないこともありました。もちろんじろじろ見ていたわけではありませんが、メーカーにおけるゲームの制作現場を生で見たのはそこが初めてなのかも。ファミコンが出たのが1983年。言うまでもなくその衝撃は大きかったのですが、その前にも実に多くのゲームが存在していました。ファミコンの登場前後、アーケード、コンシューマー、PC と、それぞれさまざまなゲームが繰り出されており、ギラギラしていた時代です。1年経ったら技術もかなり進んでいるというようなハイペースな成長時代だったので、そこから受ける刺激は計り知れないものがありました。もっとも他のホビーをしていなかったわけではありません。ゲームに限らずいろんなものがあったために、どれも刺激的でした。子供の頃に楽しんだものやその喜びというのは、大人になった時の思考に非常に大きな影響を与えるものだと思っています。今私はゲームの作り手になり、知らない誰かの幼少期に少し影響を与えているかもしれません。コロコロコミックという雑誌があります。日本最大の児童誌ですね。そのアンケートによる2019年のデータでは、最も人気のホビーはテレビゲーム。さらにその中では最も人気のテレビゲームとしてスマブラスペシャルが上がったそうです。コロコロコミックは私が子供の
Man, that must feel crazy to see. That's crazy. Most popular game, Smash Brothers. I mean, it's got some appeal. I will say here, chat, maybe anecdotal here. Okay, probably super anecdotal, but when I go to gym, and what is like the easiest icebreaker? And this is not me trying. This is what I've also been approached for here. It's not Call of Duty. It's actually Smash. Like, you play Smash, and everyone generally will say yeah, and then follow with I'm not good, or I enjoy it. People may play it. I mean, I'm sorry. People might not be good at it, but they play it. And so if you invite them with the icebreaker to play, in my experience at gyms, this is like you walk in the gym wearing a Kingdom Hearts tank top, or some kind of like gamer thing that's like, an icebreaker to flex your power level. Like, you clearly fuck with gaming in some capacity. And then from there, hey, you want me to spot you or whatever, or something like that, right? We share equipment or something like that of a mutual agreement. And then it facilitates to, well, hey, you free? You wanna get something to eat and then go smash after? No homo? And then that kind of like that unironically happened like a billion times, like 2015 to 2019 for me. Like that only really stopped with like COVID, really, because it's like it's so easy, hey, boy thinks he's nice. He means Ganon. Oh my God bless his heart here. I'm gonna bring him. Hey.
You got a thing.
Yeah.
They sent it to you. You bought it.
I bought it.
Haters.
Hey.
My body hurts.
Yeah, that was pretty painful to wake up to, I'm sure.
It's still fun though.
Cool. Right on. Awesome, awesome. Everyone say hi to Venom. Venom's back from work. So what do we have here? We have Smash, Mario, Splatoon. Again, look how crazy this is. Splatoon's like the third highest one in Japan. That's fucking nuts. Overtaking Pokemon, then Fortnite, Battle Cats, Minecraft, Yokai Watch, Kirby. Damn, Kirby is 6% though. That's more than I thought it'd be for sure. That's pretty crazy. Cool.
が上がったそうです。コロコロコミックは私が子供の頃に創刊しています。その頃自分が娯楽系の仕事をしているなんてもちろん思っていませんでした。世代が変わるって面白いなって思いますね。今の子供が遊ぶものが将来の遊びに影響するのかな。それはさておき、私が最初に感動した画面の中のものがギラギラと動く感動。最初から
Wait. Can we bring up here? Look at what's missing actually. Go back to that chart.
最も似てスマブラスペシャル。
I mean, super biased here. Maybe there was like a poll already with like options selected and you don't fill them in here, but I'm not seeing any mobile gaming stuff here. I don't know if is Battle Cats a mobile game? I don't know. But like either way, generally I wouldn't expect mobile gaming to be here because it's not really a lasting impact with connection. Battle Cats is a mobile game. Okay. Perhaps I should say, when I say mobile game, I should say more of the I should say not so much the platform it's on as a smartphone title, but rather like the thing that I don't like, which is the freemium predatory practices that are exploited by the biggest revenue winners in the mobile space, whatever that's called, that thing, whatever that is.
がしているなんてもちろん思っていませんでした。世代が変わるって面白いなって思いますね。今の子供が遊ぶものが将来の遊びに影響するのかな。それはさておき、私が最初に感動した画面の中のものがギラギラと動く感動。最初から高度なゲームがある世代はどう感じるのかなと。以上、子供の頃の雑談でした。
Ooh, game concept up next.
スマブラ X 発売後のフォローが落ち着いてきた頃、岩田社長からまだ発表もされていない段階で、任天堂 3DS 開発におけるオーダーがありました。一つは 3DS の仕様について外部から提案すること、もう一つは専用のゲームを作ること。新型ゲーム機の方針検討に外部の人間が関わることは、任天堂内においては例を見ないことでした。何度も京都の任天堂に足を運ぶことになりますが、それは置いておいて、ゲーム開発の話に集中します。新しい企画を立ち上げるにあたり、ジャンルなどの注文は特にありませんでした。そこで私が考えたこと、任天堂 3DS が計画されていた頃、DS ではタッチジェネレーションズが盛んでした。ゲームとは言い難いのだけど楽しい。カジュアル路線はタッチジェネレーションや、それに近いソフトが担うと思われるので、骨太でリッチで、ゲーマーもだいぶ満足できるようなタイトルを作るというコンセプトで検討を開始しました。逆を行くということですね。3DS は裸眼立体視を持つハードです。なので 3D の奥行きなどを楽しめる作品にするのは必須でした。そこで TPS サードパーソンシューターを、ジャンルに選びます。正確には戦場に赴く部分がレールシューター、現場に到着してから戦うのが TPS ということになります。 FPS や TPS 自体はすでに多機種でさまざまな作品がありました。 3DS で同ジャンルも当然のように出てくることでしょうが、反面そのルールはセオリーでガチガチに固まっているようにも思えます。そこで格闘ゲームに対してスマブラを作ったように、新しい見せ方を提供することができないかとも考えたわけです。 例えば下画面のパネルをフリックで操作するみたいなものなどは、特殊な操作ですね。なお、パルテナの鏡をテーマにするのは後から決めました。企画書の最後に載せています。スマブラで、任天堂が保持するキャラクター群の価値は十分に分かっていました。岩田さんには新しい企画との親和性が良ければその時に何らかのキャラクターを使うことを考えてほしいと言われていました。そして結果としてパルテナの鏡に着目しました。パルテナの鏡は1986年作。シリーズ作がほとんど出ていなかったこともあり、特に海外で要望されるタイトルの一つでした。またスマブラ X で私自身がピットなどをリニューアル。
This is just so crazy to think here that by 2008, Sakurai going from an employee of HAL and Iwata from the president of HAL to then becoming the fucking CEO of Nintendo, and then Sakurai just, being his own independent company, Sora Ltd contractor, and can just, hey, listen, effectively, look, you did Smash, you did Brawl, so listen, we need a game. I'd be happy to employ you, at your conditions, at your discretion. And listen, while you're here, because you're already base god Sakurai, take anyone you want off the Smash roster and just make a game. Whatever the fuck you want. I don't even care. Pitch it to me. If I like it, which I probably will, whatever here, yeah, we'll make it happen. That's just like, that is crazy. That's like, he landed on Kid Icarus, which is in its way another admirable point here, just like bringing like a completely dormant IP and bringing it to like mainstream relevance again, and it worked, which is like crazy to think about here, going from like the fucking 8-bit to fucking whatever the fuck 2012 is by that point in terms of gaming. But also like, yeah, you can just pick whatever you want, like whatever, find a concept, whatever you fuck with, and just pick, and ideally pick someone off the Smash roster because it probably would sell more that way. That is just, gotta pause here and just like let all that like marinate for a second, like fuck.
強化しています。その時パルテナも新デザインが起こされています。飛べない天使ピットの翼にパルテナが5分間。
Bro, exactly that. I know you're gonna deliver another banger. So just here's a company card, just make it happen, bro. Like, bro, that's pretty much right.
だけ、飛べない天使ピットの翼にパルテナが5分間だけ、飛行できる飛翔の奇跡をかける。それで現場に飛び、その後、地上戦を行う。このアイデアは面白そうだと思い提案した結果、パルテナの鏡をモチーフに起用することになりました。制作時プロジェクトソラという会社を作っていたのですが、これは今回限りの制作体制で畳むことを前提にしていました。有限会社ソラとは異なる組織です。新パルテナのコンセプトについて大事なことをいくつか挙げます。まず最初にレールシューターによる空中戦が始まります。これはつまりコースが決まっている空間をスピーディーに進めてシューティングできるもの。最初から TPS だと避ける、狙う、撃つというプロセスが一気にやってきて初心者には理解しにくいです。またあまり深く考えずに撃つゲーム性やスピーディーに画面転換できる遊びも必要だと思い導入しています。空中戦では、決まった時間で終わるという性質を生かし、シーンの雰囲気に合わせた音楽の展開をぴったり合わせる試みもしています。
Okay, this is just a 12-minute ad for Uprising. I need to play this game. I can tell I need to play this. Like, this looks good even for like 2012 all around, and I feel like I'm really missing out not seeing this shit in 3D. Holy fuck, what? How have I never seen gameplay of this game?
次に地上戦。FPS や TPS は遠くの標的に狙いを定める場合、画面内の非常に小さい面積で遊ぶことがあります。3DS が携帯機であるということも含め向かない構成ですから、敵は何倍もの大きさを持っているようにしています。近 近くまで寄らないと気がつきにくいところもありますが、たとえ雑魚敵でもピットの 4,5 倍以上の身長差はあります。そしてスライドパッドの弾き入力をダッシュと緊急回避に使っています。弾き入力はスマブラからのノウハウが生きています。ダッシュは、攻撃ためと連射で併用することでさまざまな性質の球を打ち分けることができます。緊急回避は相手の攻撃を引きつけたらグッと避けるというリスクとリターンがありますね。相手をドラッグしていると相手に回り込めるなど特有の操作も使え、シンプルかつテクニカルです。エイミングはタッチパネルをトラックボールのように操作することができます。さっとスワイプすると歓声がついて回り出し、ポイントすると止まれることでより素早いエイミングができるようになっています。またドラッグすると、細かいエイミング調整もできます。好みの落差は設定で何とかしてほしいかな。射撃と打撃があります。プレイヤーは攻撃ボタンを押すだけ。陣義に応じた距離で自動的に切り替わります。全体的にかなりユニークな操作形態なので慣れることは必要ですが、このタイプのゲームとしてはズバズバ操作できることと思います。
Okay, so when does he get to the whole point about I recall there's like this little peripheral thing, because naturally the way you play Kid Icarus is gonna like be like fucking, I don't know, either like forearm abuse or carpal tunnel or something, and there's like this little cradle that you put the 3DS on to like, I recall that was a thing that came out later on, right?
なお発売前になって 3DS をツインスティック化する拡張パッドが発売されたのですが、処理負荷が 5% ぐらい上がってしまうようで、ギリギリまで処理を切り詰めていたシンパルテラでは採用できませんでした。できれば対応したかった。シナリオ会話がありますが、原則的にブリーフィングやデモ用カットはなし。ほぼ全てがゲーム中に展開されます。
Yes, you call? So you're commanding the forces of nature. We're in the middle of something here. Get this way. So Thanatos was resurrected as...
ラジオを聞くような感覚でシナリオが楽しめます。必要な人には切ることができるようにもしました。なお、シナリオは全体的にコミカルで明るく楽しいものになっています。これは原作が割と人を食った感じになっているので、その方針に合わせました。
Don't even put Lady Palutena in the same sentence as the goddess of brutality.
It's goddess of nature. You'd think the Lord of the...
原作がシリアスタッチのものならばシナリオもそうしたでしょうけれど、それは他の作品に任せればよいでしょうね。ただ部分的に展開の厚さは残しているつもりです。シナリオは外注したかったのですが、必要があり私が全て書いています。特に空中戦などはシナリオに即した展開をする必要があったので、ゲームの仕掛けと表裏一体にするにはゲーム制作側がシナリオを書く必要があります。シナリオは一つの組織と戦うだけではなく、複数の敵軍が入り乱れます。メリューサ・ハデスの冥府軍、自然王ナチュレが率いる自然軍、宇宙からの侵略者オーラム軍、混沌の使いなどの混沌軍など、特性も見せ方も異なるためバリエーションはかなり深いです。これをしたのはシナリオ刺激や展開を増すためと、武器となる神器の生い立ちを増やすため。神器の種類はとても多く9カテゴリー108種あります。これはそれぞれをキャラクターのように見なしており、単に射撃や打撃の強弱ではなく フィットの速度なども大きく変えることができます。また強さのレベルを噛み合わせ収集要素の一つになっています。アップデートを繰り返したわけでもないのに、対戦でどう考えても鉄板これしか出てこないっていうような仁義ができなかったのは良かったです。
Don't worry. Like, again, my gaming backlog is so fucked on its own, right? Then you add in that I'm now, again, I haven't plugged it today, but you know, I'm taking YouTube more seriously, so I'm just gonna be, effectively, I'm just, Chad, we have to let go of the backlog here. Because what's happening now is, as I'm quickly picking up on like what it takes to do YouTube well, which is what's required for me to grow my channel, I would say at this current time, just to make my content like have less friction to consume. In the end, there, you know, if my 7-day week was like a linear, I guess, like timeline, before there was just like I would just do Twitch and it was, you know, I wasn't speedrunning, so it was just casual gaming and commentary. What's changed now is now I'm finally activating YouTube, which means I'm just gonna be doing, presumably, like, I would say comfortably 25% of the week is gonna be video editing going forward now, in order to keep that output good. And that's just kind of the nature of where we are things now. So my backlog is getting played even less now than it was when I was a full-time backlogger and I wasn't speedrunning then. Now I am making YouTube content and I'm resuming speedrunning as necessitated, because that's what my content is prolific in the, you know, the appeal of. So I'm back to speedrunning and I'm picking up video editing now. So there's just the backlog. You just gotta let that one go. I couldn't even tell you when I'm getting to what I'm getting to. The current exception right now is Shadow Generations, because I'm a Sonic autist, whatever. But aside from Shadow Generations, I mean, and I do want to play Brothership too. Like, when things are not played on release and they become the backlog fodder, it's gonna be hard. So when would I get to Kid Icarus Uprising? I couldn't even tell you. That is like so far on the not urgent pipeline that I couldn't even say we're gonna get to that. I'm not really worried about it. We're still probably years away from like whatever the backlog's becoming now that I'm like taking the whole YouTube thing more seriously. We'll know when the dust settles in another year, but right now it's looking pretty like, you know, there's just not really any urgency to like really, because none of that's going to help me get the channel better. Obviously, again, the view count right now is still, again, historically low from where we've been before here, but again, I'm confident we're going to get that back, but it won't be because I'm doing the backlog stuff, you know.
まあ一人用向きというのはあるかもしれないですけど、奇跡というバフや持ち込みアイテムのようなものがあります。これはパネルにきっちり詰めることで上限を決めています。悪魔の釜という難易度調整システムがあります。これは別の項目で説明なされていますね。オンライン対戦は天使の降臨という特殊チーム戦を用意しています。まず持っている神器は何でも持ち込めますが、その神器の価値がやられた時のチーム力を減らす大きさになります。チーム力がなくなると最後にやられた人が天使になります。天使は極めて強いですが、相手チームの天使を倒すと勝ち。動く拠点扱いなので、いかに守るかいかに攻めるかなどの攻防が熱いです。なお合体神器ジェネシスはここで登場しました。スマブラでも出てきますね。一撃が癖になります。ゲーム外の要素ですが AR カードを作りました。 AR オドールというのですが AR でキャラクターを見られるだけではなく、向かい合わせることでバトルを楽しませることもできます。 3DS 作品の中でもかなり盛りだくさんな構成になっていると思います。しかしその開発は難航を極めました。一つは開発中の 3DS のパフォーマンスが安定しなかったこと。後にはミドルウェアなどの改善によって良いパフォーマンスが出ているのですが、そういった時期での開発がなかったため非常に苦労しました。もう一つはさまざまなところからの混成チームだったこともあり、チーム内のやり方が全く合わないことが多発したこと。当たり前のことができなかったり、妙なことに揉めていたりと苦戦しました。その反省を生かし次につないでいったりします。しかし完成したゲームは傑作だと思っています。 3DS で終わるのはもったいなく、滑らかな大画面でやってみたいゲームではあるのですが、チームもないし続編を作るのは難しいでしょうね。というわけで、次の企画コンセプトのカテゴリーは大乱闘スマッシュブラザーズ 4 3DS、Wii U となります。略してスマブラ4、4作目とかけていますよ。
Dude, it's crazy. Man, it's already been 12 years since 12 years, right? Since Uprising, and nothing in sight, you know. I just love, I understand Kirby representation because, you know, Kirby's been a multi-decades thing, blah 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 here. You know, Sakurai brings Kid Icarus back from the grave from NES to 3DS, and then here he is with no console designated game. I guess in the end, what I'm saying is not that Pit doesn't deserve the representation in Smash, and I get that, you know, Sora's going to be insanely biased towards his babies being in there. I totally get that, and plus, Palutena can be in any game she wants to be, and I ain't mad at that. That again, green hair got me feeling some kind of way these days right now. Regardless, though, yeah, I guess I'm saying here it'd be cool to see like another Kid Icarus game come into play here now, and I wonder in the end here, like, I've never thought about this until just now, but Star Fox fans, y'all know that y'all are in a shitter. Like, not because y'all are furries, but because, you know, like, just Star Fox Zero for Wii U sucked ass and sold terribly and no one cares about it. Whatever. And effectively getting a continuation of what the gameplay starts from as a on-rails shooter, I think here, I guess I'm saying now I feel more confident in a Kid Icarus game coming out and continuing the on-rail shooter thing more than a Star Fox title. So, which for the record, I welcome both. If I can, I want both. I want a good Star Fox game. I'd love a Kid Icarus game on console. But if I can only pick one, I do feel the Kid Icarus would be the one that would probably result in the better game. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say because the Zero was bad for like so many reasons. I feel like Miyamoto interference and just like the mixed direction Star Fox has been in since Dinosaur Planet became Star Fox Adventures. It's hard, man. It's hard to. I think the path is easier understood here if like the only real friction with Kid Icarus now is like probably you know, Sora Ltd being involved and Sakurai being a producer or more involved beyond that. At which point, I just never see him really being a producer. I just kind of see him. He's going to want to hop in there and just, like, get it fucking done. So, I don't know. It's a hard one there to say, y'all. Let's take a small second here, though. I'm going to real quick here grab a quick snack, if I can. 1 sec. Yeah, let's take a small break if we can here real quick. If I can get a quick little 3-minute. Thank you so much, Bangus Ninjan, for your sub. Wow, you must have been really enjoying the content. Again, we're gonna continue this Sakurai Mega React here, but let's take a small second and take a breather and go pee. Oh yes, my favorite theme. Never get tired of hearing it. All right, we're back. Sorry, I was talking to Venom for a second too after I was done stretching and peeing. All right, let's keep going. We got more to do.
ディレクターは特にそうですが、良い仕事をできるようにするには、インプットとアウトプットを太くすることが不可欠のように感じています。インプットは外から受ける刺激、アウトプットは自身から出す出力。これらを習慣づけ、当たり前のようにすることをお勧めします。私の場合、インプットは他のゲームや映像作品などを楽しむことがとにかく多いです。ゲームはとにかく多くのタイトルをプレイします。忙しくてなかなか手がつけられない場合はありますが、とにかくプレイはする。また、1本のタイトルをずっとプレイするより多くのタイトルに触れるようにする。ただし、エンディングまでは見ることは目指す。今のゲームの規模感を把握して、それに負けないようにすることは必要ですからね。いや、必要だと思っています。アウトプットは、自身からの発信ということになりますが、その例としては、まず週刊ファミ通に18年9ヶ月もの間コラム連載を持っていました。これは確かに習慣づいていますよね。開発現場では日報ページに情報提供やよもやまを展開していました。これは日常です。Twitter などで展開した今日の1枚は開発中に撮ったスクリーンショットを元にしています。これもアウトプットの習慣。そして、この番組の配信もアウトプットの一環だと思います。たくさん取り込み、たくさん出す。どちらも活発にした方が良いことできそうな気がしますよね。ただ、インプットの形というのは人によって様々です。無理にゲームをする必要はありません。同じものを見ても様々なものを感じて反芻するというだけでもだいぶ違うのではないかなと思います。逆に言えば、ただ右から左に流して終わるようなことがないようにしたいところですね。
This is I can reflect it for a second on this whole thing here. As I am now trying to get into YouTube and finally like tackle that endeavor, which has been a pretty terrifying one for sure, but I finally, got after years of just outsourcing it to an editor and finally embracing it myself. I'm seeing here, I'm now viewing the entirety of the YouTube paradigm pretty differently. Whereas before I would just consume whatever I had a natural interest in. Nowadays, or as of like the last 3 weeks here, I've been really hardcore on not just consuming, I would say, Premiere Pro and After Effects tutorials to prep my next ambitious YouTube video. That's just like me developing my skill set. I'm also now watching, generally I'm watching speedrun content that has gotten views in current year to better understand like what those videos in the speedrunning content space are doing correctly to not just retain viewers but also captivate and attract viewers. So I'm watching more of those videos to see like what they're doing, how they do their introductions, when they're using B-roll, what the voiceover is doing for the viewer in terms of like intriguing and everything else here. Understanding a lot better here of the nuances of what it takes to build viewer retention videos. My brain is really boomer, and I'm overly familiar with just like info dumping because I'm so used to on Twitch having to be exhaustingly specific on a certain topic so that people don't misconstrue what I am saying. I need to say on Twitch that I like waffles, and that because I like waffles doesn't mean I don't like pancakes. I also have to elaborate on why I like waffles, because the pancake people will be like, well, you're an idiot because you've only had bad pancakes. Why are you glazing waffles? So I usually most conversations I have on Twitch with y'all are going to generally be, what I'm stating, what I'm explicitly not stating, and then substance-based rhetoric on reaffirming the stance I'm currently defining, which is in itself an info dump and not really an entertaining YouTube video. So I'm learning where my bad habits are in the context of Twitch into YouTube and how to make a better YouTube video. I'm not going to have haters in my ass frame one on the video I'm making, so there's no need to like derail with a bunch of drivel to reaffirm. Comparatively, in a more conversational exchange on Twitch, you could have, I mean, I don't know, just this Twitch chat was being Twitch chat here. Again, when I was doing, you name it, right? When we were doing Raj Royales or Scuff podcasts, right? You know, I guess to a better degree here, I think I was universally a pretty refreshing guest on those podcasts because I already had substance built into what I was saying, compared to all the other big streamers who were just generally farting up their opinion without any like basis for why. But then I felt like if you hated me, you knew why you hated me, compared to all of them who would just say like the most surface level dumb shit in the world, and even I'm getting bored listening to it. So either I'm built different, or they're most of them were idiots, or something, or both. I don't know exactly here, but regardless, though, very different time than where we are now. But yeah, these days now I've been doing a lot of what he's saying here, the input and the output. I am I think previously I had no input. My output, aka the videos I was making on YouTube, the ones that I did try to make, there were some, they were terrible. They were overly they were Twitch stream VODs that I would chop up from the point of view of a Twitch viewer and not from a YouTube viewer. I didn't have enough input to better understand here how to make good YouTube content. And I'm finally now cracking that code and getting there, which feels pretty good. So I can't wait to share more with y'all. But in the meantime, you know, you can always plug here. You can always come over here and check me out. So I'll have more to update here later on here. So, all right. And with that, we can continue. The video number right now, we are currently on, we're moving on to 127 out of 256. 57. And then, have I read the Mr. Beast doc? I don't know what thing you're referring to. Which Mr. Beast thing are we talking about?
スマブラでは非常に多くの作曲家さんに非常に多くの楽曲をアレンジしていただいています。どのようにしているのかざっくり説明をしますと、まず私がアレンジする曲の候補をさまざまな作品から選んでおきます。これは候補なので実際にアレンジされる楽曲数よりかなり多めです。次に音楽家さんを集め諸注意を行います。スマブラにおけるアレンジ音楽の要点はこうです。テンポ感やテンションは対戦に合うものにすることを前提に。3、2、1、5の試合開始カウントを踏まえつつ、イントロがあるのは有効。カウント後に音楽を始めることも可能。昔のゲームを元にすると少し短いこともあるので、メインを流したら変調的に他の曲を混ぜるのが有効です。変化の多いゲームなので変調を含める抑揚は多けにする方がいい。最後にクライマックスに向かう。ループポイントはイントロ前にも後にも設定可能。時間は時間制だと2分、スマブラスペシャルでは2分半なので、そこまでに終わってループの頭が少し聞こえるぐらいで終了するのが基本です。という感じです。説明が終わったら曲を選んでもらいます。皆さん他のゲームに必ずしも詳しいわけではないのですが、思い入れがある楽曲があれば担当してもらえるならその方が良いし、そうでなかったとしても自分が得意と思う曲を選んでもらった方が良いですから。こちらから指定することや指定を望まれることもあります。そういった場合、その音楽家さんが得意としそうなところから選びます。特に器用に何でもできそうな人は多いですが、それでもより有利そうなところはありますから。誰が何系、 と話をしたいところですが、全員話さないと不公平になるので、ここでは伏せておきます。それぞれ音楽さんが持ち帰っていただき、原曲を確認しつつ制作上げていただきます。もちろん私は全曲をチェックします。数度の私の監修を経てブラッシュアップしていきます。私の監修はスマブラスペシャルチーム内のサウンドディレクターを通じて行われます。感覚的にはわかるけど、音楽の専門用語を私は持ち得ないので、こうすることが最も良いのではないかなと思っています。これでうまくいってますしね。監修内容で比較的多めなのは、テンポ感、抑揚、原曲からの財布ミス、アレンジの方向性など相違です。私自身
Unspoken, but given Sakurai's implied knowledge here, when it came to drafting up the costume design for Power Mithra, he would go to his favorite hentai artist who clearly knew way more about anatomy and how to efficiently use affection with, curvature and slutty hips and other various tactics and hentai manga and whatnot. He would go to his favorite mangaka and just, consult them for tips on the costume to make it, invoking, so to speak here, right? So he won't mention that here, but it's obvious when you look at Power Mithra, you can clearly see where the inspiration came from,
ゲームアレンジ CD を買ってがっかりした経験が何度もありました。アレンジしてくれるのは嬉しいけど、別物の曲に改造されては仕方がない。そういった経験から主旋律のメロディーは同じ、口ずさめばおおむね原曲と同じようになるということを重視しています。例えばスター・ウォーズのテーマが毎回違ったら気持ち悪いですよね。お客さんは多くのものの中の一つとしてそれらを聞いています。同一でマンネリだろうと、違うものにしたかろうと、同一性は保つべきですね。結果はスマブラの恐るべきサウンドライブラリーで山ほど聞くことができます。楽しんでください。次回のサウンドカテゴリーにて制作に少し詰まった話をしようかなと思います。
Once I need to fix this thing here, I gotta grab this and all right, we're good. Continue.
デモンズソウル、ダークソウル系のヒットなどの影響もあり、2010年代後半から現代に至るまで高難易度ゲームが増えています。互いにそれらの影響を受け、さらに増えている印象もあります。特にパーマです。もしくはそれに近い仕組みを持つもの。つまりミスしたらやり直しになるもの。ローグライクやローグライトなどがジャンルとしても多く見られる印象です。話が脱線しますが、ローグライクとローグライトについて説明。
Oh my guys, actually, okay. I did not think he was going to touch on the great debate here. Defining roguelike versus roguelite. Okay. Here we go. Cook them.
しておきます。親切な解説です。ローグライクというのはざっくり言えばダンジョンやアイテムがランダム生成され、死んだらやり直しになるもの。そして味方と敵のターンが交互に訪れます。PC ゲームの黎明期にローグという作品があり、それに似たものです。日本では不思議のダンジョンシリーズが有名。一方ローグライトはその要素を含むものです。定義は、人によって差が出るでしょうけど、アクションゲームなどローグとジャンルが違えば大体ローグライトです。アクションや演出はキビキビとして気持ちよく、やられるとランダム性のある装備やアイテム、あるいは展開で変わったプレイ体験を提供する。高い評価を受けているタイトルも多いです。ローグと同じならローグライク、それ以外の要素を挟むならローグライト。ただローグライトという言葉がある時に生まれる区分なので、全てローグライクと言ってしまって差し支えないと思います。話を戻します。この ミス
And just to elaborate there real quick, because this is a really good visual dialogue here. Generally, if you keep anything or there's any kind of overarching progression following your death, then you exit the roguelike and go into roguelite. Sorry, I hate that they're so fucking similar here. So this is why, you know, Hades, you die. It's built into the narrative. You're trying to escape hell and blah 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 blah. So like, you know, death is like a natural, cohesive progression element to the game itself here. So you keep things that lets you be able to eventually get more and more going here. So it's a rogue light. I don't know what games are more rogue like, where just in general, whenever you die, you start all over again and you have to like figure it out. I don't know if what's it called, chat? The game for PS5 with the woman. What's it called? Returnal. Thank you. Yeah, Returnal. I could not. I was trying to think of the fucking word here. I don't know if Returnal is a roguelike. I hear Returnal is hard as fuck, and that when you die, shit really sucks, but you're also like really motivated to do better next time. So I don't know if Returnal is accurate. I don't know. You know what to put it in. I haven't played it. I know I'm cringe. I need to play it at some point. But yeah, you know, it's just kind of important to understand here. If you keep anything in overall progression, it is a roguelite. And overwhelmingly, most games are going to be in the roguelite category. Roguelike is pretty brutal, and losing everything and trying again, generally, I think from a game point perspective, needs to also like have a lot of really intriguing builds to explore off the rip. Whereas, well, naturally, having more options to other builds as you accumulate more resource makes it less intimidating and less of an upfront info dump on you. So generally, yeah, most games are going to sway towards the roguelite category versus a roguelike. Regardless, though, it's important to know those terms and understand how they work differently and why they're so fucking similarly named here and everything else.
区分なので、すべてローグライクと言ってしまって差し支えないと思います。話を戻します。このミスしたらやり直しという仕組みはインディー系のゲームにはとても合います。ゲームはどうしても根本的に同じようなことを同じように繰り返して遊ばさざるを得ないものだから、リソースをあまり多く作れないインディー系のゲームには都合が良いです。だけどちょっと考えてみてほしいです。お客さんだってずっとやり直しになり、ずっと同じものを遊んでいたいというわけではありません。ゲームを先に進めるには動機が必要です。主な動機は先を見たいということになりますが、その欲求が出てくるためには先に対する期待を見せなければなりません。つまり先を見たいと思わせる魅力がゲーム内に必要だということです。魅力もないのに、十分な変化も見られないのに、いつまでも同じようなプレーをしてくれるわけはありません。難易度などによる配慮も必要だと思います。想定よりも詰まっている人が多い場合、その人が見ている景色は何か、いつも同じ景色ということになるかもしれませんね。ダークソウルなどは先に進みたいという強い気持ちにより進められます。人によってはフロムソフトウェアあるいは宮崎さんへの信頼によって成り立っているのでしょうね。なのにシステムだけ真似て先を見たい期待や動機づけを行っていないタイトルはプレイしていられません。どのぐらいで
If I can't hear, he's spitting for sure. I can hear everything here. To me, one of the major appeals of FromSoft games, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, etc., is that the environments genuinely are interesting and in a way like unpredictable. You really don't know what you're going to get next. And the things that you've observed as patterns, you're eager to see reinforced. So like you play Dark Souls 1 and you really don't know what you're going to get across any corner, right? Shit's crazy. Could be a bunch of dragons, a bunch of drakes in the fucking valley. Could be a zombie horde. Could be whatever here. But all of it's like challenging and exciting, and you don't ever really feel like you're in a wall. The only wall I ever felt in Dark Souls was gamer skill check because you're assuming that there's only one option. Did you explore everywhere else yet? And that's kind of I think that's probably the biggest rooted assumption that will make normies like get off of Dark Souls. The learning curve is that, okay, you need to remove assumption and reevaluate, like, you know, you're used to games just giving you a linear path of progression, but in this case here, you can kind of like, you can go to more than one area at any given time. And what's there might be an over-level deterrent to make you reevaluate what option to go with next. So, and then with that, yeah, the environments are interesting here. And then when you've played more than one and you're getting the tropes reinforced here, like, you know, Poison Swamp, it's like, Miyazaki, Poison Swamp, here we are. And so, yeah, there's definitely a privilege of trust and a lot of conventional rules of frustration being broken by game design and I guess like Dark Souls in general. But again, also when you're playing it, it's like every environment is like really fun. Like even in Elden Ring, like even the shittiest area, Caelid's a fucking shithole. But it also, you know, it gives you a lot of info. Like this blatantly looks like a shithole. There's scarlet rot everywhere. This is clearly the area you come to when you're late game. And if you're in here just suffering because you're oblivious to all the very obvious visual stimuli that tells you that Caelid is like, it's like Gary, Indiana, but in a video game, yeah, you probably don't want to be here right now. So, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you know, it's like, it might hit you with the hindsight later on here, but yeah, I'd say the environments being actually interesting is a really big reason why Dark Souls and Elden Ring's formula works so well. And I hope others can pick up from that and kind of help get their own path going forward.
なのにシステムだけ真似て先を見たい期待や動機づけを行っていないタイトルはプレイしていられません。どのぐらいで先に進ませることを想定できるのか。それはゲームのボリュームや展開、肉付けなどによって決められるべきものなので、他のゲームが高難易度だからと、あるいは慣れている自分がギリギリクリアできれば OK だと決めつけない方がいいですね。私自身はゲームをよくしますが、こういった作品は、正直早めに見切りをつけることも多いです。同じ時間を費やすなら、より多くの作品に触れて、新たな刺激を受けた方が良いですからね。作品のそれぞれでどこまでの魅力を提供できるのかは、作り手としてはよく考えた方が良いでしょう。特に同じ場所で何度も使えてしまった時のことは想定すべきですね。
Motion sickness.
特に 3D ゲームをプレイしていると激しく酔うことがあります。これは個人差があって私は比較的酔わない方。何時間プレイしていてもゲームならまあまあ平気です。だけど合わない人は本当に辛そう。ゲームの酔いは乗り物酔いとは同じ原理だけど逆の作用で起こっています。原理は目からの情報と内耳からの情報の差によるものです。前者は風景や景色、後者は加減速や揺れなど、その矛盾が酔いをもたらします。乗り物酔いの場合、運転している人はあんまり酔いません。カーブや上下動などに対して動きを合わせられるからです。反面、運転席以外の人は乗り物の、中の壁とかスマホを見ていることが多いです。
I got so many shots fired here. Listen, every Uber driver ever, dude, y'all be, and also I admit a lot of my loving friends who have driven me around, man, y'all be whipping that shit like your Speed Racer or Ridge Racer or whatever here, and then the way y'all brake, and I'm sorry, I got shots fired here. It's the relatives. When I'm riding in the relative's car for whatever reason, right? And I'm just like, every brake has got to be like this fucking like foot pedal smash. And I'm like, bro, weren't you taught in driving school to brake gracefully? Why are you like, why do you wait before 500 feet to finally decelerate and then have to mash brake and then have to whip forward every time? To the point where it's just like, oh man, it's like, I have to... The smartphone usage while passengers is kind of like a comically It's a very linear path to motion sickness, I will say, and it's really bad with the Uber drivers. Like, holy shit. Also, to elaborate, not me. On God, when Venom's live, ask her how I brake like a god. I am a graceful braker. I consider the passenger. I also brake preemptively, and I know my distances when to decelerate and start braking at what intensity to ensure a smooth ride. Most people don't, though, and it's just overly biased towards them as a driver and very inconsiderate of the passenger. Not me, though. I'm based.
それとは関係ない加速度などを受けることで酔ってしまう。だから酔うなら遠くの景色を見ろなんて言われますね。ゲームの場合、実際に加速などはしていませんから内耳からの情報はありません。しかし画面内では激しく感性がついているような挙動を起こしており、その矛盾が人を酔わせます。乗り物よりゲームの方が、あるいはゲームより乗り物の方が酔うという人もいるかもしれませんね。プレイする側が 3D 酔いをなるべく防ぎたい場合、視野を少し広げるのは有効かもしれません。テレビの外は動いていない、固定であるということを意識するとか。もっともゲームにのめり込むと、それも難しいですが、実は酔い止めの薬というのは、ゲームにも有効かと思います。試してみると良いですね。ストレスや疲れも大きく影響します。長時間プレイは避けるべきでしょう。そしてゲームの仕様でできることがあるかというと、まず演出を控えめにすることが挙げられますね。一例ですが、FPS などでよくある足踏みによる縦揺れオプション、これを切ってしまうのは有効です。乗り物のフレームを描くときはフレームを固定にしてしまうと酔いにくくはなります。こう感性で動くんではなくて、こう画面に対してピタッと止めてしまう。もちろんいろんな演出が少なくなるほど面白くはなくなるのですが、酔わないカメラというのは演出のないカメラですから、画面内に実は画面が固定されているという情報を増やすのも有効かもしれません。画面の隅だと効果は薄いですが、画面の真ん中に何か置くと邪魔ですよね。演出の、仕様なども含めて酔い止め対策のオプションをいくらか持たせるのはありかと思います。
One thing I want to bring up here actually about this. So the center aligned what's it called? Fuck. There's a word for this here. Whatever it is, the dot, whatever you call the dot whenever it's directly center. I am brain farting here. Crosshair, thank you. The reticle, yes, reticle crosshair, whatever you want to call it here. That I'm seeing this increasingly as a toggleable, accessible option in a lot of games now. Particularly, clearly, obviously, 3D games. 3D games, first-person games, you can just add a center reticle for motion, I thought it was for precision reasons, but then I learned later it was actually for anti-motion sickness. That way you can use that as you want to and change the size and whatnot. I forget what games I saw this in, but like I was like, oh, okay, this is pretty cool actually. And again, I didn't take motion sickness seriously because I never really had that problem traditionally until I played Frog Gun. And sorry, now I'm doing my official derail here, but like in Frog Gun, the 3D platformer we had played with the tongue and all that with the frogs, there initially was no camera dampening, and the whole thing about the camera shaking, you can actually see this in action when you're playing. Literally, I learned the whole thing here. In Mario Odyssey, when Mario jumps, the camera does move, but it's like, it doesn't do like a 1-1 thing. When Mario, wahoo! It doesn't like, in Frog Gun version 1.0 pre-patch, there was 0% camera dampening, in that the camera would move as, in this case, Mario would move. When Mario jumps, the camera moves. And it's like 1-1. Like Mario goes up 40 units of height, the camera moves up. So like every time you're jumping, it's moving. And it was moving so often that it was completely exhausting my motion sickness, whatever, tolerance. And I would just, I could feel myself like getting a headache, having cold heat flashes, and pseudo nauseous. I was like, I have to step away. I gotta, like, I can't play this game longer than like an hour. It was really, really bad. And then I told Moligato to please, fix it or whatever. He looked into it, and then he's like, okay, yeah, it's because I didn't have motion dampening as an option. And he added that in there, and immediately it fixed it. I cranked it to like nearly 100%. 100% would be the camera doesn't move at all. Like what Mario's action of jumping has zero impact on the camera moving. So there is some dampening, or there's like, it's not fully enabled. In Mario Odyssey, the camera does move, but it's so gentle actually that you probably didn't notice until I just told you. This is where I put up the footage to show you here. But when Mario jumps, the camera does move, but it's barely anything, and it's done. When done well, you're not impressed. You're just immersed. And by extension, the camera dampening in Frog Gun, I crank it to like 90%, and it does it because 0 does feel off, or 100% on does feel off. You want it somewhere, but not like too much of it. So I put it on like 90, and it's really, really good there. And it does, when Mario jumps, it's like barely anything, which is really, really cool. And again, that's it. That's all it took to fix the motion sickness here. It was unbearable. I really couldn't play that game for longer than an hour, and that changed everything. And I am not one who's usually vulnerable to motion sickness in that kind of regard. And that was it right there for me. So yeah, these days now, I'd say you really won't have this issue unless like, you're playing like an indie game that's like generally an indie entry that's new to a 3D environment, because these are all like common sense things now that are presumably they're built into Unreal Engine 4 and 5 by now, and any other competent engine that's already familiar with 3D. You're just going to kind of avoid these like pitfalls by having like, 20 years of experience built into the engine at this point. So, but yeah, this is a really, really good thing to see here. I now imagine how I felt about motion sickness, and imagine how it is for like people with like photo sensitivity or any other thing I can't think of right now that would just prohibit them from being able to play games randomly. It just sucks. So considering them, I think is really good, and also that's also why I'm really a big advocate on the whole accessibility front. I want to see, this is why we need controllers to be broadly applicable to any game going forward. If you're like one-handed, or if you don't have able thumbs or whatever here, you need to have controllers to get around these disabilities. That's why I want to see button remapping be global, because again, it's just a million reasons I can't even think of right now why button remapping is a global net good and games not having that is fucking cringe. If you have audio sensitivity, you need to be able to have like everything be toggleable, and from like voice tracks to foreground tracks to background tracks. That should be global. Like that should be like global fucking OS side shit by now. Mario Maker. Subtitles, UI, enhance, larger, color contrast, colorblind friendliness, etc., etc., etc. All that's good. To me, I yearn to find a accessibility feature that I dislike. In all honesty here. My only opposition would be like clearly when like perhaps when what we're catering to is going to be such a massive expense of like the ROI, like I don't know. It's a bit. One could say here, for example, I know that the Last of Us Part 2 and Naughty Dog go above and beyond with their stuff, but I wonder how much that was like really, really needed. If I had to be like that guy, but I'm also not saying that every game needs to have like arachnophobia like filters built in here, but like more so I just want to see the impression that we should consider accessibility at some point when we're shipping our game. Some games have 0 of these things. I'm happy that Naughty Dog has like a billion% of all that in there, but if a billion% and scolding over not having a billion% means that less developers embrace it because it feels like an impossibility to satisfy, then that's kind of a net negative. I just really want to see processability all around here, and any progress towards that is to me considered good.
邪魔ですよね。演出の、仕様なども含めて酔い止め対策のオプションをいくらか持たせるのはありかと思います。一行してみると良いでしょう。いずれにせよ、開発内に 3D 用意する人がいなければテストすることすらできないので困ったものです。個人差が大きいものですからね。 仕事としてゲーム作りに携わる人ならば、自身の得手不得手に関係なくさまざまなお仕事をこなさなければなりません。アーティストも同様、同じチームに入った人は同じ絵柄に合わせます。リアルで筋骨隆々の表現を得意とする人がファンシーな絵柄を描き続けざるを得ないこともあります。会社内にいくつものプロジェクトが動いている時などは得意なジャンルへの座組がなされることもあろうと思います。だけどそもそもそういった選択肢がない場合もある。しかし、大抵の場合はアーティストは器用に合わせていきます。絵を描くこと自体もゲーム作り自体もライバルが多いため、そこは技術で乗り切っていきます。で、みんなでタッチを合わせるためにイメージボードが作られることが多いです。イメージボードとはそのゲームの背景や世界観、キャラクターやアイテムなどを絵に起こしたもの。普通はそんなに多くない、また優れた人が率先して描くことになります。それをもとにモデルを作ったりライティングを深めたりすることにより、腕や指向性の差を減らし、目指すべき方向に持っていこうとします。
私の作品の場合、マリオにデニムの字が描かれています。これはリアルなキャラクターとコミカルなキャラクターが混在するスマブラにおいてタッチを極力合わせようと工夫した結果です。これがないとアニメと実写が戦っているような表現になりかねません。ここはまた今度掘り下げようと思いますけれども、ゲーム機の表現が高ければ高いほどタッチを合わせるコストは高くつきます。だけど漏れなく必要なことだから頑張っていくしかありませんね。
いろんなゲームで設定資料集というものが出ています。いずれもまさに図鑑のようで見ていて非常に
If I was prepared here, this is when I come in and I insert some citation of like the record number of layoffs in the last 2 years in the game industry, the number of cringe executive level individuals who've advocated for adopting, in the worst way possible, AI implementation into their game development, not for batch processing or any of the grunt work, but for the creative endeavors that are literally replacing the human effort behind it. So yeah, I can lay off half the art department because we have AI generative prompts now, so get fucked and stuff like that, right? It's just I'm trying to remember the one that comes to mind, the cringiest one here. I don't remember what it is, but my recency bias is pretty bad right now. So let's just go with Riot. Riot's recent layoffs of a lot of their veteran artists, including the ones who had recently contributed towards those newly popular skins in League of Legends, including that lucrative $500 skin that exists, is undeniably cringe. The douche nozzle, whatever his name is, douchey McIdiot, said, throughout the tweet that was like, this is like a new vision for Riot going forward, and it was just a fucking 2,000 character bloated excuse for layoffs, even though there were record profits and the game's revenue was doing fine. To me, it just came off as nothing more than just like a pre-calculated measure to just like aim for C- by lowering overhead expense and then reporting back to shareholders with like, look what we did. It's just pathetic all the way around here. So yeah, in general, I had to bring it up because like gaming right now is at a very negative spot in terms of like the career instability, because it's like, even if you succeed, even if like your game does not flop commercially, according to Activision, according to Blizzard, according to Microsoft, according to a lot of companies here, yeah, fuck it, lay off we go here. We are not built to retain talent. We are built to appease shareholders who are not even fucking gamers. Oh my god.
本当に楽しい、目の幸せだとさえ思いますね。反面、どれだけの人が綿密に世界を作っているのだろうと思うと恐ろしくなることもあります。最初に絵柄のコンセプトが提示され、それを器用に作り進めていく。こうしていろんなゲームができています。 相手に攻撃を与えた時のエフェクトをヒットマークと呼びます。私が手掛ける作品では比較的派手やかなヒットマークが出ることが多いですが、基本的にはコミックのような表現です。特にリアル系のものだと変になることも少なくないので、作品ごとにバランスよく決められていきます。血しぶきなど別のもので代用されることもありますね。スマブラスペシャルにも結構いろんな種類があるのですが、主要ヒットマークをスローで見てみましょう。
So good. They're so fucking good. Masterclass right here.
まだ種類はあるのですが、この辺で。ガードマークなどもヒットマークの一種と言えますね。ヒットマークに求められる条件をいくつか挙げてみたいと思います。1、効果に見合った派手さがあること。効果をはっきりと見せ、嬉しさを増すためのものですから、基本的には派手であることが求められます。当然。2、メリハリがあること。今までのエフェクト話でも似たようなことを説明していますが、繊維が薄いことや色加算エフェクトではっきりしないのは今一つです。3、ヒット位置は適切に。攻撃判定と非攻撃判定、つまりやられ判定が重なった時にヒットするわけですが、
Great value for the money spent, though it's starting to add up over the years. XD, thanks for the good times.
A attractive 105 months, triple digit subs. Thank you so much, bro. Glad to have you all here today while we're enjoying the Sakurai Mega Binge. So far, I love what I'm hearing here. You know, the impact should be proportional to the hit that's being inflicted. So if it's a big hit, it's a big impact. It should positionally be intuitive and should be happening where the impact is connecting on the hurt box. 2, and then whatever the third one was here. You just all around these are all like really good traits, and it's probably better exemplified by like seeing when it's not done well. Again, when it's done well, it's just immersive. It's not impressive. And when it's not done well, kind of like sound design, when it's not done well, all it does is just it's making you exit immersion, and all you can think about is the distracting factor of whatever that thing is that's being done poorly, like bad sound design.
その換算がうまくないと変な位置にヒットマークが出てしまいます。スマブラは画面を引くゲームなので、攻撃判定は大きめ。それが位置判定を難しくすることがあります。4、さまざまな要素の併用。単に一つの絵をポンと置くだけではなく、後ろに突き抜ける衝撃波や上に飛び出すしぶきを出しています。機械相手なら火花も出ます。ごちゃごちゃしすぎるのも問題ですが、タイミングよくいろんな色が混ざることで背景の変化にも強くなります。5、キャラクターを隠しすぎないこと。やってみるとなかなか難しいのですが、ヒット時にはキャラクターを隠しすぎないようにした方がいいですね。強制的にヒットマークの表示プライオリティを下げる方法もあるのですが、地形だけ残ったりしてあんまりうまくいかないです。6、画面に残る長さが適切であること。連続ヒットするようなものは短く、そうでないものは長めにするなど。ただゲーム内容によりますが、長いといっても比較的早めにはけさせることをお勧めします。7、明度の差をつけること。背景色が明るくても暗くてもそれなりに見えるようにするのがベストです。いくらか例を見せますが、どこでも目立ってますよね。明るいエフェクトばかりだと背景が明るい時に目立たないので、暗い色も配置した方が良いです。背景に黒を敷いているのがわかるでしょうか。 まあ他にもいっぱいありそうですが、このぐらいで。ヒットした時、ヒットストップが入るゲームはこういうことも視野に入れましょう。ヒットストップ中にもヒットマークは動き続けるものがほとんどだと思いますが、演出時間が長くなる分は有効に使うべきかと思います。おまけですが、スマブラスペシャルではヒットストップ時にやられ側が操作するとこのようなエフェクトが出ています。これ何でしょうね。これ実は吹っ飛ぶ方向を示しています。やられ側の操作によってベクトルを少しだけいじることができるのですが、その方向を示したもの。これはルールに対する独自性が高い表示エフェクトだと言えますね。
I want to take a second here. I keep saying the whole, like, you know, when done well, it's not impressive, it's just immersive. And I feel like I keep saying that, but let me better exemplify that with a very particular classic scene from Futurama, because I know everyone will get this one.
So, do you know what I'm gonna do before I do it?
Yes.
What if I do something different?
Then I don't know that.
Cool. I bet a lot of people pray to you, huh?
Yes, but there are so many asking so much. After a while, you just sort of tune it out.
You know, I was God once.
Yes, I saw. You were doing well until everyone died.
It was awful. I tried helping them, I tried not helping them, but in the end, I couldn't do them any good. Do you think what I did was wrong?
Right and wrong are just words. What matters is what you do.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked if what I did... forget it.
Bender, being God isn't easy. If you do too much, people get dependent on you. And if you do nothing, they lose hope. You have to use a light touch, like a safecracker or a pickpocket.
Or a guy who burns down a bar for the insurance money.
Yes, if you make it look like an electrical thing. When you do things right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all.
Does that mean you wouldn't send me back to Earth, even if I prayed to you?
Earth? Which way is that?
And then I'm sorry, I have to I don't have one whole scene with the whole thing. Actually I do. Never mind, I'm sorry. That was just the wrong one.
Hey, that galaxy's signaling in binary.
Yes.
What if I do something different?
Then I don't know that.
I think what I did was wrong.
God isn't easy. If you do too much, people get dependent.
Does that mean you wouldn't send me back to Earth, even if I prayed to you?
Earth? Which way is that?
I don't know.
Huh?
Hey, what? You say something?
No. Well, so long. Remember what we talked about.
Hey!
Bender! It's a miracle! Ah! This is by a wide margin the least likely thing that has ever happened.
Guys, you never believe what happened. First, I was God, then I met God.
We climbed a mountain and locked up some monks.
Oh no, the monks! We forgot to let them out of the laundry room.
Ah, do we have to? I mean, they're monks. I'm sure their God will let them out, or at least give them more shoes to eat.
Fat chance. You can't count on God for jack. He pretty much told me so himself. Now come on. If we don't save those monks, no one will.
When you do things right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all.
Bars. When sound design is done right, no one's gonna notice. When background characters are designed right, no one's gonna notice. When good UI is done right, no one's gonna notice. It's just gonna assist them to get to their destination, which is, I guess, in this case, the gameplay here, etc., etc., etc. When these things are done right, again, they're not impressive, they're just immersive. And that's kind of what I wanted to like reinforce here for the 100th time. but this time with like a funny Futurama skit, and also like one of the goated episodes here. Reminder again, I'm pretty sure I still have this here. I have a Futurama episode tier list that I started. I don't think I finished it though. I didn't finish it, but you could see what I was cooking on that one. Maybe we should sub goal that and finish it at some point here. But like, I was doing a season 1 through 4 episode tier list because I was so over opinionated on my Futurama lore. But yeah, you know, look at that whenever you want to.
はい、雑談。
企
コンセプトのカテゴリー内、大乱闘スマッシュブラザーズ X の回でお話ししたスマブラ X のチーム発足で起こったことをまとめておきたいと思います。雑談かな？まあチーム運営とかでもよかったかもね。まずその当時、私はスマブラデラックスまでスマブラを作っていたハルケン球場を辞めフリーになっていたということが前提です。2005年5月 E3 開催の前日、任天堂の発表会会場にて新作スマブラが制作されるとの発表がありました。私も会場の客席にいましたが、その時点では私は何も聞かされていませんでした。いろいろな人にスマブラ作るんですねなんて言われましたが、どう答えていいのか。そもそも私が作らない可能性もありますしね。そして E3 開催中のロサンゼルスにて岩田社長が滞在するホテルに呼ばれ、最上階の部屋でお会いしました。そして口火を切る岩田さんのリクエストは、なるべくディレクターに近い形でスマブラの制作に携わってほしいということ。会場でスマブラを発表した理由は、任天堂で Wi-Fi ネットワークを展開する際、日米ともに希望の筆頭で上がったのがスマブラだったということです。まずは Wii における、Wi-Fi の利用例としてのスマブラの話をすることを決め、開発体制については全く決まっていない状態で発表会に臨んだそうです。しかし私としてはすんごく困りました。
However, remember though, initially, like, I'm pretty confident at this point it was gonna be a port of Melee. Like, it was not envisioned as like an all new Smash at this time. Unless what I read was incorrect, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna debate Sakurai's telling of the whole thing here, but like, I'm pretty confident. Like, the perception I understood here was that Iwata was looking for a Melee port that had online functionality for the Wii, because the endeavor of making a new Smash, an all new entry of Smash, would have been pretty terrifying to like get into, and it would just been the easier yield to success would just be to make Melee ported to Wii with online functionality. Sakurai in the director's chair, that makes a new Smash entry look way more possible to not be like a misstep, one could say. So I feel like even for me, I'm pretty sure like it's Sakurai stepping in confirmed as something close to director is then what led to the dialogue changing to a new entry rather than just overseeing a Melee port. But again, I'm not going to debate Sakurai here. You know, we roll with it.
フリーであった私はすでに何らかのソフトの制作依頼を受けていました。まずはいわゆる次世代機を見なければ話が始まらないと思い、結論を待たせてしまっていたんですね。もしも話を受けるなら割り込みになってしまうわけで、筋が通らぬ話になってしまいます。そこで聞きました。もし私がスマブラ制作を断った場合はどうするんですかと。すると岩田さんは、別のところで作るように努力をするけど Wi-Fi 対応のみに絞ってスマブラデラックスにいる26体のキャラクターには手をつけるなと指示するかもしれないとのことでした。それは新作として問題だろうけど、いきなり誰かがスマブラ新作をポロリと作れてしまうイメージができないのだろうと思いました。岩田さんはもちろん人を見る目が確かです。スマブラを作る難易度や特殊性に対して考えた結果なのだろうと思います。でも私にとっては無理がある依頼ではあります。それをやろうと決めたのは、ゼルダの伝説プロデューサー青沼さんの言葉に代表されます。そうですね、当時のコラムから直接、読み上げてみますと、 はっきり言って桜井さんが関わらないということはスマブラというタイトルの終わりを意味するんでしょう。いろんなゲームの要素をむちゃくちゃに詰め込んでなお破綻なく動いて人を楽しませ続けるというのは、桜井さんの腕とかセンスとか考え方によるものであり、誰もが代理になるのではないわけで。
Oh my god.
そういう精神のないスマブラ。
Jesus Christ, when Nomura is glazing you like this, that's when you know you've won. I mean, good lord goddamn y'all, like, holy shit.
は作ってもしょうがないと思うよと。今明らかに自分しかできないことがあり、それが求められている。タイトルの原作者にも要望されている。腹をくくりました。作ることを決めました。で、スマブラを作るなら明らかに専属でないと無理です。なので途中まで進んでいた育てて甲虫王者虫キングの仕事を除き全てお断りしました。今でも非常に申し訳なかったと思っています。が肝心のスタッフ構成はどうするのか。結論から言うと、任天堂が私を中心にしたスタッフを東京に集めることにしました。これは岩田さんの決断です。制作はこれ以降今までの春研究所ではなくなりました。スタッフの主体となったのは当時対策系ゲームを作り終えた直後のゲームアーツさんです。宮本さんからご紹介を受けました。ゲームアーツの人々はスマブラデラックスをかなり重ねてプレイしていたようで、アナログスティックのひだひだありますよね。あれが消しゴムのようにすり減っていました。そんなん初めて見た。首脳陣もスタッフもだいぶやる気でした。そうこうして東京の高田馬場に新オフィスがオープンしました。開発開始は10月頭。E3 からそれまでの間、私は企画や各キャラクターの原作者に対するプレゼンなどを行い準備を進めていました。その後も連合的に人が集まり、おおよそ100人強ぐらいのスタッフでスマブラ X を作り上げることになります。当時のお話は以上です。シリーズ作を作るのに元の会社が手掛けないということも、フリーになったディレクターを中心に組閣するということも非常に珍しいことだと思います。だけど今後はどうするのだろうと考えています。今後ってスマブラスペシャルの後ですね。シリーズの存続には属人性をなくしていくという考え方があります。だけど今のところ私が外れたスマブラをイメージできていません。これは私自身が言っても説得力はないのですが、客観的に総合的に考えて、スマブラ X 組閣当時の岩田社長などの見解と同様です。誰かがポンとこさえてくれるのかというと、現状そうではないんですね。任天堂としても大事な大きなタイトルの一つですから、次の制作はあり得ると思いますが、その手法についてはいろいろ手を打つ必要がありますね。私もできることを任天堂と協力して進めたいと考えています。
You know, it's interesting here, right? Because it's like I do want Sakurai to like have a healthy work-life balance and not be overworked. I do think now though he's probably got a better reins on that, and that like I have never heard, like, aside from his like shoulder thing he had, that rotator cuff issue he had from using a mouse so often for so many hours a day, aside from that, I forget if that was in I think that was more prevalent towards the development of Smash 4, because I think that happened around then rather than like during Ultimate. Other than the shoulder injury and whatever entailed from the 13-month crunch that Melee was developed in, which was, you know, him really, really bad. I will say that was probably really bad, because it was like, I recall he said he lived at he lived at the office, had a bed there, and just slept there for particularly the final third of the development. He just slept there all the time. And then what else here? But I don't recall hearing any real like physical hangups that were admitted during Ultimate. So I think he just got a lot better at like really getting that stuff out there. You know what I mean? So there's that. But yeah, I understand the human nature of where Sakurai is right now. He's in a very unique position that just like Smash is inherently him, and I think we're not going to really know that until you see it would take this eventual entry of Smash that's not being directed by Sakurai to really see how invaluable Sakurai is to Smash Brothers, the series itself. However, at the same time here, I love the guy, and I'm, you know, any of us here who have played Smash or whatever else here, if we're blessed enough to have played his other titles, the Kirby's or Meteos or Kid Icarus Uprising, he can cook. And I'm just, if anything, if I'm being totally real, as I said before, I'll say it again here. I'm a fan of Sakurai, maybe more so than of Smash. I love Smash 2 though a lot, which is saying a lot here. And in that regard, it's like, what was I gonna? I had the thought here too, and I just forgot it. I want to see him cook. He's at a point now where, like, you know, you're bigger than Nintendo IMO, and you can kind of just like, you can still remain Sora Ltd, be a freelance contractor director, and just just pull whatever talent you want for whatever you want to do going forward. You don't have to pull the Kojima Studio direction. You can still maintain a lower profile if you desire, or not. You know, you're kind of like, you know, the god of modern gaming, or one of the gods anyway here. Like, your name goes really, really far. People would be super ecstatic to see what you would want to do next. I'm really curious for sure here. And it's almost like I'd want to see, you know, because Kojima is at the point now where he can just do whatever he wants, right? He has his own private studio and just can throw $100 million at whatever he wants to do for a game going forward. If even a game can now move on to other mediums altogether here and have properties intertwined with the idea of movie adaptation, anime adaptation, or a game made, or whatever the fuck, right? By extension, you know, Sakurai could easily do the same thing if he wanted to. I just want to see him cook. And it feels very much like if you're a fan of James Cameron, if you loved Aliens or Transformers 2, Terminator 2, or whatever here, and or even Titanic, right? You're just like, if you hear that, you know, we're getting Avatar 3, 4, and 5, and you're just like, fuck, man, when the fuck are we getting all the other shit? You know, when are we getting the stuff that James Cameron promised like 20 years ago? He keeps making these fucking blue furries in space, and I'm sitting here waiting on, when's my turn? I want to see my boy cook on some other shit and whatnot. And it can kind of feel like that similar trap here, where like Sakurai is so preoccupied with just habitually coming back to Smash over and over again that maybe we'll be doomed to never see him cook on an original idea or whatever it may be here. I'm not that level of doomer though, or even like that much of like a entitlement thing, I suppose. I still think here that he can do that, you know, Ultimate over-delivered so hard. Ignore the competitive vibe here, just the game itself here. It over-delivered so hard that you comfortably have earned like a 10-year hiatus, and let Ultimate be re-released on Switch 2. You know, Ultimate Game of the Year Edition with the DLC already packaged in. Maybe a new fighter or two if you really want to, but like for the most part, that will just... Switch 2 having better online and native 4K will be enough to warrant everyone buying the game again at $60. Like, sorry, it's a double dip, but whatever. It's a double dip coming, like, you know, comfortably at minimum 7 years later. You'll be okay. I'm sorry. You'll put your pitchforks away. You'll be fine. The game came out December 2018. Even in theory, the earliest Ultimate re-release would be March of 2025 here. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. And so with that, yeah, that gives them, you know, comfortably a whole generation to kind of chill on appeasing Nintendo, or even the threat of a Smash without his guidance. And therefore, we could get at least one game, if he's feeling up to it, one game from him that's not Smash, and to see what he would cook. That'd be really, really exciting. That's my selfish desire, not my entitlement, and I would love to see that happen here. But you know, all around, I'm just happy he's in good spirits right now. It's pretty cool.
私がディレクターをする企画の場合、メニューの色分けを行っていることが多いです。 スマブラスペシャルの場合、トップ画面でいくつかの色に分かれています。大乱闘は赤系、メニューに入ると以後のメニューは赤をベースにした色合いになっています。スピリッツは緑系、同じく緑が支配しています。結構前からそのような対応をしているので見ていただければと思います。メニューの色分け、これは必ずしも良いこととは限らないのですよね。色をベタベタつけていると低年齢層向けのものに感じることもありますし、私の企画の場合はメリットがあると思いそうしていますが、ゲームに合ったトーンマナーがあります。雰囲気に合わせながら自由に設定してもらえれば良いのではないかなと思いますね。だけどどんなゲームでも推奨したいのは同じ画面に色を混ぜこぜにしないことですね。デザインの良し悪しや方向性にもよりますが、ごちゃごちゃした感じになりがちです。実はスマブラ4ではメニュー内に大きくキャラクターの絵があり、すなわち色が混ざり合っているとも言えるのですが、そこまで気にならないと思います。むしろキャラクターなどが前面に出ることでしばらくやっていると絵が刷り込まれる効果が得られます。これは文字を探すより絵を見つける方が圧倒的に早く直感的に処理できるという利点があります。なんであれ、文字を読むよりも絵や色を見る方が情報量が多いと。左脳的に文字を読んで初めて理解するよりも右脳的にイメージで理解できる方がより良いということですね。重ね重ね、それでもメニューはゲームのトーンマナーを優先すべきということはお伝えしておきます。私は私の企画に合うからそうしてきたわけで、ゲームごとの正解があると思います。このカテゴリーの一番最初、ゲーム性の解説においてスペースインベーダーを例にゲーム性と駆け引きのお話をしました。ここはゲーム性というパートにおける大前提を話していますから、ぜひご確認いただければと思います。今回は昔ながらのシューティングゲームにおいて具体例を挙げながらもう少し掘り下げてみようと思います。リスクを冒すとリターンを得られる、これが駆け引きゲーム性の基本だとしたら、ダライアスというシューティングゲームを見てみます。これは画面が横長な上、画面上を出てくる球数が少なく、よく球切れを起こすのですよね。普通球がバンバン出ないと気持ちよくないですが、駆け引きを生むのには成功しています。横長画面が見えにくいのでメガドライブ版でスクロールの後方にいると球切れを起こしやすいです。反面前方にいると強い連射が効きます。ボンも同じで敵や地形に近いほど連射でき、遠ざかると連射ができません。このゲームはボスとの戦闘が売りですが、敵から離れてリスクを低くしている場合、当たる球数も少なくてリターンも少なめ。逆にボスなどに肉薄するとどんどん連射できて早く倒せたりします。グラディウスなどパワーアップシューティングにてぶつかると密になる地形に敵がいたりすることはそれだけでリスクになります。うまく倒すことでリターンになる。地形のそばにパワーアップが配置されたり、地形に近づかなくても倒せる武器に一長一短があることでゲーム性は広がります。例えばこれはダブル砲、上にいる敵を倒しやすくなるのですが、1連射しか効かず前方への攻撃はレーザーに比べると格段に劣ります。どのデメリットを受けどのメリットを得るのか、これはあらゆる作品に有効だと思います。画面上の敵を何でもかんでも倒せてしまうとすっきりとはするでしょうが、駆け引きを生みにくいです。ただゲーム性が高いことが全てではないので、それでも良いと思います。ゲーム性にこだわりすぎると派手さを損ねたり面倒くさくなる場合だってありますからね。でも一味違うゲームを作りたいならば、単にあるゲームを模倣するのではなく、なぜそれが面白く感じられるのかを考えてみましょう。
Another one. Game concept.
右手には赤い携帯ハード、左手には青い据え置きハード、どっちを選ぶと言われた時、私は両方手に取りました。というわけでスマブラ 4 3DS、Wii U の企画コンセプトです。
We'll say if I can here real quick. An absolute insane milestone of development. I don't know if Smash 4 gets enough credit for that. Just like the 3DS version is such a masterclass in just using resources. The fact that that game runs as well as it does is nuts. And I have to give it up here. The marketing and the release strategy. I remember October 2014, the 3DS version came out, and it was effectively a nearly 2-month early preview into Smash for Wii U, and everyone just gobbled it up as like a makeshift appetizer for the main course of the console release. Worked really well. Genius execution on the marketing here. I don't think I've ever seen a game release be so, like, you know what I mean? Like, the game is clearly good. Smash 3DS is obviously a good game relative to being a console, a handheld iteration, right? What am I trying to say here? But, you know, it would have sold a lot less had it been before or after or at the same time as Smash 4. It being before is just the 5-head galaxy brain move here. And there are so many features that I'm trying to think of here, like the game being able to run, you know, 8 players without being a pile of shit on that archaic ass hardware for its time is impressive. Being able to use a 3DS as a controller to help make the 8-player experience all the more possible for casuals, also impressive. What's the word here? The elephant in the room here, will it support GameCube controller, because that's what the previous 13 years have been. Was a massive question mark going forward, and that was also, I wonder if that's going to be touched on here. If that's if the GameCube support was like requiring a separate accessory specifically for GameCube support. Was that a Sakurai insistence, or did someone at Nintendo say, yeah, okay, we'll print some more, I guess, we'll make more controllers and we'll sell more of this accessory, whatever else here. You know, I don't know. I'm hyped to hear, actually. Let's dive in.
新パルテナの追い込みで激務だった2011年の E3 において、スマブラを 3DS と Wii U の両方に供給することが発表されました。岩田社長に開発を依頼された私がどうして両機種同時開発を選んだのかというと、まず携帯機で遊べるスマブラは初となるので 3DS で作ればそれだけでも独自の魅力を持ち得るでしょう。だけどスマブラを十分に動かす処理速度と表現力を持つことは難しそうです。 Wii U で作る場合 HD 機なのでグラフィックやエフェクトについては十二分に楽しめるでしょうけど、どうしてもパワー勝負になります。今までの延長線上から逃れるのは難しいと考えました。忘れられがちですが、任天堂ハードは Wii U でやっと HDMI に対応しています。それぞれの長所短所がある中で、個と公という違いについて注目しました。個で所持する携帯ゲーム機と公で集う据え置きゲーム機、これらの利点を結ぶことができないかと。2機種作るといってもシステム、モーションやゲームバランスをある程度共有するなど制作がまるっと2倍大変ということにはならないと考えました。もちろんできることは 3DS の性能に引っ張られることになります。例えば同時に2人動かすアイスクライマーなどは 3DS では実現不可能でした。スマブラスペシャルでは強力にパワーアップされた吹っ飛び速度も 3DS の液晶画面で見失わない程度に絞る必要がありますから、この時点では見送ってむしろ遅くしていました。2012年6月、制作はバンダイナムコスタジオで行うことを発表しました。以下 BNS と省略します。まだ開発の最初の方だったのに早々と発表したのは、私が BNS 社内をうろついていることが問題だったから。知らない人に目撃されると様々な憶測を生んでしまうので発表を済ませてしまいました。 なお最初にアサインされた各職種のリーダー格の人々はやる気に満ちていました。本当に。ゲームのシステムについては、速度についてはスマブラ X ほどのんびりでもなく、スマブラデラックスほど忙しくもない程度のバランスにしています。ステージは 3DS と Wii U で別々のものを作っています。3DS は携帯機の作品から、Wii U は据え置き機の、作品からのテーマが多くなっています。3DS 版と Wii U 版の相違はいろいろありますが、それぞれで個性が出るように作っています。まずすれ違い通信や8輪ラットは 3DS Wii U 固有の仕様ですね。 3DS にはフィールドスマッシュがあります。フィールド内を5分でパワーアップし、最終決戦で対戦するという内容です。これはカービィのエアライドにおけるシティトライアルのルールを落とし込んでいます。 3DS の通信ではそれぞれの画面をそれぞれの人が持てるという特徴があるため、それを最大限に生かす企画です。広いフィールドのどこにいても大丈夫という仕様は今までのスマブラでは実現できませんでした。そして Wii U にはワールドスマッシュがあります。ガチ対戦などはいくらでも設定できるので、みんなで集まって楽しむすごろく的なものを目指して導入されています。これもパワーアップをテーマにしていますが、どちらかというとパーティーゲームとして集まってワイワイ遊ぶものですね。フィールドスマッシュもワールドスマッシュもパラメータを上下できる仕組みを作り、それで楽しむ土壌を考える想定で作られています。これはつまり強さの変動の要素があるということです。その仕組みをもたらすことによってできる仕組みも増やしています。キャラ作りというモードで装備アイテムや必殺技のカスタマイズができるようになりました。攻撃力やスピードの設定のほか、必殺技は各技につき計3種の必殺技から選べます。ミーファイターもカスタマイズ要素。これで誰でも参戦できてしまうことになったという。最終的にはミーコスチュームの充実により、ありえないファイターもとりあえず場には出せるようになりました。そしてアミーボ対応。これも強さを変動できるからこそ実現した仕組みです。スマブラは商品展開が禁止されています。可能なのは無料でのサービスとか限定品だけ。アミーボは現在ではそのほぼ唯一の例外であり、スマブラの立体物が出ることはすごく画期的なことなんです。
Wait. The way he said that there. Say that again? Releasing merch of any kind is generally prohibited. He doesn't say why, but I'm going to assume here for licensing reasons, right? Because if the third parties, I guess, or whatever, it really reveals how complicated licensing probably is for this game. This game is probably like something like 70% licensing. I'm sure like getting those characters, what's allowed in those characters, and how much like, you know, parent company approval you have to get for every little thing you're trying to do must have been a very grading process for sure. Holy shit. You know what I mean?
商品展開が禁止されています。可能なのは無料でのサービスとか限定品だけ。アミーボは現在ではそのほぼ唯一の例外であり、スマブラの立体物が出ることはすごく画期的なことなんです。本作ではアミーボによる CP 育成ができるようにしました。アミーボを読み込むと CP が登場し、戦って戦闘経験を重ねたりします。
Also, reminder, I'm good friends with a particular Nintendo of America employee, and they had casually admitted to me in like 2017 that like amiibos are actually like hand painted, and that's why they take so long to get done. There's no like convenient like mass process to get those things manufactured. They're to some degree they're hand painted, and which is why, you know, if you think about the timeline here, like fighters were revealed and then the amiibos would come like a year or even like 2 years after. Like I forget when Sora, for example, came out, but like Sora dropping and then Sora's amiibo are like, I want to say like 2 years apart. And amiibos have been consistently pretty far behind. Like which I want to clarify here. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I actually admire that amiibos are. The complaint is generally they're not available. They're hard to find. No one complains that they look bad or are overpriced. Like the lack of complaints and the complaints really only being in relation to like supply and demand tells you that it's a great product. The value is there. They look great. I mean, for $20, who's gonna complain, right? But yeah, apparently they're hand painted, and that does tremendously slow down the manufacturing yields.
アミーボを戦わせ合うのも一つの遊びになっています。強さの変動は全く底が見えない遊びになることもあります。公平を求められるようなガチ対戦には向かないですね。しかしパーティーゲームなりの幅広い遊びを求めるならむしろありな要素だと思います。真面目に取り組んで突き詰めるのは大変ですが、その場その場のアドリブを楽しむのは愉快なことです。それと開発内部での画期的な進歩が一つありました。ついに私以外の人がパラメータを組むようになったことです。スマブラはもちろんメテオスやシンパルテナも含めファイター系パラメータを打ち込むのは私の仕事でした。私は膨大な監修や検討、広報仕事まで進めているわけで、どう考えてもいびつな体制ではありましたが、他に方法がありませんでしたし、それが一番確実な手段でした。今までのスマブラなどの開発ノウハウと BNS の開発ノウハウが重なった結果として、効率が非常に良い開発環境ができたので、より多くの人がパラメータを触れるようになりました。というわけで今作からはプランナー数名でパラメータ調整をしています。対戦成績の参考となる、テストプレイヤーも今までの比ではないぐらいガツンと増えています。スマブラ4ではまだ、私も少しパラメータをいじることはありましたが、次のスマブラスペシャルからは直接的なデータ打ちからは完全に手を離し、普通の監修だけにしています。そして技術面の話、快適すぎてわからないことかもしれませんが、アピールしておきます。完成したスマブラ4は 3DS で4人対戦可能、裸眼立体視ありで秒間60フレームを保っているというのが本当にすごいです。
It is indeed.
他の 3DS 作品と比べるとよくわかることと思います。秒間30フレームに落ちているもの。
Oh, Glaze here, so hard here. Okay, the fact that this shit runs at 60 with 3D on the 3DS is insane. Because when you look at the competition, Pokemon XY, yeah, just frame rate be just jumping off a cliff, respectfully. And you look at other things like the help me out here. What is it? Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, Donkey Kong Returns 3D. Both of those are just hard capped at 30, if I recall correctly. You know, it's just a. And then one could argue that Smash is a more complex game. I don't even know how they even. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. It's kind of. I would put 3DS 60 FPS Smash 3DS up there with like, in the same, like, you know, tangible pedigree of like Tears of the Kingdom. Like, how is this thing running on literally like not even toaster? It's like it's 2 hamster wheels, and I don't know, like a series of rubber bands and crayons, somehow making this game run. Crazy. Like just crazy efficiency all around here.
この裸眼立体視をカットしたものなども多い中、このボリューム感を保ちつつ、アイテムや、ポケモンやアシストフィギュアなども出しつつ、よくここまでできたなと思います。これは BNS のプログラマーや、技術陣の頑張りによるものです。秒間60フレームを保つことは必須だと考えていましたから、それができるような秒間60フレームを保つこと。
Alright, I need this like let me just go and add it to the. I wish it was Sakurai on screen saying this right now, but I mean I'm gonna go ahead and get this anyway here. Thank you, Sakurai. We'll keep this for future ammunition. Thank Thank you. Thank you.
は必須だと考えていましたから、それができるような切り詰めを行っています。それとスマブラとしてはオンラインアップデートが初めてできるようになったというのも大きいです。今までは一度出したらそれっきりいじることはできませんでした。この仕組みのおかげで DLC としてファイターを供給することができるようになり、完成後も新ファイター参戦後夢見ることができるようになりました。とはいえそれによって仕事が長期化し、ますます終わらなくなってしまったのですけれども、2013年6月 E3 においてスマブラ4の発表がありました。ここでいわゆる参戦ムービーが披露されます。村人は製品のお披露目と合わせ、ロックマンとウィヒットトレーナーは個別で、参戦発表的なムービーはスマブラ X でもあったのですが、参戦を彩るものとして明快に作るようになったのはここからです。これは広く厚く受け入れられ、以後スマブラスペシャルの最後までエンターテインメント性を持った発表形態としてお楽しみになっています。スマブラ4の発売は2014年の秋から冬にかけて、3DS が一番早く日本で出て Wii U が一番遅く日本で出るようになってしまいました。これはログの制作に時間がかかるため、それぞれの国の勝機を踏まえてこのように調整されています。しかし開発終了は2016年の春頃までかかってしまいました。ダウンロードコンテンツ制作がなかなか多かったですからね。そして最後の DLC を発表した日、一つの企画書が完成しました。その企画に書かれたもののお話。次の企画コンセプトのカテゴリーは大乱闘スマッシュブラザーズスペシャルのお話です。
All right, awesome video here. Take a quick second here. Oh my God, I'm going as fast as my brain can handle right now, and I'm like, I thought they were gonna finish here, not at the rate I'm going. I guess in the end here, let me just kind of get the elephant in the room here. Obviously, I'm trying to go as fast as I can, but there's either gonna be like, either have to skip videos, like only do like the really juicy ones I want to watch, or just like literally talk less and make it less of like a exciting, engaging thing to do. Because like we're just sitting here marathoning the videos, and I'm not allowed to talk for sake of just for the arbitrary reason to like have this shit done before tomorrow's video. It's just kind of a bad experience here. So I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do just yet. Irrelevant though, what'll happen is when we're out of time, you know, I gotta go to bed so that we can, because we're gonna be here tomorrow. I do think it's important, and I'd like to catch tomorrow's video early. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, I'm referring to this. Sakurai's already put the premiere video with a timer. It drops in 13 hours. So I do gotta actually get out of here in like probably like 3 hours from now. Like we're hopelessly not getting this done today, but we are making great strides though. I'd have to like, cause I have to be up at 4:45 a.m. to be live here early, to then be here for the 6 a.m. debut of the video. I want to be here for that. You know what I'm saying? So, how I approach that with whether I want to skip stuff or if I want to, you know, I'm not quite sure yet here exactly, but either way, I'm gonna go take a quick second to go stretch anyway. I'm gonna go take a second to go do that, and I'd like to give y'all a backup video for a sec while I go stretch here and see what I'm gonna go eat. I'm actually hungry again now. So let me give me a second, please, to go my sweet tooth is kind of itching right now. I'm gonna see here. I think I have a Sakurai video that's actually kind of relevant right now. If I've been holding on to for a rainy day. Not that today's a rainy day here, but you know. I recall having a video here. There is this one. Oh, yeah, she's calling me back anyway. All right, so. All right. And I'm about to. All right. Put this video in right here.
Oh wow, my first sub baby. What should its name be? I know, why not name it after our streamer's favorite emote? Everyone, say hello to Drake Wide.
Look. I get it. I really do, okay, chat? I get it, okay? Mentalist, I appreciate you. I get it, right? Okay. So here we are again, you know, today's tweets of the days. You know, I'm roasting Xbox for just being dormant on Banjo Kazooie. And I have, you know, look, I don't intend to, I'm not even, this tweet right here is not me shitting on Drake. I'm actually bored of roasting Drake. This is because DJ Academics is still glazing this dude's schlong like it's a full-time job. It's crazy. So this is really an anti-DJ Academics thing. It's not me. Why would I, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would I even entertain this argument here? You know, most hip-hop artists, like, who fucking cares? Like, yeah, okay, yeah, dude makes pop hits. Kendrick makes art. Yeah, why are we comparing slop to top? You feel me? So, you know, yeah, look, it's not farming. It's not whatever dumb shit y'all are thinking here, okay? It's really that, you know, I'm deep in my heart, like Kendrick, I got a hate boner for Academics. The guy's a pile of shit. So, that's literally it. It's not complicated at all. It's really, really simple, actually. You know what I'm saying? So, and while we're doing that here, you give me a second. You'll see here that you know, if you haven't come by the second channel yet here, you know, things are happening right there, right here, right now. DJ Academics banned off Twitch because Aiden Ross got an STD. I mean, look, these videos are heat. You missed a segment, you can go over here and check it out if you want to. But yeah, it's really an anti-academics thing, not a Drake thing here. So thanks for listening and hearing me out on that. With that out of the way, what a title. I mean, yeah, you got it. If you don't believe me, go over there and check it out. Also, I know the color is bad right now. Again, I gotta fix this camera currently, but yeah, we're gonna fix that. I didn't want to be any more late than I already was here right now, you know. So, okay. Right, back to what I was going to show y'all here. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna return this phone call real quick, and in the meantime, y'all can go ahead and enjoy this right here. However, you have to promise me, chat. Promise me that when I'm back, you're not going to be mad about me interrupting it here, because, you know, that's going to have to be a thing. So, as we get back to our main objective here. So, this is this development of Melee. It's a really good YouTube video. And, yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes here.
This is the development story of Super Smash Bros. Melee. The tumultuous 13-month journey and the events that followed. You will discover how Masahiro Sakurai and his team at HAL Laboratory would come to create one of the most influential video games of all time. You'll also get a glimpse of the game in its earlier stages. So without further ado, I present to you the development of Super Smash Bros. Melee. It all started in May 1999 with a post on Smabura Ken, or Smash Bros. Fist, the official website of Melee's predecessor, Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo 64. With series creator Masahiro Sakurai's platform fighting experiment dubbed a success, he began to think about a sequel. He had gained some great experience with the 64 title, but felt the end product was only a fraction of its true potential. He decided to create a poll on the Smash Bros. Fist website, asking what fans would want in a theoretical Smash 2 game. The exact count was never confirmed, and Sakurai took some liberties when more than one character was included or combined more minor characters into franchises. The poll closed on May 31st, 1999, with the following results. Bowser, Peach, Wario, King Dedede, and Ganondorf were top 5, with James Bond, Mewtwo, Banjo and Kazooie, Toad, and Mew closing out the top 10. Sakurai was adamant that the existence of the poll was not proof there was a sequel in the works, and on June 1st even stating no sequel was planned at that point. But in reality, his mind had already been made up. At E3 1999, Sakurai witnessed Smash 64 reception firsthand, and fans' reaction to Nintendo's upcoming Project Dolphin, which was teased during the event. Sakurai saw an opportunity to create the perfect launch title for Nintendo's next console. On July 5th, 1999, Sakurai had completed the project proposal and initial design documents for Melee, without any GameCube development kit, as they had only just become available and Nintendo had a shortage of them at the time. Sakurai was determined to make the definitive Super Smash Bros. Game, and this would be his most ambitious project to date. Development of Melee began in early fall of 2000, with a team of over 50 staff, the biggest team he would work with yet. With this new game, Sakurai would put his energy into what he believed fans would want, and be laser focused on making the sharpest Smash game he could. Sakurai was obsessed with the easy-to-learn, difficult-to-master idea, known in game development circles as Bushnell's Law, named after Atari founder Nolan Bushnell. It was the guiding philosophy of the Kirby series, which Sakurai also had created. The Kirbyism effect would be present in Melee also, as he felt most games around that time were too heavily targeted towards experienced players. He wanted to strike a healthier balance. The game should feel approachable for new players, but also contain deep gameplay elements for more experienced players. He deliberately increased the speed of Melee, deciding to make characters fall faster and allowing moves to come out more quickly than in Smash 64. Another guiding gameplay philosophy Sakurai incorporated into development was the concept of risk and return. He felt the higher the risk a player's decision in the game, the higher the reward should be for a successful execution. Furthermore, he concluded the game was at its most fun when risk and reward had a correlative relationship, but also believed other game elements contributed to the game's funness beyond mere playability. The controls, sound design, music, and visual effects all played an important role, which can have a direct or indirect effect on gameplay, and all contribute to how fun the game feels to play. Sakurai was known as a bit of a micromanager, giving guidance to team members until he felt it was just right. As a visionary, he would come up with concepts in his head, but sometimes had difficulty articulating his vision. As a result, he would sometimes tell a developer what emotion he wanted the players to feel, or repeat a phrase to get his point across. For example, when explaining what he wanted for a hidden music menu theme in Melee, Sakurai told a musical composer and arranger on the team, Shogo Sakai, he wanted the theme to feel familiar and to feel refreshing. Sakai was initially confused with this request, being unsure if the director wanted something cheery or calm. Another example is when reviewing Sheik's moveset. He would repeatedly request that the motion team make her animations twist her body more, which initially baffled the team. Luckily, Sakurai was persistent with his feedback, and could point out the smallest details in the team's work, allowing the project to progress. Sakurai felt a tremendous responsibility to faithfully represent the many characters and franchises that would appear in Melee, while also adding in as many new mechanics and features as possible. He recalled when game developers would use his creations, like Kirby, in other games. He would sometimes be unhappy with how his creations were represented by outside developers. That's not how it would be, he would think. He wanted to avoid this at all costs in Melee, doing plenty of research and regularly consulting with the character and series creators themselves to get the okay when making decisions for animations, sounds, and other character-specific elements. An example of this is giving Pikachu a Skull Bash attack as a nod to Pokemon Blue and Red, despite not being able to learn the move in Gold and Silver. In fact, Nintendo, Creatures Incorporated, and the Pokemon Company were in the same building in Tokyo as HAL Laboratories' development studio, so in-house developers were able to more easily collaborate with outside developers. The team decided to strike a balance between realism and fantasy within Melee's world. With the power of the GameCube, it was the first time they could depict this kind of visual fidelity on screen, so they wanted to utilize that power for the game's physics, environments, and animations. Sakurai would take full advantage of being able to use real polygonal models, as he put it. However, they also had to create an art style that allowed for an Italian plumber, anthropomorphic fox, armored bounty hunter, and electric rat monster to coexist in a cohesive world. Era representation varied from the Mario cast being inspired by Super Mario 64 designs, and the Zelda cast from The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. However, Samus would harken back to her Super Nintendo days, since Metroid Prime was not finished yet. Other characters in the series would go back even further. Many characters and environments were given a brand new interpretation, since for some game series, the only visual references were 8-bit sprites, box art, promotional materials, or any concept art the development team happened to have access to. An extension of combining new and old game references were the inclusion of trophies. These were collectible figures you could obtain, featuring various game characters, locations, items, and other elements with bits of information included for each. There were nearly 300 trophy models added to Melee. Some were made from model imports from other games, or promotional material models that were given a reduced poly count, like with the Tanuki Mario trophy, but the majority were created from scratch. They were included to celebrate the rich history of Nintendo, and to allow the player to imagine scenarios where characters outside of the roster could join the fight. Sakurai wanted Melee to be bigger and better than Smash 64 in every way possible. There would be new characters, stages, items, modes, features, and techniques that would also affect any returning fighter characters. For example, he gave every fighter a new move, Side Special, which became the new move for some of the 64 cast's previous neutral specials, for example Ness's PK Fire and Link's Boomerang. While Sakurai acknowledged that some players who were used to Smash 64 might confuse using side specials with using neutral special, he still felt the additions made it worth it. Characters from Smash 64 were rebalanced to fit the newcomers. For example, Yoshi was given an even taller second jump, and Luigi's moveset was increasingly distinct from Mario's. A multitude of new techniques were added, beyond just side specials. Holding down smash attacks, walking while carrying items, jumping from ledges, wall jumping, dash grabbing, pummeling, up throwing, down throwing, and power shielding were just a few of them. At one point, you could use the R button for throwing, but this was eventually cut. Shielding made use of GameCube's analog triggers, allowing the players to adjust its size depending on how shallow or deep the input. Pressing Z also let you grab or drop items in the air, use a light shield on the ground, or allowed some characters to use their grabs in the air. Those characters also received grapple recoveries, which was a new mechanic done by facing a wall in the air. Harkening back to Risk and Return, many of these mechanics required more precise timing than others, but when executed properly, felt immensely satisfying to perform. Sakurai also began to consider what hidden techniques he would include in the game, an aspect he would include to reward experienced players who spent lots of time playing. In fact, he would decide to include significantly more hidden content in general this time around. When determining which characters to include in Melee, he drew from the many requests he'd received from fans, including the poll on the Smash Bros. Website. With the GameCube console release only about a year away, he had to prioritize the most requested characters first, with characters he could more easily develop second. He decided to bring back the original Smash 64 cast, although his initial concept had Ness replaced with Lucas, the protagonist of Mother 3, but with the game in development limbo, they decided to keep Ness. Originally, it was only thought possible to have 16 characters for Melee's roster in the time they had to complete the game, but Sakurai pushed himself and the rest of the team to use the resources they had to add even more, and they managed to include 26. Of the characters introduced in Melee, the clone characters were the easiest to develop. These were characters based off of existing fighters that were able to share all, or almost all, existing animations and similar move properties. Even migrating characters from Smash 64 was less work than creating new characters completely from scratch, which is another reason the previous cast was included. Of all the team members, it was Sakurai who spent the most time tweaking and adjusting character parameters, meaning with every character addition, it was more work for the director. Unlock criteria for the hidden characters varied, like in Smash 64. However, the team desired to create an alternative way to unlock them, through a series of versus matches. The idea being that players who only wanted to play VS matches and nothing else can unlock all the characters just by playing the game a lot. To fit Melee, every character was redesigned from scratch, with a few notable exceptions. The first character developed for Melee was Mario. He was also used as the foundation for the rest of the characters, each of whom had a dedicated designer who was in charge of them. Bowser and Peach were the most requested characters from the Super Mario series, as well as number 1 and number 2 on the poll overall, so they were both included. Bowser was particularly difficult for the team to balance, wanting to express his character, but not make him too strong. Peach's move references would be from Super Mario Bros. 2, with her glide and down special. Mario Advance was considered as an inspiration, as it was coming out soon on the Game Boy Advance, but Sakurai did not believe she was as princess-like in that game. Peach's appearance is inspired from her design in Super Mario 64. Sakurai was a huge fan of the music from Dr. Mario, so he considered adding him as a clone character. Since Dr. Mario was the same character as Mario, Sakurai felt the animations shouldn't be different, rather attacks and movement properties would slightly differ. If HAL had more time to develop Melee, Wario would have been added to the roster, due to his popularity in the poll. However, Bowser and Peach were higher priority, even if it was just by one vote. Another character from the Star Fox series was of interest, and the team settled on Falco, since he had a similar physique to Fox and would be the easiest to develop. Like Dr. Mario, his move properties would be adjusted from his clone counterpart, with an example being his blaster making enemies flinch, like Fox's in Smash 64. Both characters would use their Star Fox 64 designs, as Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet was still in production and had not yet been released. Mewtwo was a highly requested character, so he was a shoo-in. Pokémon was especially popular around that time, which is why Sakurai decided to keep Jigglypuff, although he was on the fence, as Puff was initially a joke character. He sought to add an additional Pokémon character to represent Pokémon Gold and Silver, settling on Pichu, giving the Pokémon series 4 reps. Pichu took the deliberately weakest character crown from Jigglypuff, with the balloon Pokémon receiving corresponding tweaks to its moveset to compensate. All Pokémon characters were given their anime voices instead of the 8-bit cries from the Game Boy games, so they fit in more naturally. Masafumi Mima, voice director of the anime Pokémon series, was able to step in for Melee and direct the same voice actors for Melee as well. Fire Emblem was incredibly popular in Japan, with Marth being the top requested character to add from the series. Although it required working with intelligent systems, Sakurai was able to add in a Fire Emblem presence. Many characters from the series were requested, but ultimately Sakurai settled on Roy, a character from the to-be-released game Fire Emblem The Binding Blade on Game Boy Advance. He wanted Roy to play like an amateur swordsman, having more glaring weaknesses compared to Marth, but a stronger neutral special, Flare Blade. Since at the time, no Fire Emblem games were released in the West, the team considered cutting them from the NTSC-U versions of Melee. However, Nintendo of America encouraged the team to keep the pair in, as they felt they were too fun not to include. A Nintendo Entertainment System rep was desired by Sakurai, so he looked to some of the more prominent NES games for inspiration. He considered the playable character from Urban Champion, Bubbles from Clu Clu Land, Excitebike Racer, and Balloon Fighter, but had trouble coming up with moveset ideas. Takamaru from the mysterious Marasami Castle was also considered, however eventually dismissed as the game had no Western release. Ultimately, Sakurai landed on the protagonist from Ice Climber. The Ice Climber character would be developed as a double character, Popo and Nana, and would be known as Ice Climbers in Western releases. This unique mechanic was inspired from the simultaneous two-player mode from their NES game and was the main reason for their inclusion. Mr. Game & Watch was a surprise inclusion to the roster. The decision to add in the completely 2D character was likely due to Sakurai's earliest video game memories, with the Game & Watch games being among the first games he would ever play. As a result, he held a deep appreciation for early 80s video games, and felt their impact on the industry was sometimes overlooked. Mr. Game & Watch was originally developed to move frame by frame like in his original appearance, but this idea was scrapped since the team felt it would be too difficult to move around as the character. His moves represent a wide variety of the games in which he appeared. Zelda, as the series' titular character, made sense to include, and she would possess a special transform mechanic allowing the player to switch between Zelda and Sheik by using down special, essentially controlling two distinct characters. Sheik would end up being a character Sakurai would enjoy playing a lot, but also a lot of work, as they had less reference material to work with as she only appeared in one game, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Sakurai decided he would keep this transform mechanic a secret from the public until later, revealing Sheik as a fighter first, and Zelda with a transforming mechanic later on. Young Link was added to fully flesh out the Zelda game's iterations of Link, as at the time, the majority of Zelda titles featured Link as a child, not an adult. Mechanically, he was also a lighter, faster version of Link, which was a response to the feedback of Link feeling too slow in Smash 64. Ganondorf's inclusion was practically a miracle. He's only present as a fighter in the game for two reasons. Firstly, they were able to use an existing model from the Zelda Space World teaser from 2000, and secondly, his physique was similar to Captain Falcon, which allowed the team to streamline his development by using existing animations. Sakurai also expressed some interest in Link's design from this teaser, but ultimately decided to keep Link's appearance based on his Ocarina of Time iteration with some inspiration from Zelda 2. Despite Sakurai hitting most of the highly requested characters from the poll, two stood out as particularly difficult for inclusion: James Bond and Banjo Kazooie, as each were owned or partially owned by other companies. A James Bond fighter inclusion would not only have realistic weapon imagery, which may cause issues with the game's rating, but require rights to use an actor's likeness, Pierce Brosnan, which would further complicate things. While Nintendo technically owned the Banjo Kazooie IP at the time, they were looking to sell their shares in Rare during Melee's development. At one point, trophies from Rare properties were planned for Melee, but were eventually scrapped, with the exception of the Motion Sensor Bomb trophy, featuring its Perfect Dark appearance in Japan, and its GoldenEye 007 appearance in the international releases. The intention was to use the Perfect Dark designs across the board. However, since Perfect Dark was an M-rated title, a reference from the game may have impacted Melee's ESRB rating, so they opted to use GoldenEye's design instead for the international releases, using Top Secret as the origin in the trophy description. Top Secret was also applied to the cloaking device in the international releases, despite being a more explicit connection to Perfect Dark as it was an item from that game. Two auto missions from the fighter poll were King DDD and Meta Knight from the Kirby series, who were dismissed by Sakurai since they were his own creations, and he wanted to avoid his personal bias regarding character inclusions. However, he would later admit he had underestimated their popularity. Another character considered for Melee was Ayumi Tachibana from Famicom Detective Club, but was left out due to the lack of international audience exposure. She, along with Wario, DDD, Toad, Mew, Mr. Saturn, Gooey, Meta Knight, and Lugia all received trophies instead, making Diddy Kong and Sukapon the only Nintendo-owned fighters from the poll not to be represented as trophies in Melee. Sukapon was also considered as an item for the game, where he could be ridden and cause havoc, but was eventually cut due to financial and legal issues, despite decent progress being made and descriptive text even written for it. This was likely due to Sukapon not being owned by Nintendo at the time due to a contract fluke, and they feared legal action or issues with royalties if Sukapon was included in Melee. Assist capsules, where a fighter from another game would assist the player in battle, were an item considered for the game also, but were scrapped due to time and development constraints. Not only did they wish to ramp up the number of characters in the game, but stages as well. Originally, they had planned to give each series one front and one back stage. Front stages would have been more straightforward, while back stages were more focused on gimmicks. Unfortunately, there was not enough time to complete a second stage for Ice Climber or Game & Watch, and there were no Fire Emblem stages at all. One was planned to be based on a landmark from Arcania, a significant location in Fire Emblem, Shadow Dragon, and the Blade of Light. It would feature catapults, a castle with dragons, and a mage. However, it was cut due to time constraints. There may in fact have been a second Ice Climber stage planned, with a file name called Ice Top. Also, Sprout Tower from Pokemon Gold and Silver was considered, but the team ultimately decided on Pokefloats, which reused models from Pokemon Stadium and gave them cel-shaded designs. The Pokemon Stadium stage was intended to have Pokemon battling on it similarly to how Saffron City had Pokemon appear and attack. This stage feature was cut, however many of the Pokemon planned for the stage ended up making an appearance through the Pokeball item. 3 stages from Smash 64 made it into the game also, but had to be meticulously reproduced, including Wispy's wind effects. For each stage, the designers went to a lot of trouble to make visual cues to easily indicate which part of the stage was walkable versus outside of the 2D area, all while maintaining as faithful of a recreation to the original location as possible. The game's story would...
Okay, alright, I'm back. So, I hope the video was entertaining or whatever here. I got some pretty exciting news relative to the phone call I just had. So, I don't have pictures though. I was trying to get pictures here, but I think it's on Venom's phone, which I don't have access to right now. See, I knew y'all were gonna do this here. I let a video play because I have like a massive list of like, you know, bangers I'm backlogged on. I dropped one banger to the chat here, and now y'all are mad that I'm like, what do you want me to do? You want me just to go AFK now? So, like, do you want to hear? Like, do you want content, or you just want a playlist to play while I just go away here? Like. Thank you, Shaw Military. So, yeah, this video was just a temporary thing to keep your attention retained while I went to go return that phone call. I can tell you about the phone call and then get back to our main objective here, if I'm allowed to. Good Lord, goddamn. All right, so the video is overqualified. Well, I cook. You know, my playlist is straight heat, so I just wait for the... And then whenever it's me reacting to it, it's like extra good, which is why y'all love the non-gameplay to a fault. So, news. Y'all may recall here that Skinny is getting old. Sad to say here. And on the second channel, I did drop that she is getting too old to go for daily walks. Happy to report here that seemed to be not as bad as I thought here, actually. Skinny is 16 years old. She's a very good dog. She does love to walk. And she can do about 1 walk a day. The morning that I was sad about here was actually me trying to take her to have 2 walks, because I wanted to walk in the morning because it was a cool autumn morning and it was feeling really, really good. And I thought it was a crime to just like not go walk while the temperature was great. And with that, you know, came the idea of, well, maybe I should give her a friend. I don't know. Maybe. And this is also coming because, like, you know, my mom is currently has a dog that needs a home. That I admit, when I went over to her house before TwitchCon, I saw, and I don't know, I just kind of caught the twinkle a little bit, and I was like, dang, I can give her a good home, actually. So,
Chet can have a little graveyard content as a treat. Try Smilers.
What's up, Ribcage? So, yeah. So that was the phone call with Try Mom, and we were getting the details coordinated here. The dog in question, I don't know exactly what she is, but
OJ, you started something new.
Oh my.
Hi, Train. Super Saiyan level 2. Who the fuck is you? Look like Gohan, and I'm the shit.
So yeah, this so what we're looking at here is the dog looks like She looks like a German Shepherd and a Lab mixed together. That's what I'm hard guessing. Her ears really give it away. Like, Skinny is definitely a Lab. This one's definitely some other shit with a Lab for sure. The ears will give it away. I wish I had a picture here. She's beautiful. She is about 2 years old, is already trained, knows how to sit, doesn't bark, very well behaved, and needs a home. Adopt, don't shop. And I'm like, okay, like this is just like, well, thank you, CC.
DQCC gifted a tier 1 sub to Skinny. They have given 1,138 gift subs in the channel.
Well, thank you so much, CC. And so what we're gonna do is Trimom's gonna bring the dog over, and I'm hoping that her and Skinny can get along. Gonna introduce them to one another and see, you know, I'm gonna take Wednesday off because I have to already go to the DMV for some boring paperwork shit. So it's already gonna be like a day dedicated to like car stuff, like DMV into other DMV related garbage that I have to, like life shit, like hardcore. So I won't be here Wednesday. Of course I'll be here Tuesday, tomorrow that is. But yeah, Wednesday I'm gonna take care of that. And while I'm doing that, I will then gonna coordinate with Trimom and bring the dog over here and see. Hopefully they get along. If they don't, if it's like really bad, then I guess it's not meant to be. But I'm pretty hopeful that they can get along. And then from there, we can try out babysitting the dog and seeing like if things will work out here. And then I'll, you know, fuck it, I'll just walk 2 dogs at a time. Nothing I ain't done before. So that would be the play, and that'd be pretty exciting, honestly. So yeah, I can't wait to introduce y'all to the dog in question here. Her name is Nyx, like mix with an N. I don't know, it's either, I don't know how it's spelled here, Nyx or Nyx. She knows her name and she knows several commands already here. And then I'll get a picture like sometime tomorrow. I'm sure I can get a picture out from Mom or whatever here. Mom says she's about 2 years old. She might be a little bit older. She already has some gray on her snout. Some gray, nowhere near the amount Skinny has gray like everywhere. Yeah, she's definitely an adult. I don't know how old though, but Mom says about 2 years, but I don't know if that's like an accurate term or not. So, like from Hades. Actually, I didn't think about that. You're right. But yeah, that's the exciting news there. So Wednesday, be in the Discord. I'll have pictures, because she's coming over regardless. So we're gonna. The only way I wouldn't adopt her now is if like her and Skinny just don't get along like at all. But I'm pretty confident they'll be fine. She's not an aggressive dog at all, actually. Kind of a sad thing actually is that so right now my mom currently has, I believe, 4 dogs total. There are the 3 that are in the main yard perimeter, and then Nyx is actually separate, like out by the garage on a leash, because one of the dogs bit her tail and like bit it really bad, and because of that bite, they don't get along, and Nyx just barks at the dogs all the time because they bit her tail. You can see the visible bite marks on her tail, and I'm like, well, that's not good. That's not good. And so yeah, they don't get along. So Nyx is already separate from the dogs, which is, you know, kind of like, you know, not the coolest thing in the world clearly here. And I'd like to give her, she just really needs a better home. Like it's really obvious that like the situation she's in right now is not good. It's like, it's literally a leash tied to a broken down truck in the yard, and it's just like not really. And she gets tangled in a matter of like minutes anyway, so it's just like not really good. So yeah, I'm excited to fix that for sure. So yeah, we're gonna and not just me. I talked with them about it here. I think I can handle that fine. We can kind of go from there. So, gonna rise up and be the dad who steps up a little bit, you know. So, and like I said, if I encourage you, if you haven't yet, you can watch this video here and see more about the you know, I was kind of a mess that day. I was like, oh man, I need to. This is not because like I'm thinking Skinny's passing. It's more just because like, you know, Skinny's actually really happy. It's just more like, you know, Skinny taught me how much I really enjoy the walks, and I think her having a friend would be pretty good. She's been in isolation for a while, but she's also she naps all day, so like Nyx is just gonna be like a nice little companion. You know, ultimately in the end, Buttercup was alone for a very long time, and I would argue that in hindsight now, Buttercup had a lot of pent-up energy because she had no one to like companion with, and now with a friend with Blue, it's like that's like an infinitely better scenario where like her and Blue have each other to hang out and shit. In the same way, I think you're just way happier if you have like someone of your kind to be with. So giving her a companion dog would be really good. All right, so there's the update there. Okay, now back over to this. So I assume this video was a banger because clearly y'all are tight about this. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link here again. I will we'll come back to this when we get a chance here, but we still got to focus on where we are right now. So now the question comes to, okay, so given that we're gonna be here at 4:45 a.m. tomorrow, or I'm gonna wake up at 4:45 a.m. in order to be live by 5 a.m. ish to then be here for the finale video. Just a FYI, tomorrow's stream is gonna be wake up early, really early, be here for the Sakurai finale episode live, and then we're gonna start Shadow Generations. And then I have to go for a few hours, and then I'm gonna presumably go back to bed so I can like wake up and work on more of the YouTube stuff. There were no uploads today, for example, because I'm actually a little bit behind currently. So, all right, so that's the so that's what tomorrow is looking like, and I finally here as far as this goes. Like I said, we're at 135 out of 255. It's just, oh, man. In the end here, it just seems more like it's just a lot of cramming going on, and you kind of can't really cram this kind of shit. You guys just kind of hit it at the pace I want to. So we'll just continue for another. Let me think here. If I want to be up at 4:45, then my only hope is to actually just go to bed. I need to be in bed by 9. Which means I need to like. So yeah, probably another 2 hours, and then I'm gonna have to wrap up there. And we've been live for a while now anyway. It's already been 8 hours. So yeah, we'll do 2 more hours. Now that I had a little second here to breathe and stretch, and then we'll just kind of like we'll call it there, and we'll come back and continue to do more Sakurai videos over the course of whatever, you know, we're doing our best. That's all we can really ask here. No, it's exciting. I really my tism is like I really want to be. I want to do this. It's just hard. It's just hard to do. It's hard to do without like either you react to the videos, or you just treat it like it's actually like a class homework binge session, and you're just watching and just moving on to the next thing here. Like you just snort cocaine and just power up. And in the end, you just can't shove that much knowledge in your brain at this pace and have it retain, honestly. So I really want to be done with all this, but you know, in the end, I probably should have made it a bigger priority to continually consume the Sakurai videos rather than being in the position now where I have to binge if I wanted to have them done. I like the idea of having them done before the finale, but simultaneously, it is what it is. I made peace with it now, so. And we're above everything here, I'm having fun, and I think my reactions are adding a nice extra dimension of layer to the whole thing. So I think so because I'm retaining y'all here with me now doing this here. You know, this is more going to be a me thing, and then me streaming. It's kind of like this bonus thing where I'm surprised people are watching this with me right now. So that feels pretty good. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good right now. Let's continue then our Sakurai binge, shall we?
ゲームを完成させるならばデバッグは欠かせません。ここではモニタリングなどの話題は抑え、純粋にバグを潰す デバッグのことについて話をします。買ったゲームなどにバグが多いと、後からオンライン上で直せばいいと思ってるとか言われそうですが、決してそんなことはありません。誰もが最初から完璧にしておきたいに決まっている。これは昨今のゲームの規模が単なるデバッグでは潰しきれないほどに大きくなっていることが問題だと考えています。それだけではないですが、例えばスマブラにおいてファイターとファイターがいる。ファイターは89種類ですから、これだけで約8000通りの組み合わせがあります。その2人が別の技で攻撃をしたら、組み合わせは各技の数 ×2。どの瞬間でなければ出ないというバグもあります。そこにアイテムが加わった場合、第三者が加わった場合、そしてその攻撃が加わった場合、これは4人以上の場合もあります。その上で特定の地形ステージやギミックが加わった場合、スピリッツを加えた場合と重ねていくと、組み合わせは天文学的な数字になっていきます。実際にはこれらを全て条件を変えながら何度か繰り返さないと厳密なデバッグは達成しません。全てやるんです。まあ無理ですよね。ある意味積んでいます。一方、一度出たバグは再現方法を知っていればいくらでも出せるので、ネット上で目立ったりします。もちろん総当たりだけではなく、怪しいところをデバッグで狙っていくのですが、それでも限度はありますね。スマブラスペシャルを例に特にバグが発生しがちな場所を挙げると、まずつかみや投げ。他者を強制的に制御する挙動は処理の矛盾を起こしやすいです。技中につかみが入ったら問題が起きるとか、最後の切り札関連なども近いところがあります。特にシーンの繊維があるものは相手の拘束と解除だけではなく、シーンにゴミが残ることもあります。次に地形絡み。ステージ作りで無茶な地形を作ることはできますが、こういった場合の地形抜けはある程度容認するしかないかと思っています。特に V の字になるくぼみなどは厳しい。スピリッツ関連もいろいろあり得るかも。普通のゲームの仕様を超えていろんなことができるので、試していくのが非常に大変です。スマブラ以外にもパラメータや育成の要素があったり、スキルが解放されていくような作品はまあ苦しいでしょうね。多くのゲームが今のボリューム感に悩んでいると思うんですよね。クリアまで何十時間もかかるゲームなら、延べデバッグ時間は何千何万、あるいは何十万時間に及ぶことか。後から配信するパッチで即座に修正したい、あるいはできるものがあっても直してすぐにリリースできません。何かを修正すれば新たにバグが入った可能性がありますから、エンバグなんて言いますけどね。一つを直すとまた非常に多くのチェックをし直しになります。で、今回の話は何らかの不具合に対してご容赦をいただこうというような意図は特にありません。あらゆるゲームに該当することとして事実を淡々と説明してみました。完璧にバグを取らないと許せないという風潮が蔓延すると、事実上ゲームを出せないということになりかねません。銀行とか航空、通信インフラのシステムなど不具合が致命的になるものはぜひとも頑張っていただかなければなりませんが、ゲーム作りの事情を知った上である程度見方が変わってくれると良いなと思っています。もちろん制作側である私が言えた義理ではないのは承知の上です。
Pretty linear. Keep it going. Damn YouTube. Are you running out of money right now? Shit.
マイクロソフトワードにもある機能でありながら、スタッフに話をすると知らなかったですなんて言われることも少なくないので、解説しておきたいと思います。私としてはこれがないと始まらないというぐらいには活用しているものです。階層アウトラインという考え方、もしくはシステムがあります。これは文章を階層化して管理できるものです。例えばこれはスマブラスペシャルのトップメニューと
Yeah, I didn't want to clap out here, Mr. Pink, but I think what you're referring to was the newest patch that was a version 13.xxx or whatever, and the patch exists purely to fix a GSP glitch where you wouldn't be awarded your GSP, your global smash power, under a certain scenario, and would lead to like incorrect listings and whatnot. But some Smash account was being a shitter and just like, casually pretended that this patch out of nowhere, which admittedly was the first patch since the game finalized with the release of Sora. So it was a relatively noteworthy thing here, I suppose. But they took it and farmed right away for attention with like this misinformation as a shitpost, saying that the ice climbers were able to be what is it here, that the desync was fixed, or that the ability to desync was now reintroduced or something like that. I don't know. Whatever the ice climber shitpost was, but it was done with zero indication of sarcasm, to the point where it was just, I would argue, it was blatantly misinformation, and everybody fell for it. Everyone fell for it, and it was convincing enough as misinformation rather than just being anywhere near obvious of being a shitpost. And I didn't report on it because I looked into it, and I'm like, just to make sure this was like accurate, and then like in the end it was just like it was just lame. It was it had a video, it had an accompanying video of ice climbers desyncing or whatever, and it was actually a mod with it looked like vanilla Ultimate in the end. So I don't know, I find those kind of annoying because it's just like it's so overwhelmingly misinformation, in my opinion. It does more harm than good. It just causes mass confusion, and then you have to hold it to all the more scrutiny in the future when you make a shitpost like that. So that felt pretty annoying for sure.
同じ構成ですね。ハンドルをクリックするとその中身を開けます。さらに開くとその中身が見える。要はフォルダのような階層構造を、テキストで管理できるものです。例えばファイターの必殺技の仕様をまとめるとき、ファイターの並びがある中に必殺技のリストを書いて、そこに仕様を書き込むと。仕様自体は折りたたむことでシンプルになり、位置の入れ替えや階層の置き換えも自由。ワードの場合、表示を選び、その中のアウトラインというものを選ぶことで、このような体裁になります。私が階層アウトラインを使い出したのは1993年だと思います。マッキントッシュが配備された時ですね。いろんなものを整理してまとめるのにもう不可欠で、何かのアイデアをまとめるのにはもう欠かせない、話せない仕組みですね。ただし、これは自分のアイデアをまとめるために使うもので、人に見せるようにするには聖書が必要かと思います。使用書なども最終的には社内ネットにまとめますしね。ともあれ、考え方の整理に幅広く使えます。この番組も、最初は階層アウトラインでカテゴリー分けなどを計画しました。いかに使えるのかはそれぞれの人次第ですが、まずは触ってみると良いのではないでしょうか。
Yep. Nope. All very self-explanatory.
スマブラはご存知の通り、いろんな世界設定を持つキャラクターが参戦しています。ご存知ですよね。コミカルな人もいる、リアルな人もいる。同じフィールドに立った時、それでも違和感が出ないようにするのはさまざまなことを考えなければなりません。オフィシャルイメージと合わせただけだととてもまとまらない絵になってしまいます。これが原作マリオの絵。これがスマブラ X のマリオの絵。ジーンズ字が描かれているなどさまざまな風合いが加えられています。もちろん OK をいただいていますが、さまざまな世界やタッチのキャラクターが一堂に会するため、タッチの調整は欠かせません。そのために行っていることを5つほどご紹介したいと思います。1、サイドを控えめにする。 真っ赤、真っ青、真っ黄色というしっかりした色合いのキャラクターは多いのですが、それより幾分淡く表現し、光源の影響を受けやすくしています。真っ赤はゲームではどんな環境光においてもほぼ真っ赤なんですね。渋いキャラクターと合わないことも多いです。2番目、テクスチャーは程よく描き込む。コミカル系は本来単色ベタ、リアル系は深く描き込まれている。そういったギャップを埋めるため、コミカル系に書き込みを増やしたり、リアル系の重みを軽めにしたりしています。3つ目、頭身を工夫する。それぞれの頭身にはすごく落差があり、これがむちゃくちゃではありますが、オリジナルより、頭身を微調整して違和感を少しずつ減らしています。例えばベヨネッタのスマブラ版とオリジナル、だいぶ頭身が違いますね。見比べると違和感があるでしょうが、ゲームとしてまとめると、問題を感じないと思います。他にもこんなに違ってたりして。4番目、必要に応じたリファイン。例えばオリマーのスーツ、原作と比べるとこんなにも違います。ロボットのデザイン、現代のものとして見ても十分な情報量がありますね。アイスクライマーのデザイン、足の裏にスパイクや雪らしき汚れが見受けられます。どのファイターもしっかりしたリファインによりぐっとまとまった印象にしつつタッチを合わせています。全員そうなので違和感が減ると。最後に、実際にありそうな表現にする。例えばドンキーコングやヨッシーの目の表現、原作では瞳を閉じるような漫画表現が行われるのですよね。本来はそれ忠実に守るべきなのですが、スマブラでは特別にまぶたを閉じる表現にすることを許可いただいています。歯の噛み合わせなんかも少し違う。キャラクターたちが本当にいたならこうなるという観点で各種ディテールを深めています。まあいろいろあるんですが、このぐらいにしておきます。よくアーティストに話をすることの一つに、アニメと実写が戦って
For the record, I've never revealed my Sonic autism to full capacity here, but I've always been bothered by this. A lot of in the Archie comic run of Sonic, so many artists would just have the eye, I guess the eyes effectively blinking, but the eye socket is still open, whatever this is being depicted as here. And I'm like, well, I mean, Sonic is gonna have, like, you know, fucking eyelids. I don't know what are we neglecting the eyelids here. Maybe using the eyelids never gave the a more consistent, like, expression, like if you're doing it for like a cartoony reason. But I always wondered why it always varied by artists. Some artists would be absolutionists on using the eyelids. Others would just always do whatever the fuck this is. And I always wonder if it was because of the expression was not as, like, compatible or whatever it may be here. But in the end, I you know, younger me was just mad about it being inconsistent, but older me is like, it was probably an expression thing, or maybe it was just a negligence of, like, the artist just doing whatever they want without any overhead on consistency. And yeah, yeah, DK here just with them pearlers, man, just dentures all the way through, immaculate teeth.
よくアーティストに話をすることの一つに、アニメと実写が戦っているように見せないという話があります。ほっといて作るとなんかそうなってしまう。だから意図とデザインを持ってしっかりとまとめるわけです。単純にグラフィックの話だけでもまだ多くのことがありますが、モーション、エフェクト、サウンドなどにもいろんな事例があります。ファイターとして破綻なく遊べるようにするにはもっとさらに工夫が必要ですが、それはまた別のお話ですね。
And next time, we got a grab bag.
雑談。 雑談。何それ。世の中の制作物にはガイドラインというものが存在します。これは原種が求められるものであり、それを満たさないものは製品やサービスとして提供することができません。ごく簡単なもの以外はほとんどのものに設定されているのではないですかね。例えばテトリスの場合、地面の上でくるくるブロックを回すと落ちてきたブロックがずっと固着されません。無限にずらしができることもあるかも。これはザ・テトリスカンパニーが2002年頃に制定したガイドラインのようです。昔のものはともかく、これより後に出たテトリスでは準拠されているはず。昔のテトリスは操作方法やブロックの回転の法則などの統一が取れておらず、いろんなバージョンがありました。だけど毎回異なるのは率直に遊びにくいと言えますよね。現在は各形状に対するブロックの色の割り当て、ネクストブロックの数、ブロックの回転軸、着地位置のガイド表示などのガイドラインがあります。これは世界共通のようですね。ガイドラインは何らかの意味があるから制定されます。しかし作り手としては自由にものづくりがしたいので、妨げになることもまあまあ多くあります。例えば年齢などレーティングによるガイドライン、ゲームプラットフォームやショップのガイドライン、オンラインサービスのガイドライン、自社で決めているガイドライン、作ったものがそのまんま出ているのではなく、全てガイドラインを厳守しているので、矛盾もそれなりに生じてくるのです。何かの狙いがあって織り込む表現や仕様、それがガイドラインによってできない。そしてプレイヤーにはそれがわからないとなると、印象が良くならないこともあるでしょう。最初に挙げたテトリスの場合、アーケードゲームで収益性に問題があるときなど例外も認められるようです。結局のところ、ガイドラインであろうがなかろうが人が決めることです。合う場合と合わない場合があります。難しいことですが、許されるなら、どういうガイドラインもより柔軟にできればいいなと思いますね。結局のところ、いいものができるのが一番良いので。
My question there would be, I can't actually think of a game where like a sequel blatantly violated the implied guidelines of the series going forward and was all the better for it. Because it almost feels like the first game didn't work and they were trying to figure out how to make it better. I don't know, is there any example of a game that like violated the previous entry's guidelines or implied guidelines and then was all the better for it? Like, I don't know, because it almost feels like it's borderlining on like a reimagining of a game as a sequel rather than a direct sequel. So kind of tough to say. I don't know. Or maybe it's more of a spin-off, yeah. Because Rising, I would say, is a spin-off more so than like a continuation of the series, right? I don't know. It's a pretty niche thing to kind of consider here. I don't know if that's really even a thing.
私もいろんな開発をしてきましたが、想定していなかったことが製品版で起こり、納得のいかない結果になってしまったことが結構あります。恥を忍んでいくつかご紹介します。メテオスの開発の時、各種惑星のパラメータは私が打っていました。メテオスは DS で動いていた作品で、もちろん実機で動作確認しながら調整を行っていました。結構無茶なスケジュールだったので、最後の方は時間を惜しんで打ち込んでいたものです。惑星も多いですし。ところが開発最後の方で処理の最適化が進み、結果としてゲームがスピードアップしました。 動きが軽やかになることは歓迎すべきところなのですが、開発終盤で処理速度が上がり、また内部的な処理はゲームのスピードにそのまんま依存する構成だったとすると、難易度上昇曲線が変わってしまいました。つまり想定以上に難しくなってしまったということです。メテオスをプレイすると短い時間で対応が厳しい局面に入ると思いますが、これは想定していたものではありませんでした。個人的には、残念な思い出の一つです。なお、オリジナルの他にもメテオス作品はいくつかあったようですが、第1作以外は私が知らない間に作られた作品であり、一切知りません。同じく育てて甲虫王者虫キングという作品があるのですが、これは開発基盤1メートル弱四方の大きい手製のボードで制作していました。これで全て調整していたので、携帯するゲームでありながら実際に携帯できたことはありません。そして完成品が出来上がって、プレイしてみたとき、想定より腹減りが早い。おそらく何らかの理由で開発基盤と製品版との間で処理速度が変わっていたものだろうと思いますが、これも、ちょっと厳しい結果になりました。遊べないというわけではないですけど。そしてスマブラスペシャル、最初にリリースした製品版でなぜか各種 CP が強く感じられました。
Oh, bro, dude, I forgot about this, man. Yeah, Sakurai, he's not wrong there. Version 1 Smash, man, them CPUs were thugs, bro. Even if you were good at the game, like if you blatantly not trash, them CPUs were like, oh, you think you a thug, huh? Eat this parry into up smash, bitch. And you're like, damn. Like I remember day one, like, dude, we losing every CPU fight multiple times, and it was kind of cool. Everyone was like, shit, bro. Damn it, did you unlock Ike yet? Nah, bro, that motherfucker kicked my ass, bro. Okay, shit. Ooh, yeah, bro, that was crazy. In the first patch was like to nerf the CPUs down a bunch, because them boys were hot. But you know, it was kind of cool though, because it was like, you got to get good, bro. You got to get good. The problem was, if you were a Smash junkie, anyone who's played Smash for, longer than like, I don't know, like 2 hours at a time or whatever the fuck, like you're decent, right? You know how to DI, I guess. If you know what DI is, you're generally not a complete trash. The challenge was kind of cool, but I know that like a casual and a real normie, bro, they were getting smoked. There's no way in hell, bro. They were. If I wouldn't get anything done until like the fourth try, dude, normies were getting just obliterated, just ass blasted, just both legs wide open, like Thanksgiving and Christmas, bro. It's just like bam right there. You know what I'm saying? So like.
で、そしてスマブラスペシャル。最初にリリースした製品版でなぜか各種 CP が強く感じられました。前の2つよりもさらに曖昧にしかわからない要素ではありますが、複数の、スタッフも同じことを話していたので気のせいではないと思われます。また原因が分かっていません。やはり最適化の中で、何らかの処理が向上したのではないかということでしたが、その結論は出ていません。CP の根幹や各モードに設定された難易度を直そうとすると非常に多くの要素がデバッグのし直しになるので、それはできませんでした。しかし対策を取ることはある程度できました。挑戦者の難易度を下げ目にしたり、灯火の星にとても簡単を足すなど、前に挙げた2つと比べオンラインアップデートによって調整できたのですが、それがない時代なら何ともならないところでした。もちろんそれでも想定外のことが起こるのは残念なことなのですが、今回のお話は人によってはそんなことありえんと思われるかもしれません。だけどコンピューターを相手にするものなので何が起こるかは分かりません。その他の開発がほぼほぼうまくいってるのも炎の綱渡りなのかも。それぞれが危ういバランスで成立しているのかもしれませんね。あらゆるトラブルがチェックリストになっているわけでもありませんし、だけどこういったことは起こり得るんですよということでまとめさせていただきました。
Very humbling.
ダメージを受けた際のモーションについてお話をしたいと思います。スマブラの場合、ダメージを受けた瞬間すぐに痛そうなポーズに置き換わることを想定しています。ダメージモーションの1フレーム目はヒットストップがかかっているのでよく見えます。なのでここを痛そうなポーズに見せるのは大事。やられポーズと待機ポーズが近い作品もあるのですが、待機ポーズとは全然異なる極端なポーズを取らせています。遠くから見てもダメージを受けたことがしっかりわかるように。
Good call.
だけど瞬時にダメージモーションに移行するのではありません。モーション補完によって攻撃を受けた時のポーズからダメージモーションの1フレーム目に移行しています。少しだけつなぎがあるということ。使用カテゴリーヒットストップの回で少し説明しています。どんな状況でヒットしても必ずダメージポーズになりますから、相手のやられ判定が長い場合、かなり遠くでダメージモーションを取ることになります。やられ判定を伸ばしたままヒットストップさせることにもメリットはあるのですが、やられた感の方を重視しています。そしてこういう問題がありました。ファイターに対して弱攻撃をしたとき、相手の体勢によっては離れてしまい、その後のコンボが当たらなくなってしまうという、この場合やられ側のトップノード位置の問題だったのですが、体勢を変える以上こういった問題はつきまといます。スマブラのダメージリアクションは上、中、下と分かれており、その位置に比較的近いところでのリアクションを取るようになっています。また地上ではリアクションの強さに小、中、大があります。小、中、大の上、中、下で合わせて9通り。吹っ飛ぶとそれはそれでいろんなバリエーションがあります。
Okay, officially, we're just at the point now where I'm like, bro, if I'm the, I don't know what the terms are going to be here, the animation department, like whatever the animation, rigging, whatever we're calling this shit. Oh my God, bro, it's just like, it feels like a never-ending fucking. How many fighters do you want in this shit? 86? Oh man. And we have how long? We have 4 years, almost 4 years to make this game. Man, we're gonna need every week we can get, bro. Oh my god.
スマブラはほぼ全てが人型である他の格闘ゲームと比べ、体型がユニークでありすぎるという特徴があります。人型であっても剣持ち、盾持ち、武器持ちといろんなバリエーションがあります。全てが標準的な人型であってくれたなら、
Would it be treacherous or fun to work on? I think it's fun. It's not bad. It's just more like, you know, it's that you usually don't hear of games of this caliber and ambition having that many. I mean, help me out here. I mean, like what game could I even compare the scale of Smash Ultimate? This much detail, this many playable characters, all of them independently interactive with each other and items and terrain, etc. I'm gonna, maybe Tekken, right? Tekken has like almost 50 characters now. I don't even I think, right? I know it's like a fuckload. I know it's like 40 or more. But like, I mean, yeah, Smash with its 86 at that level of fidelity and detail, it's just it's pretty fucking nuts all around here. And even then, I would wonder here the comparisons of like well, the thing too is that with respect to Tekken has a consistent like art direction, so it's not as like treacherous to compare. You know, again, with the amount of the source material of all the collaborations in Smash Brothers, it's all the harder. It has to look good. You know, you have to make Kazuya punching Pac-Man make sense somehow, and it does, which is insane. You know.
モーションを使い回すこともできるのですが、そうではないので大変です。ファイター1つ増やすにも結構大ごとになります。どのダメージモーションもシンメトリーっぽくしないようにしたり、シルエットがしっかり見えることを重視しています。例えば吹っ飛び、体をひねり、手足のシルエットがしっかり見えるようになっていますが、ただ横向きで吹っ飛ぶようだとこのようにはなりません。しっかり攻撃した感、やられた感を出すためにもダメージモーションも好きなく作っています。ところで余談です。星のカービィスーパーデラックスの企画書にカービィのダメージパターンについてこんな感じに書きました。これは当時の絵を。
Man, hang on, wait. I look over at this chat, and what is going on in here? Random question from Soulmate. Do you read manga or watch anime? Okay, so I didn't catch it. Jaded, no, he's anti-anime completely. No weebery. Damn, he's missing out. Bruh. The fact that y'all can just lie and that actually go somewhere, like, come on, like, no, Jada being a shitter is not new. So it's Soulmate buying that level 0 bait that is like the real. After all the yapping I've done, and you would think I'm anti manga and anime, no weebery in mine. That's crazy. I'm almost as shocked that you would believe such weak bait as that you would think that I at this point, with how much you know about me, would be like anti, like not just I don't read manga and anime, I am anti-anime. That's crazy. That's just crazy.
思い出しながら書いたものですが、一瞬ならこのぐらい極端にやっても良いということです。より激しく強く演出したいですね。ゲームの情報を知るため
Official websites. Ooh, boy.
ゲームの情報を知るために
You know what? Ooh, this is actually a good point here. When it comes to official websites for games, which ones do I even visit? I mean, I feel like I'm gonna be real. I think it's just a Smash Dojo for Brawl, Smash 4, and Ultimate. I'm thinking of what other. But then again, very few games really make their product an extension of the marketing. Like, it's very clear that the fighter reveal trailers were baked into the production budget of Smash Ultimate, right? Like, it's very clear they cost a lot of money, and it probably had to be done as like an extension of the game's actual budget. Which, of course, I wish we knew those numbers. That'd be a really, how much did Ultimate cost to make? How much were those CG trailers to commission and do? And the 2D animated ones as well here. How much did you allocate to the marketing of this as part of the game's actual budget, separate from Nintendo of Japan and America and Europe's marketing conventionally for the game itself here? Like, it's all so obvious and in a way genius, but I wish, selfishly, I wish that I knew this data so I could just be a nerd about it, but we'll never know that information, but still cool to see regardless here. But in the end though, I don't know, like, I'm thinking of like what video game websites I actually have gone to. And the answer feels probably mostly none, because most just usually have a trailer and just will drop it on YouTube. Nothing really unique happening on the website that I can't consume or infer from the video and trailer you're going to make on your YouTube page. And not every game needs a website, so that's totally fine too here. I think Smash is in a very unique position to be able to say and do a lot to rationalize and to warrant a separate website for more info dumping.
ウェブサイトを見ることは必要不可欠でした。しかし、じっくりとウェブサイトを眺めるということは全盛期に
Pause. I wish they had added it into the game itself here. Wait a minute. Are the fighter reveals not accessible in the game? Wait. Like the whole like Mega Man's in and Mewtwo is in, Roy's in. They're not in the game? Oh. Damn. That's news to me. That's actually really fucking weird actually. I have to assume okay. All right. If that's the case, I have to assume the answer is no because of either space limitations or licensing or a technicality. I don't think it's because Sakurai didn't want to. That would be really he's very proud of those reveal trailers from what I gather. So I think it's either a license issue or like this had to be categorized as a marketing expense for I don't know, tax purposes or some kind of accounting bullshit. And the only way you can really have it count as marketing is have it not be part of the game, technically. That's what this is me going on a super hard read there, but I'm going to figure it's one of those three things. Technicality, accounting based, or licensing issue. Or finally, number 4 here, Sakurai concluded here that like, including all of that would have bloated up the total game size all the more. And maybe that would have been the extra, maybe that extra like 2 gigs of the game footage or the trailers and shit would have made it have to go to a higher increment of a physical release Switch cartridge. And he wanted to have the version purity be the same across digital and physical. And maybe that would have, because Smash is already I don't even remember now. Is it like, I think the base game is like 14 gigs, and then with all the DLC and shit, it's like 18 gigs, I want to say. I don't remember. I don't know. There's like a million reasons here. I don't fucking know. I don't know. We'll never really know. I don't have enough info to even really give like a good answer anyway. There's too many variables to entertain here for why it's not included. But in the end, I'm pretty confident Sakurai is an attentive, detail-oriented director and probably really wanted it in there, but couldn't for one of like the 5 reasons we had listed so far.
比べると減っており、各種 SNS など、短い情報の発信の方が現代には合っているのかもしれません。ただ、特に大手の作品から公式ウェブサイトがなくなるようなことは当面ないでしょうね。まとまった情報が正しく発信されるということはやっぱり大事です。これはスマブラスペシャルのウェブサイトの構成です。制作構成には私も関わっており、更新のたびにチェックなども行っています。スマブラはゲーム内要素がすごく多いので、その要素もかなり深い階層があります。ファイター一覧、それぞれのファイターも見て回れます。遊び方、さまざまなモードやテクニックもあります。ネットワークやアミーボも。ステージ、通常ステージだけで100、ダウンロードコンテンツを含めてそれ以上。アイテム、ポケモンやアシストフィギュアもあります。サウンド、
I never noticed that Fox McCloud does the little Naruto walk whenever he runs. That's pretty cool, actually. That's all I noticed there. Okay.
サウンド、視聴機能付きです。ムービー、参戦ムービーや私が出ている何々の使い方など見応えあると思います。
I thought you were looking at her. What, Cloud? What, a fox? What are you talking about? Oh, Crystal, who's, you know, the assist trophy with the saber and everything. No, I was looking at, no, she's not even a playable character. Why would I care about her? No, I'm literally looking at Fox and his corny Naruto run and all that. I wasn't even making a gesture towards the fact that Fox is directly looking into Crystal's ass and being a, you know, fucking, you know, being a spec graduate from Gooner University. No, that wasn't even, that's you. That's what you're looking at, bro. That's crazy.
好きです。ムービー、参戦ムービーや私が出ている何々の使い方など見応えあると思います。その他トピック、Twitter と合わせた情報展開。さらに大会やイベント情報、スマブラが道場など概要で紹介しただけですが、それでも波のゲームより情報量が多いことが感じられると思います。広報は大事、情報の機関となる場所も大事。普通のノウハウでただウェブサイトを作るより、その作品に向いた形態にしたいところですね。初代スマブラ発売前、発表。
Unfortunately, Sakurai is not wrong here. It's a necessary evil. If you're passionate about game development, then you almost need to be passionate about marketing, because if you make the 10 out of 10 game but the marketing is shit, then in the end it's the same difference as the game never existing for the most part. In the same way that, like, to be kind of corny here, I don't mean to really glaze Apple, but Steve Jobs had this saying, or it was either Steve or what's his name? The other guy from Apple who's been around, Wozniak, whatever his name is. I forget his first name, but it's either Jobs or Wozniak, or maybe it was I don't think it was Tim Pool. Oh my god! Oh, wow, Tim Cook. Holy shit! I said Tim Pool. It's cringe. Where, anyways, the phrase is if you're passionate about software, then you have to be passionate about hardware. Like, there's no way you can really be passionate about software and still have all the variables of the hardware to the detriment influence how the software is consumed or used. So in the end, this is kind of what someone at Apple said forever ago, which is that, like, we're passionate about software, and that leads with the user experience, and that leads us to have to be also in the hardware business. And this was like mostly, I think this was like pushback they got whenever like Apple was just like flopping in the 90s, and people were like, well, why don't you just move into software only and exit and abandon hardware? Clearly, I don't know what the fuck you're doing because your hardware keeps flopping over and over again. And it was something along that line. And then finally the iPod first gen was like their break into like the momentum they have now, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so. And I think in that way, it's kind of analogous to, you know, if you're passionate about game development, you kind of have to be passionate about marketing, because to neglect marketing is just to, like, you know, relinquish one of the major influential factors of your game ever reaching its destination audience, or target audience. So it's an unfortunate evil here, but, you know, it's the same way where, like, you know, because I want to be a good YouTuber, I therefore have to get into marketing to the extent of understanding titles and thumbnails. Like, I don't particularly want to care about that, but you kind of have to if you want doesn't matter what the contents of your video are if the title and the thumbnail are shit, because people are browsing the title and the thumbnail. That has to win them over first for them then to try out your contents within the video in question second. So you have to care about marketing. Notice here I'm also kind of like reaffirming what the whole marketing paradigm is. Not just marketing executives, but marketing altogether with how you present your ideas altogether.
表が済み、おおむね完成した頃、その遊び方や楽しさ、ゲーム性を関係者になかなか理解してもらえず、偏見だけが前に出て困った時がありました。任天堂キャラクターたちが殴り合うのはけしからんとか、格闘ゲームに比べて全然浅い内容だとか、ゲームの内容は発売時のものと同じで深い駆け引きも内包しているつもりだったので困りました。だけど 今までにないものだったこともあり、偏見の壁を破れない。そこで、スマブラの遊び方や駆け引きについて資料をまとめ、雑誌社にお送りしました。まともに取り込んでくれるところはほとんどありませんでしたが、でその内容を転用し、テクニックの手引きにしたのが、ウェブサイトである初代スマブラ券です。私自身が HTML も書きました。あんまりこういったノウハウがなく、使えるデータもとても小さかった時代で、今見ると恥ずかしいところもあるんですが、あの時代によくやったよとも思っています。そういった苦い経験は積極的に打開策を考えれば後の糧にもなり得ます。スマブラスペシャルで参戦ムービー制作などを頑張るのも初代の挫折から地続きなのかもしれません。そして現在、スマブラ
What I really want to know is like, because everything here is always like Sakurai has attention to detail and pre-plans everything, over-plans everything, so that like nothing is unforeseen or unprovoked or whatever. I would love to, I know we're not going to get this answer, but like, when was he told no? Okay, like, you know, you get to Ultimate, is it just a blank check and make it happen? Or at what point in your past were you told like, no, I wanted to do X feature or X thing? Maybe I don't know. I could be dire. Maybe he just always had like, because he brings the planning document and everything else here. So maybe he just always had the plan document cooked up from the whole way start to finish here, and the whole entirety of it was so convincing and persuasive from the very jump that there was never like a point of contention over, okay, we approve everything except you can't have whatever because it would cost too much money. You know, I don't know. Probably nothing at all, honestly, here, because he seems like a really thorough guy. But, well, 64 would be the, I mean, even 64, he kind of, I wouldn't say he didn't get what he didn't want. It was more that the Weapon X there was he had Iwata's blessing and Iwata helping with making the initial test build. To then, you know, he never showed Dragon Warrior in that inception to anyone for proposal. Him and Iwata secretly built the private build that used some Nintendo characters, presumably the starting 4, I think it was, starting 4 of the 8, and showed that to either Miyamoto or someone at Nintendo, and then that got approved for a bigger game at that point.
スペシャルの公式サイトはとんでもないボリュームになっています。基礎的な説明をしただけとも言えるのですが、おそらくゲームの公式サイトとしてもかなりでかい方ではないでしょうか。ひとえにゲームのボリュームがでかすぎるのが悪いのですが、任天堂の担当者の方々にはお世話になっております。今は SNS の方が盛んで、ウェブサイトの役割も少し変える必要があるのかもしれません。じゃあ将来どのようにしたら効果的に情報を伝えることができるのかな。
Well, according to Sony and Microsoft here, it's going to be bloating up your console OS menu UI with advertisements. According to Activision and EA, it'll be in-game advertising. According to presumably the future, it's going to be more influencer-driven than ever before, because the skepticism behind conventional marketing is decreasing altogether here. Shout-outs to the entirety of whatever you want to call Gamergate, and shout outs to, I mean, I'm gonna sound pretty edgy right now, but shout outs to game journalism, because it's just, my God, bro. I don't even, if we can separate just the whole Gamergate thing from the from the objective point that just game journalism has been pretty shit it's been pay to win marketing for a hot minute now. And to the point where even IGN's pretty aware of it at this point, right? With the too much water or the 7 out of 10 curse or the 8 out of 10 that every game gets or whatever. It's a hot mess. It's definitely a hot mess. I can't even recall the last time I was really positively influenced by game journalism review scores. I feel like that ship sailed like comfortably 15 minutes ago. Or sorry, brain fart. 15 years ago. I think at this point now it's more like a sway of like existing fan base versus new fan base, and the banter I'm hearing on social media engagement and whatnot. But I digress, though. Anyways, it's a bit more of a complicated topic to get into, to be more assertive of any like overarching general point. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, that it'd be cool to see where that will go in the future here. I do think it would be more influencer driven because if we are able to quantify influencer driven like marketing, it's like if you cannot track engagement as like one static thing, you know, what gets the most views. It's really more about who, you know, influencers generally are more connected to the audience in a more passionate way. And with that, how many people they're hitting that are actionable consumers is the way more important thing than just who's consuming the ads altogether. Like if an ad on Twitter gets like 5 million views, and then an ad from an influencer, you know, gets like, I don't know, 60K views, but the 5 million views on Twitter, as an example, had like a 0.02% actionable rate that led to them coming to the store and buying a product. But then the 60K from the influencer led to like, you know, 20%, you know, visit the site. And then of that 20%, another 5% hit the, is that a right number? I don't know, whatever here. Like a subset of that 20% is hitting the actually buying shit. You know, in the end here, I'm trying to reaffirm here is that like, you know, the actionable consumers are more important than the total demographics being hit here. And in that regard, I think influencers are going to just increasingly play a bigger role in advertising marketing going forward. And for me to elaborate on that would be a much bigger topic, but I'll just end it at that point there, because that's already a lot to accept that what I'm saying is like super true. Fair enough, but it'd be fun to discuss it when we have more time, I suppose. Let's keep going.
もしあなたが企画書などゼロからスタートさせる何かを作り始めている場合、これは途中で絶対に人に話さないことをお勧めします。我慢して心の内にある企画をひたすら書き続けること。私は内圧という考え方を信じており実践しています。内圧とは風船を膨らますような力、外に広がろうとする圧力のこと。例えとしては圧力釜などの方が妥当でしょうか。企画は頭の中でどんどん膨らませていくものです。大きくするというよりは力をかけてぐーっと中身の力を増していく。だけど人間は人に話すことで満足してしまいます。つまり圧を適度に抜くことで中身の力が抜けてしまう。そんなことをしている場合ではないです。ぐーっと圧力をかけ続け、企画やアイデアのパワーを増し、より濃いものにすることを目指した方が良いでしょう。企画の立て方としては、人と相談して新しいアイデアをもらったり、弱点を見つける手法があることは理解しています。ブレインストーミングなんて集団で出すアイデア方法もありますよね。だけど企画書を書くには力が必要です。やりたい、やろうという気持ちが企画書に圧を感じさせます。ブレインストーミング後にまとめさせられる仕様書より、自身が誰にも言わず我慢して書き上げる仕様書の方がぐっと熱量が高いことと思います。もし誰かに相談が必要なら、それは企画書にまとめてからで良いと考え、自身に向き合いながら打ち込んでみてはいかがでしょうか。なお、これは SNS などにも言えると思います。ネタの内容や仕事の進捗を SNS などに出してガス抜きしてはいけません。まずぐっと我慢して内圧を育てる、その勢いを仕事にぶつけるといったことをやってみましょう。発表時、相手がどんな風に思うのかを想像しながら作るのもおすすめです。これはゲーム開発にも共通しますが、お客さんのリアクションや感動ポイントを想像することでより頑張れることと思います。
The that was the first time I actually felt personally attacked there. I'm definitely a victim of that, of like sharing my ideal version of myself, where here's what I would like to do, and then I don't end up not getting to it for a million billion reasons. Comparatively now, I think I'm much better at it. But I remember just like having a pretty toxic cycle of like making a mega post of like, here's what I aim to do, chat, and then I end up like, you know, on Discord or whatever, and then I end up having like none of those things actually happen. But I'm bringing up like cringe from like generally, I'd say, I don't know, probably like 2017 to 2022. I think I've calmed down on this tremendously since then. I just make less promises now, and I just work on instead like delivering rather than like promising then delivering. I used to figure I had to like, you know, decree what I was going to do and then do it versus just doing it. And I realized that like most other streamers don't really promise shit in advance, and that what I do is probably way more than what they're doing anyway. So there's like no need to just like hold myself to this like arbitrary execution on a thing I have never really done before. So just like work on my own internal planning and kind of come from there. You may recall here, if you're like a long-time follower, I used to like always like, I would always like say what I'm going to do like 6 months out in advance for the stream, which is like a pretty hard and unrealistic commitment to like everything I'm trying to like plan. I'm trying to plan the content, so I'm like figuring out how to like do better. And in the end, it just, you know, you get quoted by like people like 4 months later, like, hey, you said 6 months ago you were going to be doing all this, and now you're doing this. And it's like, you know, well, you know, Nintendo Directs happen, and then they do surprise drops on games, and then it kind of changes my whole plan here. So that was the plan before the new games got announced, but now the games are announced. Here we are. That's what we're doing. And there's just like a, you know, they're holding you to the scrutiny of whatever you said, which was meant to be under the assumption that nothing new was going to cause a wrench in the unforeseen future. So yeah, I've also kind of learned here to back up off that now and just kind of work on having actions speak for me rather than like the planning following the actions. So
スマブラの攻撃は単純に相手にダメージを与え、その攻撃力分を相手の体力から減らすというものではありません。吹っ飛ばすというゲーム性から少しユニークな設定ができるようになっています。スマブラの攻撃における攻撃パラメータのうち、吹っ飛ばしに関係があるパラメータを解説したいと思います。なお、スマブラは攻撃側の攻撃力が高いほど、相手側の蓄積されたダメージが高いほど大きく吹っ飛ぶ仕組みを持っているということを最初に説明しておきます。まずベクトル。相手を吹っ飛ばす方向を設定します。これは他の格闘ゲームでも限られた向きで存在する場合がありますが、スマブラの場合は全方位を細かく個別設定できます。ただ、少し特殊な設定を行うことで攻撃側の移動に少し沿わせるように補正をかけることができます。これは空中コンボなどの角度を上げ、すっぽ抜けを減らします。また、吹っ飛ばした後の実際の軌跡は同じ条件下であってもやられる側のファイターの落下加速度や重さに依存して変わります。リアクション影響値。攻撃を与えた際、倍率をかけて吹っ飛ぶ大きさを設定できます。攻撃力は高いけれどあまり吹っ飛ばないとか、あるいはその逆を設定できることでより細かい吹っ飛び制御ができます。リアクション加算値。リアクションに無条件に足すことができる吹っ飛ばし力。例えば体力が低いうちは上に打ち上げる攻撃をしてもあんまり大きく吹っ飛ばないのですが、あまりリアクションがないと困るのである程度以上の吹っ飛ばし力を担保します。なお、ただ加算するだけでは吹っ飛ばし力が大きくなりすぎるので、リアクション影響値で抑えながら併用して使われることが多いです。リアクション固定値。これらとは関係なくリアクションを完全固定にします。どんなにダメージを受けていようと完全に固定したリアクションが得られます。例えばマリオのスーパージャンプパンチ。 連続ヒットしている時には固定リアクションにし、最後の一発だけを普通の吹っ飛ばしにします。相手のダメージが低かったり高かったりする時に当たらなくなると困りますから。これらのパラメータ構成は初代スマブラからありました。何しろ普通のゲームに比べて異質なルールを持っているものなので、それを楽しくゲームにするには一工夫必要です。攻撃パラメータにはさらに多くの要素があるのですが、今回は絞っての説明でした。
Understood.
前回音楽監修のお話をしましたが、その続きのようなお話。アテナという昔のアーケードゲームの曲アレンジで珍しく深みにはまったことがありました。監修した内容と逆の方向に調整が進んでいくかのようで、結果的には私が主旋律と呼んでいたことの誤解から始まったのですが、これが完成曲。これが A 旋律。これが B 旋律。として、どっちが主旋律、どっちがベースとなった時にゲームで触れたりファミコン版で聴いたりすると A に感じられます。これがファミコン版の曲。しかし音楽的な見解からは B だそうです。確かに。だけど原曲がどうであっても音楽的な手法。
Alright, I'm gonna go for the haymaker here, y'all. After hearing that, does the composition of the melodies not remind you of a certain thing? This is me swinging for also my YouTube is not loading right. Is your YouTube working, chat? All right, I'm a cook here. Okay, tell me if I'm off here. I thought I was cooking a little bit there. You can definitely hear the similarities though, but it's just what came to mind because my brain is so, I don't know, tism-tastic, let's call it that. All right.
法や常識から外れていてもその時に、原作で聴いた曲が正しい曲ですからね、難しいものです。なおこの曲は最初にビートに合わせ次に裏打ちになる不思議な部分があります。これが最初。これが次。 なぜこうなったのかはわからないけど面白いですね。もちろんスマブラの音楽ではこういったところも再現しています。
Now I can't unhear it, Trihex. Hey, well, that just means that you're equally as TISM as I am then, you know. That's all. Just welcome to the club. 今回の話題って SNK さんにチェック依頼出すことになりそうですね。ではついでに同じく SNK さんのサイコソルジャーの曲の話もしておこうかなと思います。1987年世界で初めて BGM をしっかり歌ったゲーム作品がサイコソルジャーだと言われています。 Oh, dude, this track is a fucking banger. Oh my god, okay, this video's already goated here. Tell me more. This track on Ultimate is fucking gross.
サイコかな？言ってしまった。スマブラスペシャルにおける、この歌のアレンジを小城ユーザーさんが行いました。歌は小寺かな子さん。歌の収録には私たちはっています。
Wait, say again? Oh, I was okay.
が行いました。歌は小寺かな子さん。歌の収録には私たちはっています。80年代の歌謡曲を思わせるかなり手の込んだ楽曲だと言えます。原曲と同じく日本版と英語版の2つを用意しましたが、日本版はオリジナルの方も3番まであるんですね。反面英語版は1番までしかありません。スマブラ版ではどうしたか。日本版では3番まで作りました。英語版では1番の後2番は間奏にして3番でボーカルが戻ります。こうしたのはなぜか。実は原曲では1番が終わると内蔵音源の音楽に切り替わるようになっています。見てみましょう。で、スマブラ版アレンジがこうです。テナーサックスがかっこいい。日本語版と英語版の違いはイントネーションにも結構凝っていまして、原曲とアレンジを立て続けに聴いてみてください。日本語英語というのはありまして、海外の人から見ると珍妙な発音に感じるかもしれないけど、当て字のように発音されるんですね。ともあれ、愛された原曲は原曲が全て正しいです。それぞれのプレイヤーが持つ体型を損ねないようにする必要があります。曲をアレンジしたいならそのことを忘れないようにしつつ制作をしていきたいところですね。
That reminds me, there was a certain, take a second real quick. There was a certain track I wanted to share with y'all that I'm being reminded of right now, if I'm allowed to take a second here. Where did I have this at? I wonder if it's in here. Hang on. It was like during the subathon, and I'm looking right now here. I admit I was it this one here? Skimming, hang tight. Yeah, okay. I think it's this song here. Yeah, I think this was from Bono, I want to say. Just not particularly related to another banger that like gives me a similar vibe here. But we'll come back to that. So you can, it's in the queue right now. It's also on the in the chat. So have at it from there here. Let's keep going.
私のディレクションするメニュー UI で最も風変わりなところ、それは重要度に応じてアイコンの大きさを変えていることです。
What was the song that Sakurai was talking about? Like, what do you mean? What, Psycho Soldier? The one that you just played like a billion times in that one video? Or like, yeah, it's called Psycho Soldier.
通常メニューといえば上から下に並んでいるものが多いですよね。当たり前ですけど。私はメテオス以降メニュー画面をアイコン化し、その大小を変えているものが多いです。これはどのモードが優先的なのか大事なのかを表しています。大きければ大きいほどよく使われるもので、小さいものはあんまり使われないもの。なぜそうしたのかは想像できるのではないかと思います。アクセスを促してるんですよね。これゲームキューブのコントローラーも比較的近い思想なのかもしれません。 A ボタンが大きい、 X ボタンや Y ボタンは小さい。単純に見た目だけではなく、触った時に最低限押さなければならないボタンがよくわかります。ただ、全てのゲームに合うわけではありません。ゲームによってその重要度はまちまちなので、完全に同じ価値を持つものだと操作しにくくなってしまう。例えば、4つのボタンでメニューを上下左右に動かす時とか、選択肢の価値を変えるということは汎用性を損ねてしまうということでもあるんですよね。スマブラのメニューはスマブラ専用ですが、似たようなところがあります。メニューをアイコン化すると結構困ることもありまして、特に他の言語に翻訳するとき、長い言語のものだと文字が溢れそうです。日本語には向いているレイアウトなのですが、困っている各国の方々がいたらごめんなさい。ともあれ、ただリストのように並べるメニュー画面に対して重み付けを変える方法もありますよというご紹介でした。
Hot takes alert.
ゲーム性リスクとリターンという考え方はゲームを楽しく刺激的にするものです。反面、ゲーム性を上げすぎると一般性が下がるということを意識した方が良いと思います。ゲームの駆け引きを重要視し、いろんなルール設定にすることは可能ですが、複 複雑に敷いたルールは分かりにくさも生みます。ゲーム性を高めると分かっていても手加減をすることだって時では大事。それはゲームの狙いにもよります。基本的なゲーム性の説明でスーパーマリオについて解説しました。言うまでもなくかなり面白い作品ですが、当時のファミコンゲーム水準でもあり、少し難しすぎるのではと思うところもあります。マリオの肝は敵にものすごく接近し、リスクが最大に高まったところでそれを反撃手段に変えられるというリスクとリターンがかなり近い位置にあることです。ここで初代星のカービィについて解説したいと思います。ある程度まで敵が近づいた場合、リスクはそこまで高く
I was like, what am I hearing right now? My song request glitched out and was playing.
はない状態です。で、ここで吸い込み、リスクが高まらないうちに相手を無効化できます。しかも体力性、6回まで大丈夫。さらに吐き出して攻撃、吸い込みより広い範囲で攻撃できます。そしていつでも空を飛べるという要素があります。これは穴に落ちた時の一撃死が重いので、それを避けやすくしています。もしもカービィの吸い込み範囲を極小にしたり、体力性ではなく一撃死にしたら、あるいは飛行できなくしたら、操作性にもっと大きめの感性を入れたりしたら、おそらくゲーム性は上がります。バランスにもよりますが、駆け引きとしては妥当かなと思います。だけど一般性は下がると思います。リスクとリターンは適度なバランスであればほぼ純粋に比例します。つまり困難なリスクであるほど、それを避けた時の喜びはより強いものになるということ。逆に言えばリスクが低ければリターンも低いということは、初心者のためにリスクを軽くする仕組みを持たせたカービィはゲーム自体を面白くなくしてしまうという欠点もあるわけです。が、もちろんカービィが成り立っていないというわけではありません。人によって難易度に対する感じ方は違います。ゲーム慣れした人には小さいリスクだったとしても、慣れていない人にはゴーンと強大なリスクになっているということはよくあります。初心者には優しくすべき。初代星のカービィはそこを狙って制作したゲームではあるので、ぶっちゃけマリオよりもスリルがなく、言ってしまえばつまらなくても役割としてはよしとしているのです。一方、初代カービィでさえ難しいと思う層もいると思います。できるのはスーパーカジュアルなゲームだけとか、スマホで操作系やルールをごく簡単に抑えたものでないと遊べないとか、人類全員がゲームすべしとは全く思ってないのでそれで良いのですが、こういった層に非常に多くの勝機がありそうなことも予感できるんじゃないかなと思いますけどね。大まかにターゲットを意識する必要があるんだろうとは思います。どこを狙ったら良いのかはゲームの企画とコンセプト次第。正解なんてありません。ゲーム性が生じる理屈は理解した上で狙いを定めていくというのが良いと思いますね。
This is a really big one here because it's like more game essence means less broad appeal, because presumably you're challenging the player to, I guess, like reassess their tolerance and I guess like their game assumptions, right? Is that what I'm trying to say here? Like, because my go-to is gonna be like probably Dark Souls, because Dark Souls popped off, very popular, Mini's best game ever, or one of the greatest games ever, like critical acclaim and such. And it does not have a mini map, it doesn't have way markers. It's very antiquated comparatively with what were considered like player assisting tools to help them proceed in the process, and deliberately non-linear. And I recall a lot of players would complain about how, like, they would just quit because they just went to the first area they were shown and didn't bother to, again, remove the assumption that perhaps, what's presented in a linear fashion is not indicative of how to tackle progression in the game. You need to go somewhere else if you're being fed a deterrent like a horde of zombies or like a big ass dragon and whatnot. So I don't know. There's something going on there, and I'm not smart enough in game design to really know how to articulate it. But it's like there's a lot of ego and assumptions that need to be eradicated in the swooning of the player into the game essence of Dark Souls. But if you're willing to give that, however long it takes, the first 3 hours, the first 10 hours, once you're there, now I'm thinking it's like once you beat the first boss. Once you beat like the first boss, not the tutorial boss, but like the boss in the actual game, right? Like you beat like double gargoyles. If your first Souls game is Dark Souls 1, you beat double gargoyles, and usually by that point you learned so much that now you understand how to critically assess environment tells and whatever else is active in play to make you actually progress, right? I guess here or something like that here, I would suppose. And then the other example would probably be, I would say here probably compare a platform fighter to a traditional 2D fighting game. And I don't know. That one's a bit tough. I have to give that more thought, honestly. The more game essence, therefore, the more niche the appeal. That's a tough one there. Because I'm every example I'm thinking of right now is just like, well, the game has more mechanics and complexity, but is that inherently more game essence? And I don't know, because I now want to use Mario Kart and be like, well, Mario Kart DS has a more mechanically inclined drifting mechanic, or drift boosting that we know colloquially as snaking, and that doesn't really feel like a thing that's just locking out broad appeal. But I guess when you play the game and you get destroyed by anyone who can snake, I guess you're just kind of like, well, fuck, I guess this game's not for me then. I don't know. It's a hard one for me. I have to think about it a little bit more, actually. Or maybe I'm just not smart enough to really figure out how to traverse through these terms here in application.
私はコレクターではないつもりです。
Oh, flex, man. Flex game.
本当よ。でも立場上レアなゲームグッズはいろいろ持っています。作ったゲームなどで受賞したトロフィーなどはもちろん普通の人が持ち得ない程度にはレアなのですが、そういうものは置いておいて、市場には回りようがない特にレアなものをいくつかご紹介していきたいと思います。ただこれ一人で撮ってるんですよね。話の途中でズームなどはできないので、アップ写真などは別編集でお出しします。では行きます。Wii リモコンです。これ何が違うかというと、これ私の似顔絵付きです。レーザープリンターでプリントされています。これは任天堂がプレゼントしてくれたもの。Mii が実装されたばかりの時期のものということになります。これは私なのかな、どなたが顔を作ったのかは分かりません。ピット・パルテナ像。五所川原の立ちねぷたに新パルテナが作られることになりました。その参考用に 3D プリンターで作られた原型です。ねぷたの造形師さんのところも含め3つぐらい作られたはず。とっても壊れやすいものなので写真だけでご容赦を。サイン。サインものを加えるとちょっとずるいような気がしますよね。知り合い多いですから。これ宮本さんのサイン入りソフト。桜井さんありがとうって書いてあります。こちらこそありがとうございます。でこういったものはいろいろありますが置いておきます。だけど 力作のサインを1点だけご紹介させてください。これは漫画家の福光茂之先生が書いてくださった新パルテナのサインです。なんて凝ってるんだろう。福光先生の漫画は漏れなく読んでいたこと。
I mean, look, I ain't gonna deny, queen thickness, that's just more of the women. I love women, and if it's just more women to like, what I'm saying, it is what it is, what I mean. But like, I didn't take it as you were that kind of nigga. You heard me, Sakurai. But I mean, like, shit, what I'm saying, like a fat cat at a buffet, shit. It's got more of the good stuff. I ain't gonna knock it. You heard me? I mean, shit. Try cool.
こともあり感激です。ありがとうございました。Xbox 360エリート。私とは縁もゆかりもないように見えるかもしれませんが、このプレート部分を見ると、なんと私の名前があります。Xbox 360が発売された2005年12月、いろんな方に Xbox 360をプレゼントされていたそうで、マイクロソフトの担当者さんからいただきました。しかしその360はほどなくしていわゆるレッドリングオブデスが出てしまいまして、この名前がついたプレートだけは世代を引き継いで使っていたという。
Friendly reminder, listen, I don't fault any engineers at Microsoft for the red ring. I fault whatever jackass greenlit. To me, there's no way in hell that Microsoft didn't know about the red ring problem going into it, just shoving a whole PC into a comically undersized chassis that did not have enough room to breathe. I personally blame all the idiots of the upper end executive wing who just like ignored probably every war cry from the engineering department for what was going to happen if we just like shitted it out for a November 05 release. Reminder again here that 360 came out a year before, they were so eager to get a head start against PS3 and the Wii that they had like no consoles. I do want to say it was something a little shy of 200,000 units in November of 05. AKA you could not get one anywhere. It was one of the worst launches in terms of like the scarcity and supply chain issue. That pretty much didn't really get any better until PS3 and Wii came along anyway. Like, it was sold out for effectively a whole fucking year. And the ones that were sold, what was it, like fucking I forget if it's a third or 2/3 of them were red ringed anyway. So just embarrassment flavor. It's like embarrassing topped with an extra drizzle of embarrassing, doused in the dripping of more embarrassment. Just stupid all around. So.
今は Xbox シリーズ X になってしまったのでつける場所がなくなってしまいましたが、ご紹介してみました。セガ準開発員認定証 No.4。 1980年代後半、セガのとある企画募集キャンペーンがありまして、それに応募して得たものです。JRPG においていわゆるアクティブタイムバトルのアクションゲーム風仕立てのものを書いたような気がします。もちろんアクティブタイムバトルはない時代、ゲーム業界に入る前ですが、これが縁で大鳥居のセガさんにも伺いました。そして業界入り後もしばしば伺いました。育てて虫キングなりスマブラソニックなりアフターバーナーを遊びに行ったりとか、セガさんの1階には大型筐体などが展示されており遊ぶことができました。写真のアフターバーナーダブルクレードル筐体がこんなに備品が完璧な状態であるなんてありえないのですが、これは部品を 3D プリンターで作るなどして保守しているそうです。これはまた別の意味で一点物と言えますね。イベントグッズなどを含めればもっといっぱいご紹介できそうですが、このぐらいで。おおむね一点物と言っていい、あんまり値段がつかなそうなものを中心にご紹介しました。
Bro, you know it's real when like we're not even including like any kind of game development awards because those are like the expected and unsurprising things. He had to like go out of the way to find like all the niche, more like not known, unconventional things because the awards are the obvious thing. You know what I mean? It's just like How they put it, bro? Oh man, how did the great how did he say it, Chad? How did they put that, bro? You know what I mean? It's just like, let me grab this real quick here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just. Sorry, I'm taking too long here, but I found it now. You know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, I got all these awards, but no one cares, no one's surprised. So I had to hit him with a surprise anyway. You feel me? Like, you know, shit. Here I am on one knee, palm to the face. You know, you see the pinky ring. That shit causing you, it's blinding you right now with the ice glistening currently. I'm just suffering from success, bro. True. Yeah, the awards are less sentimental. That's also a fair point. Have some rare stuff like that. Yeah, it seems like more like what's more flex worthy is like the things that are not designated as like prizes. You know what I mean? Like, in reality, having the modern day collector's edition is nothing more like it's kind of lost its novelty. The modern collector's edition is just the expansion of the marketing department's ambition to just rope in super fans to spend more money. Like, as opposed to it being a celebration of the game, it's usually more like the manifestation of a min-max on how much can I get you to convince you to buy something if I put it under the appeal of the launch of the game and include as much crap in there as possible. I don't know. I'm coming off kind of bitter right now, but it's just like, to me, and I'm sorry, I'm such a broken record here, but it's because I can bring it back to substance. Goddamn God of War Ragnarok. I know I keep shitting on this game, dude, but like, when your collector's edition doesn't even include a physical copy of the game, does that not just reveal transparently what the whole point there is? It is literally nothing more than the min-max you. They made the calculation they can get away with that, which at that point to me just makes the whole CE celebration thing vapid. It's just marketing department going crazy on some min-max shit. Like, come on, bro. How is the CE gonna get a digital? There is nothing CE about getting a digital code voucher. My great grandfather or whatever, when great grandpa Hex is in the wheelchair at the home, I look at my expired QR code and be like, "Yep, I remember when I played it." No, it's fucking cringe. It's so goddamn cringe. So, anyways, yeah. So aside from my take on CEs that have become just like a hollow form of what they used to represent here, things I have that I could flex. It's like, it seems to be more things that are like just actually scarce and not intended for mass distribution, I would say. And to that, I would go with I got a couple of things. I mean, I can think of a couple of things here. There's some Twitch swag I got that's pretty rare, very one-off. I'm looking right now in view here. I have a ukulele Kickstarter backer t-shirt. I know I have a Mighty Number 9 Kickstarter backer t-shirt. You know, those two are, you know, probably worth something because you can't get either of those now. Let me think here. I don't know. I'm sure if I maybe a future YouTube video I can actually go through and give y'all like a breakdown of like actually make a list of my rarest things I have that I would consider like super sentimental and or like non-replicated one-offs here. So
2D のゲームを 3D に落とし込む場合など、構図が一緒でも 2D ゲームのキビキビした印象が損なわれることがよくあります。モーション制作ツールはとても便利に作られていて、ある程度の構図を設定したらあとは勝手に保管してくれるんですよね。そのままだとめり込みなど破綻するところはあれど、それを修正するのもまあ簡単です。しかしそれが便利だけど良くない。仮に 2D ゲームと同じ時間を使った同じポーズでもその中間の動きが印象づくためぬるい動きに見えがちです。例えば原作による構えがこういったポーズ、攻撃がこういったポーズ、これをポリゴン構造のキャラクターで再現するとおおむねこうなります。ミドルキックの位置はゲーム性から少し下げていますが、まあこの動き、これはダメとは言わないけど、いや言うけど8フレームでキックを出しているのですがぬるんとしてしまう。これは良くないですね。でスマブラスペシャルの製品版ではこうしています。同じ8フレームのキックでも動きの印象が段違いですよね。製品版は切れ味良さそう。ポーズの決め手になる箇所をキーフレームなどと言いますが、そこへの至り方については極端めにしましょう。中割り時間はほとんどなくて良いので構えと攻撃に時間を取ります。できれば元々のキーフレームポーズよりもさらに大きく引き絞るように。これは原作における竜のしゃがみ強パンチによるアッパーカットです。非常によくできたドット絵だと思います。躍動感があって素晴らしい。原作はこの3パターンのみ往復して送ることで表現しています。だけどこれをそのまんま CG に落とし込み保管させるだけでは勢いが殺されてしまいます。スマブラではこのようにしました。原作のイメージからそう変わっていないかのように見えますが、まずは最初、構える右腕の前腕は原作では最初から前にありました。それはより後ろに引き絞るようにします。この部分のためは結構長め。原作にあった3枚の絵に近いポーズもありますが、ここはそれぞれ1フレームで一気に送ってしまいます。ヒットすれば印象には残るものなので、振り抜きはズバッと思い切ってやりましょう。特に最初の1フレーム目が結構異なりますが、原作ではしゃがみからのスタートでしたし、スマブラではより勢いを出していきます。最後のフォロースルーは敵と同じ軌跡にしないようにします。まあつまり3枚で往復するように戻る原作とは必然的に異なるポーズになりますが、ここもギリギリまで隙なく。大気と同じようなポーズは損です。それぞれのゲームに対する狙いがあるから必ずしも動きを飛ばしていけば良いというわけではありませんが、ゲームに見合ったものであるかどうかは、ちゃんと誇張できているかどうかは常に考える必要があると思います。補完っていうのは間を埋めて補うこと。うまく使っていくべきですが、それによって印象をもっさりさせないように注意が必要ですね。
Alright, y'all. Well, let's take a second then. Alright, so it's 5 minutes to 7 p.m. in my time, and we need to be up at 4:45, so I think we're gonna call it here. We went pretty ham here. We went from I forget. I think we started at 100 and I have the number here actually. We started at 103 today. Video number 103 out of 257, and we're ending at very aggressive here, 10 hours, and we're now at 149. God, it's so many here. So yeah, it seems like comfortably it would, based off my realistic human pacing, it would take me another 3 full days to get through everything, and it'd be at a pace where I can like interact, commentate, and like bother to retain the attention, right? So yeah, it's just it's a lot. It's a lot. Lots of W's today, I will say here. Let me grab this real quick here. Hang on a second. Lots of W's today though. Feel really good. Want to remind y'all again here that tomorrow will be, I'm going to be here extra early. We're going to be here super early. So the final video from Sakurai, it's a premiere that happens in 11 hours. So I will be here mega early tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know who's going to be here. Well, guess we'll find out whenever I go live. I don't blame you. But yeah, this is happening at 6 a.m. CST. That's 7 a.m. East Coast NA, and that is 4 a.m. West Coast NA here. I kind of want to be here for the premiere to see what happens. I might just wake up for that and then fall back asleep here. I don't know here. But tentatively, if I'm not too dead, we would do the Sakurai finale, and then we would go into Shadow Generations. That's what because I did pre-order Digital Deluxe. It does come out tomorrow. Actually, Shadow comes out in technically in 5 hours for me, or 4 hours. Sorry. So if you pre-order Shadow Digital Deluxe, you do get it 3 days early, which would be at midnight East Coast, so 11 p.m. for me. But yeah, I'm gonna be here tomorrow. Don't expect y'all to be here, but you know, kind of wanna. He's making it a premiere, so I figure it must be important to catch the premiere. Then I'm curious, and Sakurai I trust, so I will check it out and see here. So there's that. Before we go, though, could do a also wanted to recap here too. Also did manage to acquire a Analogue 3D, which is the HDMI native N64. I believe this is still currently available for pre-order right now. The white color sold out. I got the white, by the way. Couldn't help myself. So if you want the black one, you can maybe still get the black one here. I don't know if it's still available here. Well, I'll check here real quick. Oh, actually, hey, good news. The black one is still in stock, actually. So, but yeah, so you can still get this. Is a HDMI native N64 at a great price. And again, when these go out of production, it will shoot up to double that cost really quickly here. I'll drop a link here for you if you're curious. Not even gonna hate there, bro. It's definitely a W. Okay, so we have that right there. And let me see. All right, so we covered all of that. Again, I know right now the camera looks terrible. I didn't get a chance to really fix everything here, and I don't know if I also need to fix. There's a couple of things I gotta fix here. I feel like it looks awkward when I'm looking at the camera right now because the camera's not pointed at me. It's actually pointed up. I need to point it more at me. So I'm gonna fix that too. So don't worry about that. Am I gonna early vote? Well, of course. I'm gonna take care of that Wednesday whenever I'm not busy with what I'm doing right now. Yeah, my early voting lasts 12 days, so I can just pick whenever I want this week to go do it. And let me see here. Okay, and if we can here, oh, for sure, yeah, the camera's all fucked up. Again, it was more that I was trying to hurry up and come live to get the Sakurai Binge done here, and then kind of here we are now. So let's real quick. I have a little mini app for y'all here before we go. Figured this was probably before I forget. Trying to make these topics accumulate here. But for today's little quick yap here, you probably heard the Nintendo news from My Nintendo and whatnot here, that there was a Xbox marketing executive who mentioned that nobody cares about Banjo Kazooie in the context of like, why are we not getting Banjo games despite him appearing in Smash, you know, forever ago. And I wanted to source it to the not to whenever he said it. I don't know exactly when he said this to who, but Aaron Greenberg at Xbox does say this. Here's the thing. So I don't know when he said that no one cares about Banjo, but here he says, you know, some PR shit. Correct. I absolutely know how much Banjo means to our fans and gamers everywhere. It holds a special place in my heart growing up playing these classic games. You know, and which is nothing more than just like a, you know, given there was like 3 days of nonstop outrage here at the idea that Microsoft just thinks that no one cares about Banjo. Yeah, I mean, any idiot's gonna be able to fart out here a shallow anecdote that oh no, I love Banjo, even though I know that Aaron Greenberg is not the guy who greenlights the Banjo projects or whatever here. Plus, Microsoft's been giga cringe here with the layoffs, studio closures, and, you know, greenlighting this ridiculous $70 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard King in absence of anything that gamers actually want. Holy shit. Okay, so yeah, Microsoft is kind of on the shit list right now. Xbox is definitely in a very painfully uncompetitive direction right now with the whole company and the gaming division at Microsoft. And blah, 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 blah here. So, with that, I just kind of, this guy was cooking here on the whole thing. Has the rights to Banjo, publishes the worst fucking Banjo game yet, refuses to make a new Banjo game in traditional format. Years pass, no one cares about Banjo. I mean, I have to agree here. It's just like, this is my reaction at surface level here, was just like, it's been like, you know, where the fuck is Banjo 3? You know, where is a Banjo like remake? If you want to really reassess the demand for more Banjo, remake Banjo Kazooie and then watch it print money, and then use that as proof of concept to make more Banjos. I guess here would be the idea. I know that none of the original staff at Rare are there because you kind of exiled all of them because you assigned the entirety of Rare to just make, you know, shallow shovelware garbage for your Kinect back around 2010. Yeah, who the fuck wouldn't leave at that point here? You know, you acquire them and they make bangers, and then they're just delegated to just making your like fucking you're making Don Matrix Kinect shovelware a reality here. It just sucked. So yeah, I agree with this pretty hardcore, I'd say. So yeah, it's just like it's just been so long, and it's just like where are the games at, dog? Like, just like, what are we doing here? Moving on. Alien Romulus is actually dropping a VHS release tape for the novelty and the gimmick. So you can pre-order a genuine VHS of Alien Romulus, and I mean, if you got a VCR, more power to y'all, bro. Like, I didn't know we were so far in now. We can just deliver inferior analog video technology, and it's so nostalgic now that you can just do this. So, I admit I actually have a VCR. So I actually, you know, it's in my attic here. Though I admit I kept it because it's sentimental, because it's the same VCR I recorded my first speedruns on. So it's super sentimental. But yeah, if you happen to have by the way, I didn't even know that VHS Blu-ray players existed until I was in Japan. I saw this in Japan and I was like, that's a thing. But then again, Japan loves their physical media. So I don't think I ever saw this in the States. But yeah, VHS Blu-ray is a thing. And it's in Japan. Crazy. But yeah, I just figured, also irrelevant here to that is also that I have heard that Alien Romulus was pretty good. I admit I wanted to see it in theaters, but I didn't get a chance. So, you know, I don't know. I hear it's a banger. Alright, so we go from here to the next thing now. So, boom, boom. Had to show you all this ad right here that went crazy. Heard it bangs, watching it tonight.
8 years, baby.
Hey, what's up, Corey Q? Thank you for the big 96. Just recapping real quick here for the ending of the stream. Yeah, so you see the white background, you see the balloons here. You know what it is, y'all. Let it play.
Hello, ladies. I'm Trey. It's good to be here.
What do you do and how much do you make?
I work in finance, making six figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Do you have a plan to vote in November?
Nah, not my thing. Hello, ladies. I'm Trey. It's good to be here.
What do you do and how much do you make?
I work in finance, making six figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Do you have a plan to vote in November?
Nah, not my thing. Hello, ladies.
Love it, love it. Now here's the best part here. This is obvious, you know, my chat, y'all are in the culture, y'all know what this is right here. However, if you go to like other tweets here, I'm not trying to draw racial lines, but it is a lot of self-admitted white folks who are asking, I don't get it. Why is this? What's this ad here? There are people who don't even know like what pop balloon or fall in love is, which I never took it as like a black culture thing. I get that very clearly, like it's black dating and whatnot. But I guess white folks don't know about pop balloon, which is I don't know. I guess it never penetrated outside black culture. I don't know. I don't know what this is nothing. I didn't think it was like a racial thing until you see the reaction to the Harris Walls campaign ad, and then you find out that white folks don't know what the fuck that is, and I'm like, oh man, they don't know, they missed out on the content here. So so yeah, that's definitely something there. So kind of want to throw you that one, and if I took more time, I could probably find those replies. I just kind of like, you know, find it funny here. But I never even thought of Pop Balloon as like a, you know, a black only thing. It just happens to be a predominantly black dating show because it's just easier to like kind of get culturally aligned with, I don't know. I could see why you kind of want to stick with what you know culturally, and that, you know, if the callbacks are all, you know, black people looking for black love, then yeah, you just kind of roll with that. I never saw it as exclusionary. I'm sure like if, I don't know. I'm sure whites are invited on if they wanted to like apply or whatever. I don't know what her protocol is though for like how they do the casting and all that shit here. But I guess for now it's just conventionally seen as like a black dating thing. But I never thought it was like exclusively, or I never thought it was like exclusionary. I should say here actually. Oh man, what are y'all? Why is that I'm gonna say that is not an emote we have here, bro. Kitten Queen. You got that motherfucking. You really got the. You really got that emote, huh? Ah, damn. Bruh. All right. Next up here. So, someone says here, farming, nothing, and I mean nothing, will prepare you for what you're about to hear when you press play on this video. And what do we have here? We have Sir Davis appears in the new Beer Bailey's Whiskey Burn video. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. I got baited. And I listen in here. You're not ready. All right. So I don't know who Beer Bailey is. But when you hear this, don't worry, you'll know. 3, 2, 1.
Separate ways. Tell me why I don't want a situationship. When I'm hurting, baby, I ain't happy, baby. Cause there's so many other things I gotta deal with. Pass me that whiskey, let it burn. When the feeling ain't the same in your body, don't want to, but you know, you gotta let it go. Cause the party ain't jumping like it used to. Even though this might be separate ways. Tell me why I don't want a situationship.
Oh my God. Okay. Can somebody situationship? Okay, I know I've seen this term before on Facebook, but do people really use this term, bro? Like, is situationship not just like, isn't that just like literally the we're talking stage? We're talking, but we're fucking, but generally one of the two patrons involved don't want to commit to like more. Like it's like a riff-raff thing, right? Okay, all right. Well, either way, Usher let it burn. It was, you know, I guess Let It Burn was a while ago, right? That was what, Confessions, or was it 8701? And which, god damn, 8701 was 2001. Confessions was like 2004, I want to say, from Usher. And I don't know, I forget which album it's on here, but Let It Burn. And then here we are now with whatever. I'm not hating. It's just more like, I don't know. It's a weird feeling when like my teenage banger is like now repackaged, or I guess remade here. It's a weird feeling. It makes me feel old in a way I wasn't prepared for, I guess is what I'd say. So, all right. Well, now you know. Now you know. So you know that's the thing there. It's a hodgepodge of current dating scene and ability to commit to anything. A situationship is when two people are hooking up but don't want to seriously date. Usually the guy. Yeah, that's I don't want to pin that on the guy, but that's why I said, you know, when one person in the party, it's generally the guy doesn't want to commit, of course, right? Oh well, I got mine. You know, we fucked. I ain't trying to be all up in this shit, but you know, we fucked, but you know, we just chilling. We're not serious. You know, yeah, just man, situationship. Okay, all right, moving on. I saw this here. Just wanted to, even though we already independently brought up Futurama today here. Somebody asked, drop the 11 out of 10 pilot episode, and I admit I ran into this initially, and I was trying to figure out like, okay, what is the pilot? But then someone, you know, dropped Futurama, and I'm like, oh my god, yeah, duh, it's Futurama. Like Space Pilot 3000 is like, it's good for so many it does so much great setup, both intentionally and retconfully, that yeah, you have to love, you gotta love Space Pilot 3000 all around here.
Hello? Pizza delivery for, Icy Wiener? Oh, crud. I always thought by this point in my life, I'd be the one making the crank calls. Here's to another lousy millennium.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's going on there, chat?
What the? I'll never see any of them again. Yahoo!
So, yeah, no, it is definitely it's definitely an example of an 11 out of 10 pilot. Not saying it's the best one, but it's definitely one of the ones. One of the ones for sure, y'all. All right, moving on here. Keeping up with the recalls and things, y'all, the country is falling apart, and what do we have here? 12 million pounds of meat and poultry are now frozen waffles, and now, well, previously 12 million pounds of meat, right, boar's head and a few others here, and poultry, and now frozen waffles are all recalled as we due to a possible listeria contamination. So I just wanted to throw up here in case you need to keep tabs. So here is more on the listeria thing involving the poultry and the meat. So here you can keep tabs on that if you've bought anything from these affected areas recently here. the more new one is that frozen waffles sold at Walmart, Target, and a few others on the Listeria Risk. So, yeah, if you bought, I don't know if it's all brands here, but again, so if anyone here bought frozen waffles, I'm gonna drop that link for you here from NPR. Let's see here. Treehouse Foods, an Illinois-based manufacturer, is recalling a flurry of its frozen waffles that were sold at major chains due to Listeria contamination concerns. Real quick. Yeah, so it's these waffles here. It's bigger actually. Alright, so it's these waffles here. I'm trying to save y'all's life, okay? So, if any of this... So to be fair, this is a precautionary measure here. But yeah, welcome to USA, y'all, where regulations are icky, and this is the world we have to live in now, because... Now, I'm normally a consumer of Kodiak cakes. I actually enjoy their products a lot. I just happen to have not bought their stuff in a while. Because I ended up buying, I bought the high-protein French toast from a competing brand. So I'm not included here. But, yeah, this is definitely... This actually would have hit me if I had bought them in the past month, but I didn't, because I was taking a break from the waffles to consume the French toast. But yeah, what is this? Generally you start with a boots on the ground manufacturing facility, and then once you've hit enough sales, you are able to then outsource it to a manufacturing plant that will just fulfill whatever criteria you need here. In the end, you can make waffles that are like more ethical to consume and higher in protein and blah, blah, blah. It just costs more. But, you just outsource to the responsible plant that is able to handle the demand and the distro before it passes. Anyway, so there's that there. And here, I'll drop this link for you if you're curious. Almost done. A few more things here. Let's move on. Actually, before I go to that one real quick, I want to show you so yeah, again, I gotta let this one slide here. So Grums said this, and it's just so dumb. If you don't know, Grums is unironically probably one of the, I would put Grums in a tier so low that he challenges the quartering and who's the other one here? And Cat Turd for who's the biggest idiot on Twitter, and that's saying a lot. This guy is so fucking dumb. This tweet. They censored Sonic X Shadow Generations. Rouge covered up even more than last time. No more hand and face to a female. Can't have that. Fat shaming removed. Health and fitness have been fixed by lowering standards. I don't know what that even means. Like, fat shaming removed from Shadow Generations. Presumably because Rouge is less covered up. Now, I don't even know. Dude, I don't know what this guy's talking about, bro. It's just... It's so dumb, dude. It's very clearly and very painfully, like hand to face, right? You got it, like, the Sonic rejecting Amy, or people rejecting Rouge's advances, I suppose here. I don't know, dude. It's just, this guy is so fucking stupid. I try to ignore, but every day I just fall further from God, and I have to like endure whatever I'm seeing right now. But yeah, fat shaming removed. The state of video game criticism is fucking died. Even just the notion that like fat shaming removed, therefore woke. That, bro. Dude, you really gotta get rid of these, bro. I don't know. Oh my God, bro. Okay. And on that note here, kind of segues into a shitpost assault here real quick. Second to last thing here, y'all. And that would be...
Twitter's Goku. What? Twitter's Elon it. Paid verification laid the foundation for money to speak louder than truth. The timeline is full of parasites, spreading hatred and vitriol for engagement in a never-ending cycle of negativity. You have to pay for the f***ing block button on a website full of Nazis. Twitter's Goku. What? Twitter's
Yeah, he's not wrong. Yeah, that nerf block button is pretty terrible. I can't lie. It's a globally just, it's making it really hard. I really can't blame you. Like, every time I keep thinking it can't get worse, it just gets worse. And I'm like, man, wow. Is he offering minor interest here? Yes. Let's just call it, the whole thing is, we're gonna call that Elon election interference. Because that is definitely what I would call it. We'll cover that another day, maybe like Wednesday or Thursday or some shit here. And then finally here, chat, we were going to end today. I have to go full cam here. We are going to end today with, I can't call it the worst tweet I've ever read, but it is definitely in the bottom 100. Maybe even the bottom 50. It might be in the worst 50 I've ever seen here. I can say. What tweet am I so confident could possibly be in the bottom 100, given what I've had to endure on Elmo's hell site for the last 2 years? Well, here we are. I wanted to make sure I had not a screen cap, but the real tweet that is still up. All right, here's what we got for you. We begin with an AI-generated picture, because, of course, there's no real example of whatever the fuck's going on here. And the account, of course, blue check mark. It's real. Could be a bot. You know, the thing is, I just can't tell if this is farming or if this is just like a troll baiting trolls, or if it's just bait engagement or whatever here. But let us read. Blacks should support slavery. Okay, one hell of a thesis there. Christians and Jews are who tore us apart. We used to, first off, okay, part one is already crazy. And then elaboration here. Christians and Jews are who, oh my God, this is already cooked here, okay. This is already so fucked. We used to protect you, feed you, and give you honest work, but they forced us to abandon you out into the cold and treat you not as friends, but as enemies. Come home, slaves. We have work to do. To break down how racist this is, I could do a 1 hour talking on this whole thing here. But yes, if you were to break it down, it's from the point of view of white society speaking to blacks in an endearing manner to make them positively reflect on, slavery wasn't that bad. It was, I guess, it was just a necessity for the best path forward for collectively human society. Look, slavery was not a thing that we did to, commodify your entrapment and then, build an economy based off of your exploitation. No. It was done for your own good, presumably because you're too low of IQ to take care of yourselves and being equal in society here. We have to enslave you because you're a danger to yourself or whatever here. And or we whites are just empirically, we're more intelligent or something, or more qualified to govern other humans in an unequal manner. And this is just the way it has to be here, So listen, don't let Christians and Jews tear us apart, blacks. We whites, we protect you, we fed you. So, this is essentially a love letter of slave apologist rhetoric here. And you give us an honest work, we give you honest work. The compensation, sure, that came with the entrapment that you are to remain on the plantation and pick the cotton and do grunt work and, allow any of your future siblings to be, slaves to my plantation as well here. I may also impregnate your wife because, I think you're inferior, but I'm down with the brown when it benefits me, but not when it makes you an equal person in society. Just all the completely gross shit that slavery is encompassing here. They forced us to abandon you out into the cold and treat you not as friends, but as enemies. Come home, slaves. We have work to do. We, and by we, I mean you. And then also refer to them as slaves. Like, it's one thing to say they should support slavery, because maybe you can be more indirect with like what slavery, you know, slavery may have like indirectly contributed towards, you know, a functioning modern economy. It's still gross, but I, you know, they can at least make that kind of argument, right? But at the end, to refer to them as slaves, just clearly, if there's no ambiguity here. This is very clearly, no, you're subhuman, you're second class, third class citizens, and it's also for your own good. So like, I've done the work for you here. I spent 5 minutes breaking down how this is probably one of the most gross tweets I've ever seen in my fucking life. And it is so racist that it takes 5 minutes to explain how racist it actually is. And again, we conclude here with the final thing. Why are the advertisers leaving? Well, I mean, when shit like this, I mean, is getting ratioed in the quote tweets, and it's still on the fucking site. I mean, chat, I don't know, bro. At this point, I want, and of course here, of course, it's an AI image because you have no positive, real depiction of whatever the fuck you're alluding to right now. Holy shit. It's just, it's cringe. The thing is, there's like this functioning triangle of confusion where you really can't tell. A, are they really this racist and just really believe they're so like intertwined in misinformation that they actually are unironically slave apologists? Or B, they are just so fucking stupid that they fall for misinformation and they were swooned into having a pro-slavery worldview. Or 3, they know this is racist and stupid and they're hoping just to like bait other idiots and farm them for engagement because they have rent due as a blue check mark. Again, the more you appease the other blue check marks, because you only get paid if you like have blue check marks consume your content. You effectively you're rewarded for rage and bait engagement. And if you can cater to all the idiots who have blue check marks, then you get paid off of them. You don't get paid off of like the plebs. You only get paid from other blue check marks. So it's like an overstuffed toilet full of shit, and you just shove more shit in there.
Almost to 100 feels good, man.
Thank you, JB Stiffer. Appreciate you, homie. So it's like you have to ask here, are they stupid? Are they mischievous and deceptive? Or are they, what was the last one here? Well, I guess 1, 2, and 2 of the 3 call for them being stupid. So it's either they're either like stupid for one of 2 reasons, or they're just like, they're, you know, mischievous and deceptive on what they're presenting as stupidity here. Either way, it's fucking pathetic. And I really don't aim to cover negativity, but it genuinely stopped me because I'm like, I saw a screen cap of this and I thought there's no way that tweet is still up. And then I found the tweet and then it's still up and I'm just like, okay. If anything, I have to cement this moment in time and really show here how low has gotten. This is a new low. This is like, damn, that is dumb. But also, again, here, I'm getting all the more numb to Twitter anyway, because I'm like, you know, at the end, I can't even tell. Are they really this dumb? Are they really this racist? Or is this just bait engagement to get all the other racist and dumb idiots to, like, reply and be like, yeah, I agree. Why can't they just come back and be slaves? Why they gotta... you know, what? I don't even want to repeat whatever the fuck they would say, because I would sound like a complete actual Nazi too, honestly. It's so gross. It's so gross. So yeah, JB Steffer, thank you for the tier 2, 100 months, or almost 100 months, 92 months. You are powerful. You are amazing. Thank you so much. Chat, I will spare this off your screen now because that is obviously not my intent. I don't want to show you stuff like that, honestly. Okay. Well, with that, y'all, I will see y'all bright and early tomorrow. I don't know if y'all gonna be here. I will be here sometime between 4:45 a.m. to 5 a.m. CST. I'm gonna be here mega early for the Sakurai premiere. If I'm awake enough, yes, we will watch this, and then we will, I mean, if I'm awake enough after that, we would do Shadow Generations. But If for some reason I'm just too tired to do that, I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see. I might go back to bed after that. I might stay up and do more. I'm just not sure. You know, it's a painfully early thing. So, so yeah. We'll be here. We'll be here. We'll be here live for Japan time, baby. I'm hyped. We'll be part of that cycle. Okay, and with that, let's find someone to raid then, shall we? And again, I'm aware that my camera looks terrible right now. Don't worry, I'm gonna fix that as soon as I get a chance. I am skimming right now for someone to raid. See here real quick, hang on a second. Appreciate y'all once again here. Hope you had fun today. I did for sure. We tried to do the impossible. It was just way too many videos at one time here, but we got pretty far. Definitely a bit too much though. I had to like really like fucking pay a lot of attention. I did a lot of talking today. Definitely don't want to do. It was a little too much. I feel like I can do like maybe like 4 hours at most a day of Sakurai. That like today was like a, you know, like it was like my voice is shot and my brain is pretty fried right now. It was a little too much. A little bit too much. And also I didn't really get any YouTube stuff done, so I'm like still nowhere closer to moving on to my next project with like the YouTube shit, so okay, shit. So there's not even a good use of time, I would say here. All right, looking right now for a raid target. Oh, Linux. Well, thank you for the resub. Actually, we were I promise you, I don't think that your breath stinks. But I have been live for 10 hours now, so I'm actually on my way out right now. I apologize here. So I'm gonna go ahead and skedaddle. I was looking for a potent and dank raid target, and I think I found here. I could raid this person. Or I could raid this person. I kind of want to raid this person, actually. So, okay. All right. So, our girl bite-sized. Well, I already said bite-sized. I was gonna... Street Grind was in the contender here, but I like what she's doing right now, actually.
Street Grind pause champ.
All right, so bite-sized is we met her speedrunning 64, and she's now back on Odyssey and is currently doing all moons, which is a fucking long ass category. I don't know if she's doing all unique moons or actually, you know, I'm assuming all moons is probably the good version of this, so all unique moons. So it's going to be about 880 moons, and yeah, she's doing, I don't know, whatever it calls right now. She's like doing like her 3rd or 4th run of this, so it's a bit, you know, it's just kind of getting the route good. But it's a comfy time here. I mean, it's going to be 12 hours, and she's currently halfway through the run right now. So, have fun. With that, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and go walk my dog and go to bed at a good time and be here mega early tomorrow. Good Lord, goddamn. Have a great night, y'all. And thank you again, Athletic Noob, for the resub as well.